All right, babes, here we go. You and me, you and me, me and you. Let's go. High noon. One of two games on the slate today. Jason Rossi, Emerson Lancia. Producer Drew is here. Daniel on the ones and twos. Looks like we got Zach and Jim from the ops team kicking it with us today, so please pray for them. How is everyone doing today? How are you doing? You look very festive. I know you have a lot going on in your life. Thanks for making time for us.
Oh, yeah, man. Listen, got to pay them bills. But no, dude, this is an exciting time. It's the pre-holidays, the last weekend before Christmas. You're in the midst of Hanukkah. To all my brothers and sisters and whatever you call yourself of the Jewish distinctions.
Let's
Mazel
go.
tov. But yeah, light up that menorah, have a ball. Appreciate you being here. But yeah, this is it's a hectic time for me in a good way. And listen, I would not want to be anywhere else at noon Eastern on this Saturday than right where I am, sitting in my basement with sweaty shorts on. Didn't get a chance to shower, as you can see, and ready to rock the sim.
Did you fill out a lineup in the Saks Panther Cologne contest?
I could use some cologne, trust me. Yes, I did. Would you like me to tell you, or you want me to keep it a big
go ahead,
secret?
Because I believe lineups have locked already, so no one
30
out
seconds.
there is going to emulate
We got
your
30 seconds.
incredible
I'm
contest.
nervous. No, okay,
All right,
either
go
way.
ahead.
No, either way. So I'm going with Julio, who's been inactive several weeks in a row now. In reality, getting really hurt my fantasy lineup. Julio and the captain, going to get Robbie Anderson, DJ Moore with Teddy Bridgewater, stack that side, getting Matt Ryan in there because if Julio scores, Matty Ice is going to score, and then put in my guy Koo as a kicker because that's my thing.
Cuckoo, ka-choo. All right, well, since you guys are all begging and emailing me and tweeting me and Instagramming me, what is your lineup? Because you have been finishing in the top 10 consistently, Emerson. You're the best analyst we have. Thank you, guys. I do have a Julio in the captain spot. Matt Ryan, Gurley, Ridley, Russell Gage. I went heavy Falcons. And then the lone Panther, the lone Saks Panther.
The DS2.
Is Joey Sly. Now, I had to do kicker because I knew you and I were together. I had to do it.
Love that.
Me too, man. So this game, as we were discussing before we came on too with producer Drew, this game means nothing in regards to the Madden holiday season because in this group, I believe they're both winless. Yes, so New Orleans is in Group H 3-0. Tampa Bay 2-1. They're advancing to the postseason, which, by the way, kicks off here in the Dream Stream on Monday.
Woo.
And yeah, both these teams looking for the first win. But you know what? Madden doesn't know that. Although you said, hey, they'll play nice and loose. Maybe we get a high-scoring affair to kick off this Saturday.
You know what? That's what they're thinking. They're going to let it all hang out. We're right about that point of the season, Emerson, in the NFL, where some of these games you're just watching for fantasy or putting a little cash dollar down. And these teams don't care. They're just like, all right, listen, let's pack it in. We got golf coming up or whatever, simulated golf coming up, play a little Tiger. But I think, honestly, these teams are going to get after it today. I think these both are just going to let it loose. No, this is the last game.
Okay.
This is the last impression. We're going to be free agents after this, potentially. We might get cut from our team. They're going to try to cut some payroll. I want everyone to know that I'm the dude. I'm that guy. So they're going to all perform their little tushes off today for pride.
Mill 1270 says, wait, Rossi's beard isn't white yet.
Oh, I got some news. How about this? At halftime, we got some news about that.
Did I miss something? It apparently is so. What did I miss?
You didn't miss anything. I'm going to make an announcement about Santa Sim. I was on the phone with Santa Sim this morning. Me and him talked. He has a date. He has a time, and we're going to announce it at halftime. And I might take my shirt off. Who knows? It's going to get wild.
Oh, my God. If we're talking nipples, I am 100% in. Also, no problem. Chase JZ1 says, thanks for the 2 streams today, DK. No worries. That is true. You guys know we usually have a full 6-game slate for you, but we have some Saturday football today in the NFL. So it's myself and Rossi for Falcons at the Panthers on your screen. Rams at the Seahawks coming up at 2. Rossi will slide into the play-by-play chair. Tom will enter the picture. Are you two still planning on trying the McRibs?
It's the McRib Bowl. There's a contest there for it. Yes, we are going to do it. My wife is going to be my Uber Eats, so she's going to go get it.
That's amazing.
Yeah, a little background today. We're doing like separate celebrations for my son's first birthday. So like, I haven't eaten yet. I'm saving. I'm not meaning to intermediate fast by any chance. I just know the calories are going to be coming by the plentiful later with the food. So I'm like, yeah, I might as well first thing I put in my belly, McRib. Why not?
All right. Love it. Love it. So you guys, what's the contest name, by the way?
It's the official McRib Bowl, maybe, and then it has my name in Tom. It says like Rossi Tom, 2P.
Okay, awesome. So you guys, while you're hanging out with us here in the noon, go ahead and start thinking ahead to that 2 o'clock sim. It is going to be absolutely historic with these two gentlemen eating a McRib sandwich live on the Dream Stream. And then with Saturday afternoon and evening football, we're going to go right into Leaderboard Live starting at 4:30, guys, with Kenny and Jeff on that first game, which I believe is the Bills and Broncos off the top of my head. Yeah, it is. And then Panthers at Packers for the late one tonight. For that Leaderboard Live session will be Glash and Matt LaMarca. Speaking of Sacks Panther. So a full busy day here on the Dream Stream, but just a couple sims. And then tomorrow, you guys know the drill, the Sweat and Leaderboard Live. Also a special edition of the Sweat with a fantasy football world championship sweat show at like 6 o'clock, as we are already bringing the D in this one, as Teddy Bridgewater is sacked. And then we start the playoffs. Ooh, sack bros in the hizzy. I'm stoked, man. This has been a fun little Madden holiday season, this tournament that we have started, and I hope that the success of this brings more fun events down the road. Because I feel like the DK Sim fam has been really into it. I know we've all been really into it.
Oh, yeah. And I'll be honest, just another tease ahead. There's some fun stuff planned for like the Simper Bowl that's coming up a little over a week from now. There's some fun stuff for lead ups to that. You know, maybe some special stuff, including, you know, obviously Emerson, but and myself and some of the other hosts that you see here and there that usually just pop in. It's going to be a lot. I think they did it up this time. It was all because of you guys. You guys wanted more content when it comes to this. This community has done so much, whether you're there on the YouTubes, the Twitch, or hiding way back where in the game center, just watching on your app. Like, you guys have really made a big, big impact. I can see it just from the amount of words that Madison uses when she communicates with us. The more words, the more you can tell the emphasis on the tournament and what you guys have created here.
We have all of the usual suspects here. That was a clutch first down conversion, by the way, by Carolina. So 2nd and 7 now. Christian McCaffrey is on the board. But Small Ben is here. We see everybody. Always Blaze at 420 says, smash the like. Love that about you. You are the Captain Smash. That is now your new nickname, Always Blaze. Captain Smash. Jay Bards is here. We're picking up some nice chunky yardage. Teddy Bridgewater, who's 3 for 3, 41 yards. Going to Thomas, the tight end, for 20 of them. Good old Ian, tight end 1. But I see Jimmy B here as well. Andrew, Vince Stevenson, LP saying, Emerson, I'm sweaty. Rossi's the first one who mentioned sweat today, by the way.
Yeah.
Rossi is the first one. He says he needs to shower. He wishes he had some of that Saks Panther cologne.
I need something. I'm telling you, I reek today. But you know why? Because we're emptying the tank. Emerson, this is just your one sim. This is it. We're bringing it.
I'm going ham bone, dude. I'm going ham bone. I couldn't help out tomorrow with like the Sweat or Leaderboard Live, so I said to Madison, I'll slide in and lend a hand. I haven't seen my wife in hours. I think she's still at the coffee shop.
She's going to get that McRib.
Yeah. I did say something to her about that earlier this week. I'm like, we got a couple guys who are going to try and make McRib. And she's like, I've never had one. And you know what? I've never had one either. And I love McDonald's. I've just never pursued the McRib.
The one joke I'll make about it, when we looked up the ingredients, me and Tom have been kicking this around for a little bit. But one of the ingredients is McRib. So as part of the McRib, an ingredient is McRib. Like, what?
I don't even know what that means.
No, it's like saying like an ingredient in ambrosia salad, one of your absolute favorite disgusting meals, is ambrosia salad. Like, what do you mean? Like, what? Like, that doesn't even make sense. But
oh my God, Daniel dropping in some ridiculous big sexy moments as my guy, the only Panther roster on yours truly's lineup, Mr. Sly.
Yeah, that was a good call. I went the other way with the kicker. One of the best kickers in the league is my guy, too. But yeah, Sly sliding his way into the first points halfway through the first.
Yeah, 45-yard field goal. I love it. OG to King is here today. Can't remember if I mentioned Tom Cruise or Luke Murphy, Andrew. Thank you guys for everyone, all of you, making us part of your Saturday today. What's cooking with the Twitch fam, man? What's cooking? Tag, Yogi, A+, Chickadee, P. Fooligan, Cam.
Homies.
Oh, man, I love it. They're mobbing over there today.
Always are. Consistent. Good convo. Not really hateful.
Dracula Attorney is here as well. Good to see all you guys and gals as the Atlanta offense is going to take the field for the first time here with just over 4 minutes to play in the first quarter. Emerson Lazia, Jason Rossi with you today. Producer Drew, Daniel on the ones and twos, and good old Zach and Jim from the ops team. Matt Ryan going to the air, and easy peasy, lemon squeezy. 4 yards to Russell Gage. Let's go.
I'm going to say this now. Atlanta, I know it's the first year of these new unis. Retire these awful-looking trash unis right here. I like the look.
What's your beef?
I just don't think they look good, and they look like amateur. It's like I'm watching like Maryland or like college football when they're trying to get like Temple or somebody trying to just get like a marketing going and buy our stuff.
I think it's very like XFL-ish.
Yeah, I don't get the straight down the side. There's a lot of weird, like the gradient look, not horrible, but just like the line on the side doesn't really make any sense.
I'm not one of those guys who gets like super fired up when new threads from teams drop. Because in the end, I just don't really care that much about uniforms. And like, to me, if it's something different, that's all I'm about. That's cool. So it's like, all right, this ain't too shabby. This doesn't really make or break the rest of my life. I don't get too passionate about it. I do like how in Oregon, like Nike uses them as like their hamster. So it's like when they have any kind of uniform idea, it's like the Oregon Ducks football team or one of their athletic teams that's like, yeah, sure, we'll wear this like weird ass looking uniform combination. Yeah. As Calvin Ridley pulls in the catch for 25 yards, his first reception.
Yeah, I think one of the things also is like, it all depends on where you're going. Like, I get marketing, I get you're trying to sell jerseys, like, especially when you have players like Julio, Matt Ryan that have been there for years. Like, how many more jerseys are you going to sell if you don't change it up? I understand that. But at the same time, like, you see, like the NBA can get real atrocious. The NBA gets real funky, and I think that can be, like, eyesore. Like, when Miami brought out those, I called them the Grand Theft Auto Vice City jerseys. In the beginning, I was like, these things are striking to the eye. But then over time, they got kind of cool. So I get it. Like, I think it's also just time. Just give it a little time, and everything, just like a new Claver. When you get over that X, you just need a little bit of time.
I feel you, kid.
Let it marinate.
Julio Jones has a reception now, and the Atlanta offense is moving and grooving. They're at 55 passing yards. 2 catches for Julio now, 26 yards. When it comes to the DraftKings free showdown contest, which I have just opened up, 13,000 entries for the noon showdown. Producer Drew dropping in some of the ownership numbers as Atlanta now with the 1st and 10 from the 19. Gurley on the ground, 2 carries, 5 yards. Christian McCaffrey, the highest owned, 84%. Then you drop almost 30 points down to Todd Gurley at 57%. So the 2 running backs highly owned. Julio, 57%. Matt Ryan, 52, and Russell Gage at 50, rounding out the top 5.
And you know what? I faded the running backs in this one, too, so we'll see. Definitely need a passing touchdown to spark my lineup.
Let's go smack dab over the middle. Julio Jones now first and goal, 69 passing yards for Matt Ryan.
Nice. And here's a big opportunity here for Gurley. You know, that 2-yard line. As long as they don't come out in the shotgun, it should be a real quick handoff. Punch it into the end zone if Jake Matthews and company can score, let's see. An eye for him.
That would be Todd Gurley in the backfield, listed as the power back, also the third down back, going to run the sweep. And wow, that is so freaking easy. And it's not the most successful play that we see in Madden. As a matter of fact, Billy, babysitter Billy, hates when they run that play in first and goal or goal-to-go situations. But this time it works, and he goes untouched.
Yeah, it only works specifically if you have, like they had there, the 2 tight ends on the right side, no receiver out there to potentially, you know, get beat on a block. So great play there. Todd Gurley, you mentioned, second highest owned in this contest. Scores for you there. He has been one of the more consistent runners since the launch of Madden 21. We've gone to, you know, the new game months back. He is somebody that I really thought hard of. I know you popped him in your lineup. For me, it was just like, I'm going to go all air raid, and so far, not good. Not good. But Gurley scores first touchdown of your Sim Saturday.
Blood Robot says the McRib is amazing. No onions, extra pickles. Are you just ordering it as is, you and Tom coming up at 2 o'clock?
We didn't really have that discussion, but I don't really like onions. But if it comes with it, I'll do it as is. Like, I'd prefer extra pickles. Maybe I'll talk to my wife. But I should just do it. You know what? I'm going to do it as is. I'm not going to think about it. Because then it's like, you know, when you go to the doctors and you're going to get, you know, blood taken, you know, the more you think about it, the more you worry. For me, I'm just going to go in live. Not knowing anything.
F it, we'll do it live. Emerson's Peloton. What's up, Emerson? You and Winnie done making snow angels yet? Yeah, if you guys haven't seen it yet, go to my Instagram story, _Emerson. I caught my dog yesterday in the public garden here in Boston, ripping the arms off a snowman.
Oh.
And I called her out on it. I caught her. I said, what are you doing? And then she hopped away like a little rabbit because she's still so small and the snow is so deep. And she knew she got caught and she was guilty. And she did exactly as I taught her. When you're caught doing something wrong, just run.
I'll be honest with you. Just murdered. That could have been Frosty right there. That could have been Frosty the Snowman. He comes to life. Gone. No arms. Probably took the nose off. She probably took that carrot too.
Teddy Bridgewater, what are you doing?
Is that?
Oh my God. Yeah, baby. Yeah.
It's a mix sack. I'll take that as is.
If you're just tuning in, you're one of the almost 500 watching on YouTube. First off, thank you for being here. Second, please hit the like button. We'll ask you here today for the first time. You guys are going to be hammering it, I have a feeling, in the 2 o'clock, because if you're just tuning in and you're wondering why the McRib sandwich is being talked about so much, it's because this bearded wonder on your screen right now and Tom in the 2 o'clock hour for the 2 o'clock sim are going to be consuming a McRib sandwich live. Now, this is the first time you've had a McRib. First time. That's incredible. What about Tom? This will be Tom's first time?
I believe so. I think that was the whole part when we got the conversation. So, yes. And I think just to let people know, yeah. So, first time for both of us. I think he already ordered his and he's going to microwave it. So,
well, he's got that damn microwave that sits behind his head like in every broadcast. So, finally, we get to see him use it.
If it works.
Otherwise, it could be like one of those fake cardboard microwaves that you see at like furniture stores, you know?
Too funny.
Okay, keep your McRib away from other burgers. The McRib will eat them. Okay, Andrew.
Really? Like, should I be that worried?
Oh, we have a big play payday.
Yeah, baby.
For the Bills Broncos game today. So the big play payday for the Bills Broncos game, which is that first game, I think at 4:30 today. Man, Teddy Bridgewater, you look terrible.
Yeah, not a good start.
48 yards. That was ugly. So bring out the gilt. Punting unit will come onto the field.
I see you, Bonzo.
So producer Drew says we got a big play payday today for the Bills-Broncos game. If a 20-plus yard touchdown is scored in the fourth quarter of this Buffalo-Denver game, you will receive entry to a $100K contest next Sunday.
Ooh.
So you got to get into that showdown contest.
Let me get in on that action. I like that. 20-yard touchdown scored in the fourth quarter. It's a big Denver Buffalo.
So it's just opting in.
Yeah.
If a 20-yard touchdown is scored in the fourth quarter of Saturday's Buffalo-Denver game, you get entry to a $100K contest next Sunday. That would be the 27th. So it's a big play payday. Just opt in.
Opt in. There's going to be a 20-yard touchdown. Come on. I feel it. I feel it.
There's a where you could go for more information. Here we go. Producer Drew just dropped it in for me. Just go to DraftKings.com/bigplaypayday. Does that work? DraftKings.com/bigplaypayday. Let me see.
Yeah, it works.
So it's big-play-payday.
It should be on your home screen, too. I saw it a little while ago.
Yeah. I'm sure I'm just butchering the hell out of this. I'll drop it into Twitch as well.
It's the big play day gate. Nope. Hold on. We'll do it live. No, I'm just kidding.
All right, here we go. In 3, 2, 1.
If a 20-yard touchdown is scored in the fourth quarter of of Saturday's Bills-Denver game, you have an entry to a $100,000 contest next Sunday, which would be the 27th of December in the Lord's year of 2020. So opt into the promotion page. Do it now. Or miss out, because there's a game of football today. 2 NFL football games. If one of them in the fourth quarter of that Denver-Buffalo game scores a 20-yard touchdown plus in the fourth quarter, you get the bitches. And I won't say the next word because it rhymes and it would have been perfect.
Anywho, I'm looking at this here. So, it's like, there's no, I think it was Congo Cab was just asking.
What's he got?
Like how much is the entry? I'm literally on the website now, and you just gotta click opt in.
Opt in, just like the ones we were doing for Mondays for the past 3 months. Just opt in, freebie.
There's no entry fee.
Nope, free.
You just click opt in. So again, DraftKings.com/big-play-payday. I dropped the link into Twitch, so that's easy. I wish I could do that for YouTube. Like,
haters.
Why can't? I don't even get it.
Mike, you want to know the reason why? Do you want facts?
Yeah, I do want to know.
Because they don't want YouTube's algorithm works off of time spent on site. If you're able to link off of it, aside from in a description, people will just start leaving during. Even though it should still leave the YouTube thing open, I believe I read an article about that from good old spam as well. Good point. More important, Daniel's point. I'm over here like company man. Google's looking to keep them dollars.
I want to see if did they tweet anything out about it?
Who? DK?
DraftKings. Yeah. So it's just easier if I could say go here.
Matty Ice unleashing.
Anywho, oh my God, he was so wide open. Matt Ryan, you're already 10 of 12 for north of 100 yards. Add more. More points, more fun. More smiles on the face of all the men and women in this showdown contest.
Matt Ryan looking like Tom Brady throwing a deep ball there. Just a little too much sauce on it.
Ooh, a little too much barbecue sauce.
McRib sauce. It's probably one of the ingredients, just a McRib sauce.
All right, now up to 137 passing yards. Mr. Hayden Hurst on the reception.
Yeah, Hayden Hurst in reality. Yeah, he didn't turn out the way I think they thought that would all work when they got rid of Austin Hooper. Both Hurst and Hooper, both numbers down from last year. Hooper was a monster with this Atlanta team. Hayden Hurst pretty darn good with that Baltimore team.
Seven to 3 right now. Atlanta leading. This game in the Madden holiday season means absolutely nothing. Both are 0-2.
Stankers. And this is, don't forget, this is the defending champ Atlanta Falcons. This is a team that was the Cinderella story of the first time we had the preseason tournament. They must just not be feeling the holiday love.
Currently in the free showdown with $500 in total prizes up for grabs. Got a 4-way tie for first. Julio already has 5 catches for 68 yards in the captain spot. Matt Ryan, Todd Gurley, Calvin Ridley, Falcons defense, and Mr. Sly Guy. Pete Fool again is dropping some interesting McRib facts with what you will be consuming.
Oh boy. I don't think I'm gonna look. I'm actually gonna go to YouTube. I had Twitch
okay,
open.
Third and goal. And he goes to his tight end one. Hayden hurts so good. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Make it hurt so good. Sometimes love don't feel like it should. So, baby, effing hurts so good.
Kenny, what do you think? Hey, that's touchdown of Hayden Hurst! Thank you, Kenny. Unbelievable. We got all those great sets.
I did a sim with Kenny yesterday, and it was one of the easiest sims I have ever done. Like, I legit called play-by-play a majority of the time that I got to speak, because I didn't speak a lot. I would ask maybe Kenny a question, and then that dude would talk for like 5 straight minutes. I was like doing my Christmas shopping while he was answering questions.
Dude's on Amazon, like, let me make sure that we'll get here in time.
It was so perfect though, Rossi. Like, it really, really was.
There have been times, I agree. And actually, I popped into that one because you guys, I think we're talking about the Jaguars at the end, and I joked with Kenny on the side. I said, Kenny, when you're with me, he looks like he disheveled, comes in like eating a sandwich, drinking God knows what. I see him with you yesterday. He looked like prim and proper. I think he got his eyebrows done. His light was extra bright. So, okay.
Yeah, he recently like shaved some of the hair off of his face. But he's looked like he's trying to do this goatee thing. And I think it's making his face look like an awkward shape. I don't know what's going on with the hair like on the chin, but he seems to feel like really good about himself right now, and that's all I care about.
That's it. Body positivity, feeling good about yourself. Don't matter what me, Emerson, the only person that it really matters is between you, the big man upstairs, and producer Drew. Producer Drew says you look like crap, and guess what? Go change it ASAP.
Mm-hmm.
Just the facts.
So everyone now begging for some Christian McCaffrey love, some Christian McCaffrey action. We got 2.5 minutes here in the first half. Teddy Bridgewater has been terrible in this sim so far. Some really ugly. There you go, guys. There's some Mac attack for you. So he's got, 15 yards on 5 carries? So it hasn't been great for him either. 16 yards on 5 carries. But Dom says, yeah, he made an effort for me, which is nice.
Yeah,
I was feeling it.
Trying to impress. Good old Emerson. See Roland saying smash that like. Appreciate that, Roland. Love you.
Oh, that's right. You know what we've been doing recently, which has been actually really cool? I've been getting with my broadcasting co-host. So in this situation, this moment, it is you. And we're 8 likes away from 100. So how about this? 8 of you, on the count of 3, smash that like button together. And then you and I, let's count them down. Ready?
Yeah.
We're going to go from 1 to 3.
Okay, that's weird. Okay.
Or should we go 3 to 1?
3 to 1. Count down.
All right, here we go. Ready? And 3,
2,
1.
Happy Like Day!
Happy McRib Saturday.
Give that like a kiss. It's the Sim Saturday. Give that like a kiss day. What's this on? Same old lines on. No, I'm singing like Merry Happy New Year. I can't think of anything. Christmas tunes. I got Christmas tunes on the brain, bro. That's all I'm saying.
Hell yeah. Hey, dude, and it's the week, man. I haven't. I'm boycotting gifts like this year. I have to get my wife something, so I'll figure that out eventually.
Get into the bathroom. Go in the bathroom, see what she uses, and just refill.
No, nope. I will not do that. It's a massive mistake.
Oh, okay, never mind.
But I've told my in-laws. I've told my in-laws, sister-in-law. I mean, parents, like everyone. No, not doing it. I said, if you really want something, give me a charity. I'll make a donation to your charity of choice, but I'm not doing gifts. I said, I'm out of it.
2020.
This is not the year for it.
I love the charity idea. That's actually really smart. Like, hey, just even if it's like short money, 10, 15, 20, 30, whatever you got. Like, whatever you would normally spend, which is probably way too much on your family, that's a better way to do it. Unless somebody really needs something. I'm not trying to, like, be like, don't get gifts. But I like that. I like that a lot. Yeah, we did the same thing. I said, you buy me anything, I'm just returning it, so don't worry.
Yeah. And now my wife brings it up too. She says, you've told me in years past you didn't want anything, and one year I did it, and you didn't let me forget about it until the next Christmas. I said, I know. I was young and stupid. Now I'm older and stupid, and I won't hold a grudge like that. But my parents and I have done that. My parents and I have done that for the past handful of years. We've gotten rid of the gifts and cash. We'll do a charity thing. But I keep telling the Megs family, I said, you're not getting anything. Just give me a charity and we'll do it. That's the way to go.
That's it. I like it. I actually really dig it.
Me too, babe. Me too. So go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, or you could drop, some fan friends. You could drop each other little DK bucks.
Oh.
Send them, be like, hey, here, play in that contest. I want to whoop your tush on Sunday.
I love that. There's Christian McRib on the reception. Everything is McRib now. I also saw an interesting promotion the other day on Twitter that I think now the DraftKings Sportsbook, you can purchase like gift cards for people for people who live in states where sports betting is legal. So that's something to keep in mind, guys. If that's right up your alley, you have a family member who loves that stuff. But here we go, under a minute to play. It is 2nd and 7 from the 15. He's been scrambling and freaking out all game long. But this time, hot diggity damn, DJ.
Remix.
Rick.
Yeah, that's a big touchdown there. That helps my lineup. You've been saying it all half. Bridgewater has stunk out the joint like my armpits, but unfortunately here he saved the half with the late score. Big time stuff.
Helens, 30 Helens agrees, says, I like to lick the like button.
Oh,
that's cool.
Yeah.
Does that work? Like, you got a tablet, can you tongue punch the like button?
I think it would take a little bit of force, but you could probably do it.
Yeah. All right, cool. I mean, that's the thing. Take video of it and tweet it at Rossi.
Please don't. I'll trust your words.
Phil on YouTube says Teddy McRibwater.
I like that.
We need to get in touch with McDonald's and be like, you guys need to watch the 2 o'clock sim. We're going to be like, what the hell is this? What are you guys doing? Calling Madden games on YouTube. I said, yeah, but it's going to turn into like this. It's already essentially become a whole commercial for them. So if they could just send me like a $1,000 gift card that I could spend just on French fries, that would be amazing. I love those French fries so much.
Yeah, can I get the free French fries for life card, please?
Oh, you know what? You know what I did recently too? I was leaving work late about like a month ago as Matt Ryan gets rid of the football before he is sacked. A 12 of 15, he's got a touchdown around 150 yards. But I got their spicy nuggets one night, real late at night. Ooh, baby, those are good and sweet and sour sauce.
Everyone talks about all these places with their spicy chicken, and I'll tell you right now, I've just never done it. So maybe, listen, if I was going to go full binge, I would go wild. But I guess right now, I feel like I'm just going to stick to the McRib today. It could open a very vicious door. If I really like this thing, I'm a little concerned. But We'll see. We'll McRib it up and see what happens.
Dallas God, I cannot repeat that comment, but that's funny.
Let me look. He loves me, so I'm sure it's about me.
Oh God, that is so funny.
All right, hold on. I've been over. Oh wow, jeez, Dallas God. There was a big, there's a big, because I'm only 4'6" in kayfabe here. There's big jokes about that. So we did a whole thing about it the other day, me and Glash. And then we made a holiday card. It's on Twitter.
By the way, I see you guys asking about the 5 DK bucks from like last night's holiday special. And this is what I'm told. I am relaying to you the message. I am the friendly messenger that everyone loves. So don't get mad at me. If the Friday bonus is completed, in which it was, the 5 DK dollars will be paid out by 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time on Monday, the 21st. So just a lot going on right now. You're going to get your 5 DK dollars. I promise you that. It will be paid out by 11:59 Eastern Time this Monday night, the 21st.
This Monday. Okay, let me just.
I knew it. I knew Aaron Rodgers. By the way, that was Aaron Rodgers. If you got into that holiday special, the late slate yesterday, it was if Aaron Rodgers threw a touchdown pass.
Like this, right? He was just like.
He had 15 straight games of doing it.
Isn't him in there?
And of course, he did it.
Also, very quickly, since we're doing promotional things, this coming Wednesday, mark your calendar, noon and 2, I'll be on with Glash and then Christian, who I haven't teamed up with Christian in a long time. Love that dude. Miss that guy.
I love Christian a lot. He's a really good dude.
Sim Santa will be coming to the Dream Stream. The final day of the Dream Streams before the holiday break. This coming Wednesday, noon and 2. Bring the kids, bring the family, bring what you want for Christmas, those last-minute wishes, because Sim Santa will be in the house for the noon and the 2 again with Glash, myself, Sim Santa will be there, and then myself and Christian in the 2. So look out for that Wednesday.
Shout out to Jamal, who just joined the chat. It's good to have you here. He says, wow, watching it work. And he wants more Hurst. Oh, you will get it. You will get it. I have a feeling. We must speak it into existence. So does that mean Rossi, who had to just leave really quickly, I think he had to go pull a Lamar Jackson, if you know what I mean. But does that mean Rossi is going to be dressing up as Santa? I have no idea, but I certainly would love for Santa Claus to deliver more points to my lineup. Where are you guys in the Saks Panther Cologne contest? There's 108 of you who were brave enough to take me on in the contest. I'm 26 right now out of 108. Stats and scores have been updated. In the 13,000 entry free showdown contest, there's your boy Hurst. Little meat wagon. We've got ourselves a 9-way tie for first. Julio Jones in the captain spot. Matt Ryan, Gurley, DJ Moore. Hurst and Squad. Oh, the bearded wonder has returned.
I had to just do my sit-ups real quick, my pull-ups.
Wait a minute. Always Blaze says, ho, 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 hell no.
Whoa. Oh.
I am, we will be on the road traveling on Wednesday, but I can tell you what, I don't care if I'm driving or not driving. I am breaking out my phone, and I have got to see what you will be delivering on Wednesday. I said, that is appointment YouTube television.
I'm going to need you to show up in the chat and let us know, you and the roommate, Winnie as well, what those final wishes are for Christmas. Because Sim Santa is going to make all the dreams come true this coming Wednesday, the noon and the 2. Eastern. So whatever that is, Western, you're just lucky. That's 9. Imagine waking up. And
What's
just
that?
right to Santa. Like eggs, little scrambled eggs, a little bake, And yum, 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 right in your tum. Then Santa's right there in your screen.
It's the day before Christmas Eve. Just, kegs and eggs, people. And then just hang out with Sim Santa all day long. On 3rd and inches, Todd Gurley delivering a present. 9 carries, 22 yards. First down. Drive stays alive. It's 14-10. Falcons with 6 minutes to play here in the 3rd quarter. Mamba Vision 247 over on Twitch says, I'm just getting here. I left the window open last night. Couldn't get out of bed because it was so cold. Dude, it was like 0 degrees in Boston last night.
Yeah, it was.
It was like one of the coldest days in human history. Brutal.
Cannot confirm that, but absolutely was freezing cold. I watched some real B-tier, like Christmas horror movie on Tubi. I started downloading all these services you can get because I feel like I've been missing out.
Yeah.
Like I have an Apple TV subscription that I just haven't used. I'm like, let me check that out. And I was checking out Tubi. I was checking all these services, and you're like, man, there's so many of them. There's so many streaming services.
Yeah.
I got lost for a few minutes.
We watched Ted Lasso recently on Apple TV. That's really good.
I put that on the Pluto. Thanks, Dan. There goes my 3 a.m. tonight. I know what I'm doing myself.
You can't sleep. You're just looking at memes on Instagram and exploring whatever the hell Pluto is.
Yeah, I'm just like, what else can I get for free? Ted Lasso has been put on the to-watch list. Defending Jacob. A lot of people have told me about that on Apple. I want to see that Newsroom show as well. That I've heard great things about.
Yep. I watched the first episode of that like a year ago, and then I just forgot to watch the rest. But clearly, I don't know if it was for me or not.
Yeah,
first time playing Fortnite's here over on Twitch. What were you gonna say?
No, I was just gonna say check that stuff out once we get past the holiday, because right now I'm still full-fledged. Anything holiday. I just got Disney Plus on just spinning. I had like Richie Rich Christmas upstairs.
Oh my God, that's great. Now the newsroom is the HBO one. I love that one. Are you talking about the morning show?
Yeah, sorry. Yes, the Newsroom is excellent show. Most underrated show of the last decade by far. It might even been beyond that. But that was an awesome show. Yes, the morning.
Yeah, producer Drew says the morning shows, it gets like a little heavy. And it's like, I don't know, man. That's why I love Ted Lasso so much. I didn't have to think about it. It was super positive. It would like build up my spirit and my attitude. It was really funny.
Yeah.
My wife and I don't really get into like the same shows a lot unless it's garbage reality television. But Ted Lasso was one we watched from start to finish together.
Yeah, I've heard great things about that. And what's the other one? There's another show that's on there there's just so many. You know what I want to watch? That new Mel Gibson movie called The Fat Man. It's like him being like
dude, looks amazing.
Yes. So like this is like put all your diehard opinions to the rest. Like this is going to be an action like Santa Claus is an action hero. And he's played by Mel freaking Gibson. I am so in. And just think about that for a second if you want to take like, the headlines and the controversy of his life. He said he is now playing Kris Kringle. Hilarious. And he's like badass action hero. So yeah, that's definitely going to get on the, if I'm feeling lazy and cheap, I'll get to a red box. If I'm feeling lazier and feeling like spending $3, I'll put it on whatever of the 50 different streaming services I have.
Matty Ice, let's go to me and Julio down by the schoolyard.
Put up those sticks, 11, touchdown. That's big. He is having himself a day. Both of our captain helping out a lot of lineups. No, he wasn't as owned as the running backs, but still getting that high ownership. I hit the wrong button. Hey, would you ever hit that button when it's going to download something? It just slows everything down.
Yes, it really does. But Julio McRib with another touchdown.
Yeah, he's 57.2% owned, right above Matty Ice, right below Todd Gurley. So him and Matty Ice, you teamed him up. That's a good stack. If you were like Emerson, you stacked every single Falcon and a McRib thrown in there for fun. Maybe I'll do a McRib stack. Just get 4. Sit on them and eat
it. I can't wait for you and Tom to be eating McRibs on the Dream Stream at 2 o'clock.
Yeah, my next couple days of Dream Stream look like this. Eating McRibs and then Sim Santa. Maybe I'm on Tuesday. I might be on with our guy, the Deuce, Kenny Ducey. I guarantee he looks as lazy as ever during mine. Because when he's with Emerson, he's going to be like plucking his eyebrows and shaving his nose hairs.
Yeah, it is. I missed my girl Dina. I'm hoping Dina actually. I do need to get my eyebrows waxed again before like we do holiday pictures. She's going to do a bunch of holiday pictures while we're in Buffalo with Meg and I and Winnie.
Nice.
So I need to get these things cleaned up a little bit, the caterpillars. But this is the first. Let's see. Julio went 2 straight games without a touchdown. So he is back in the scoring column there. But prior to that, had 4 straight games with a touchdown reception. Averaging 18 fantasy points per game. Pretty good dude. Pretty smart move to throw this guy into the captain spot, if I say so myself. P. Fooligan says, I watched my phone. It seems like that's not a good idea, not a good thing for cell phones. So he says he's on his laptop. I have not washed my cell phone before. I have been pushing like the pool when I had my cell phone in my pocket, and I pulled it out like right away and I saved it.
Nice snag, bro. That's a good save.
Has anyone done the Rice thing?
Yes.
I hear that can be hit or miss.
It was hit for my wife, who I forget what happened. She dropped her purse in a puddle or something, and her phone got drenched, and then had to buy a new purse. But I just put the purse in the Rice. No. Yeah, the phone in the Rice actually did activate the phone again. I wouldn't say it was good to go forever, but I felt like it lasted a few more extra months than it probably should have.
Yeah. 6 carries, 26 yards for Christian McCaffrey in that 92 speed. He's the third down back. He's the power back. He does it all. He's a 99 overall. He's got the only X factor on this Carolina Panthers team. DJ Moore's got a superstar traits. Brian Burns, defensive end, in the December update was given some superstar traits, as Teddy Bridgewater was almost picked off there. He's 11 of 14 in this game.
Yeah. By the way, in the contest, the LOTZIASAX. Do I spell it all? No, I'm kidding. I was in 8th. Now I'm currently in 9th. So if I could get a little DJ Moore, Robbie Anderson score here, this could be shaking.
What is your lineup again?
My lineup goes as so. Julio in the captain right now rocking that 30.9. Matt Ryan, Teddy Bridge, DJ Moore, Robbie Anderson, and Kachu. Kicker.
Yeah, I'm rocking Julio. I'm 19th place. I'm telling you, I should get on earlier on these things. I should show up earlier and give people my lineup even earlier so people can copy it and join me near the top of the leaderboard. I have been on fire. I think I'm 5 straight contests with top 20 rosters and lineups. It's unbelievable.
My last one I came in 2nd. But then there's a bunch of me finishing in the hundreds. 29, 64, hundreds. I actually, in the NFL contest, I'm actually going to become a DK contributor, I think, because I won $6 last week and finished 1,191. And yeah, so people, follow my lineups, baby. I'm coming for that. I'm coming for that cash. Coming for that millionaire contest tomorrow. I'm also in an LPGA contest. I'm getting absolutely smoked.
Are you really? What's going on right now?
I don't know. You tell me. It's I'm currently in 6,931st out of over 15K in the LPGA 150K resurgence. Yeah. Not so good. My lineup's not so good. I don't even know. I just did it.
Can you see the crown behind me? I didn't know if this was a good spot or not.
Let me see. Why don't you bring it can you bring it closer? Just bring
no,
it right
I don't want to take it off the tree.
Yeah, I can see it.
Placed this perfectly.
It's the light.
It's yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I'm getting smashed and glashed by the sunshine right now in the sun.
Sunshine, lollipops, and rainbows everywhere.
Steal my sunshine, sunshine. Dude, one of the best one-hit wonders is Len. Steal my sunshine.
Brother-sister combo.
Oh, they're brother and sister?
Yeah.
What? Aren't they on a moped together in that music video? And they're a little too close?
It was a weird time. They were trying to play it all the producers.
Oh my God.
They were just riding a moped.
Clueless. That's like Clueless when the brother and sister marry each other at the end.
Oh, listen, they weren't like blood.
Oh, wow. Well, I learned something new today.
Yeah, still your sunshine.
Live again. This is the final quarter of regulation here for our noon sim. There'll be one more sim to go today. Rossi and Tom will be trying the McRib sandwich live here on the Dream Stream at 2 o'clock for Rams at Seahawks. And then we've got Leaderboard Live the rest of the day. Kenny and Jeff will have you for the early game. That is the Bills and the Broncos. What are they doing? Wow. How far was that?
75 yards. No, it was not.
I am not complaining. He is in my lineup, but that had to be like almost 60 yards for crying out loud. Panthers-Packers is the late game for Leaderboard Live, and that will be Glash and Lamarca.
Yes. By the way, just tweeted out, Adam Schefter confirming Damian Harris will be out for the New England Patriots tomorrow. So just keep that in note when you're building your lineups tomorrow. No Damian Harris.
James White game. Huge James White game confirmed.
Don't go Sony Michel. Do not do it. No. It's a trap.
It is a trap. 1,000%. That big play payday.
Yeah.
Bills Broncos game today, guys. Just go to DraftKings.com. I'm sure it pops up right away. If a 20-plus yard touchdown is scored in the fourth quarter of this Buffalo-Denver game, you'll get entry into a $100K contest next Sunday on the 27th. All you have to do is opt in. There's no entry fee. Let me go to DraftKings.com and see if it pops up.
Oh, man, I have to make a decision tonight. I just realized my fantasy lineup. It's a good thing I looked at this. Saturday game's throwing me off.
Yeah, make sure you do look at your season long. Hell, if you want to play some fun little showdowns today, too, that's cool.
Absolutely. Get in there. See, I think I got to play Robbie Anderson tonight. Ooh, do I go QT? Oh, boy. This is tough.
Yeah.
This is tough. No, I didn't want that. Uh-oh. Oh, boy. Yeah, Drew Brees looks like he's going to play tomorrow.
Yeah, he is. I know. I'm playing ZT in our season-long semifinals.
Yep.
And, of course, that son of a gun had Darren Waller the other night. He went off for 30 points.
Yeah,
ooh, Todd Gurley. More points, more fun.
Yeah, big game for Darren Waller.
Yeah, I got some decisions to make in that one.
Yeah, I faded and for the first time in like 8 weeks benched Justin Herbert because didn't like the news about Mike Williams and Keenan Allen. Their limited participation coming a short week. Herbert hasn't been great recently, and of course he just smoked it and then scored a game-winning touchdown from the ground just for laughs, just to really dig it in. So Jared Goff needs to get me at least 32 points tomorrow, and there's
And you can kind of understand and see now why Brian Burns was given some superstar traits in the December update. Rosters all stay the same that we've had since we launched Madden 2021. But if you want to check them out and see maybe who lost and who added some superstar traits, go to our Madden Streams information page. We also have all of the standings for this Madden holiday season tournament we are in the middle of right now, which the playoffs start on Monday. See the standings. You can see stats. ZT's doing a great job with that. So shout out to him. Shout out to all of you who have been hanging out with us today to start your Saturday. It's Matt Ryan holding on to the football forever, and once again, Mr. Burns. Excellent, Smithers. Excellent, McRib.
Let's see if the McRib is excellent. But that, the DST for Carolina, obviously, point-wise, still gave up the 3 scores, but have had a good amount of sacks now, making plays.
Nine-way tie for first.
Yeah, just a McRib. Hold on, do I need to order anything else? My Uber Eats is about to leave. Do I need anything else?
You need French fries. You have to get fries with that.
Dude, I will. If I have French fries and a McRib, and then I have like a meal after, Can't do
Are
it.
you going to be, and you probably are going to be eating a lot of cake this weekend, aren't you?
Well, we have cake
Is there
lined up.
cake involved?
I try to. The one thing about me is I really try to avoid sugar. Like everything else, I don't care. But
Well,
sugar's
then you got to go fries. How can you go to McDonald's and not get their world famous fries?
No, don't get the fries. No, I'm not texting.
All right, get a small fry. Just
no,
a
no
small
fry.
one.
No fry. You can have a fry. That will absolutely
Dude,
send
then
me.
you could put fries on the sandwich.
Listen, it will send me down a spiral like you wouldn't believe. I will gain at least 80 pounds in the next 16 hours if I have fries with it.
I can't believe it. You just only want the sandwich, because even Rob Dog's like, you need a vanilla shake, man.
Oh, that sounds excellent. I'll make my own version.
Chase says a McDouble and a Coke. Yeah, it's true. Their fountain sodas there do taste so much better. I don't know if they put like more syrup in them or something. It's so good.
6-piece McNugget. Free double with $1. Like, honestly, a McNugget sounds excellent. Like, I would down some McNuggets. No sugar in there. Not that
Producer Drew was like a McFlurry, and like, well, the McFlurry machine is probably broken.
Oh, I know. Don't.
No, it's when you show up after like 8 o'clock and they're within a couple hours of closing.
Bro, no, I've been there. I've played this game before. Actually, at a mutual friend of ours' wedding that no longer is a relationship, but that doesn't matter. The point is, went there at like 11:30. Was like, hey, I get a couple McFlurries. They're like, yeah, no problem. And they're like, oh, sorry, the machine's down.
Every single time.
It's a trap, dude. They're doing something. Something's up with that. Like, are they using that machine to also do something else? Like, that's what I need to know.
I don't know.
That's for the McRibs.
Yeah, like, has anyone on the stream right now, has anyone ever worked there and can give us like the inside scoop? I mean, how long does it take to clean one of those machines? And my gut is telling me it's a pain in the butt to clean it, which is why they start so early, and then why it's always broken in air quotes.
Oh yeah, dude, I'll tell you right now, that thing's gonna be a disaster. I used to have to clean out soda machines, so like I can only imagine like the pipes that come from the back of a restaurant. I can only imagine what that thing goes through. Also, Marcus dropping the Little Debbie Christmas cakes. Like, thank God my Uber Eats already left, because she is a fiend for that stuff. She like will go ham, and she's not like a nasty eater in any sense. She just like, that's her vice.
Yeah. So McCaffrey currently only has around like 8 points, I saw.
Yeah, he's leading the pack of the Not My Kid Award with that ownership.
Damn, dude. And also, I remember in like the 2020 version of Madden when we were here on the Dream Stream, like he actually was someone I would fade more often than not. But I'm looking at some of his recent performances and not too shabby. 25 points, 21. There's 16, there's 13, there's 16. You go 20. Damn, he had a 51-point outing against the Giants. What did he do? 176 yards rushing. Okay, that's great. I like good punts.
I like big punts, and I cannot lie.
Oh, that was one of them there. Saucy McSaucerson.
McRossi. Ooh, not getting out of there. That Hayden Hurst with the short grab.
By the way, I don't know if we drew a lot of attention to it, but like at the start of the second half when Atlanta came out, they threw to Hayden Hurst like 5 times on that drive.
7 straight times. They were just like, yeah, anybody else?
I think Congo Cap and a few people in the YouTube chat were even like, yeah, okay, we're good with Hurst now, man. Can you start throwing it to someone else, please, Matt Ryan?
Appreciate it.
We are coming to a close here. Nice catch, Julio. Way to stay in bounds, man.
Is he the bonus? Oh, let's see. He's got to be close.
Matt Ryan's close. He's got 273. Julio. Yeah, he's there, dude. Good call, Rossi. Nice work, baby.
I knew he's somewhere in that 80-yard range, so add 23 minus square root of 150,000. Boom, 1 bonus. That's all you need to know.
So we're at 168 likes. I'm not going to say smash it because someone earlier was upset that we kept saying smash the like button as he was trying to go back to her. So I'm going to say glash the like button. Do whatever you want. Tongue punch it for all I care.
Excuse you.
But if you touch it, we appreciate it.
Oh, no. Just realized something.
What's wrong?
I heard my Uber Eats. I thought my Uber Eats was coming back in, but I think I left something out in the garage I shouldn't have. So I think I'm going to get in trouble in between sims.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
I don't
like this.
Or is it something you could share?
Yeah, it was my son's, one of the cakes. It's not going to be the end of the world, but I knew it was out there since like 8 a.m.
Oh, a cake? It wasn't an ice cream cake, right?
No, but I have like a heater on in there because that's also where we do that's where we do our sweat sessions, if you would. Yeah, I'm a little nervous. I'm going to have to quickly do a shower and then right back down to this in between. There's no time
you're fine. I thought it was something, I don't know. I thought it was something much worse than that, like not safe for stream sharing.
No, yeah. I left my underwear there. She's going to know. No, honestly, like that, I just have a feeling. Maybe I'll get a talking to. Maybe I won't. Maybe by the time maybe she's going to have a McRib and it will change her life. Spoiler, she won't. It asked.
You're right, always Blaze at 420. Don't let one bad apple spoil the whole damn bunch. You're exactly right. So you guys smash it.
Also, mocking.
Right, so here we go.
Let me just very quickly. I need it very quickly. I am so sorry. That is very rude of me. I know you're letting everything out of the tank. It's the one sim weekend here. But I will just say, Mockingjay, watch out for when Notre Dame whoops that candy butt of Clemson. Rematch. And guess what? When Clemson gets handed that L and is still in the national title hunt and probably still ends up winning it, I'm telling you now, the way Notre Dame responded in that game last time, that's all they need to do. Let them score. Just keep scoring along with them.
How awesome would that be? Notre Dame just hops into the ACC for 1 year and wins it.
That's it. Well, now the rumors are, will they stay in the ACC? I hate that they're in the ACC.
Way.
I hate that they're in here. Dude,
look at Jim. Look at Jim from the ops team coming at you in our Zoom chat. It says, sorry, Rossi, Clemson is going to spank them. Not just beat them, spank them.
I can't speak for Notre Dame. They may be into that, but I will tell you this, that right here, right now, it will not happen. They cannot, aside from the fact, I will say this one thing, the only thing that makes me nervous is that Brian Kelly's coming out yelling about like that family may not be invited to like the playoff game. Like, bro, stop worrying about playoff games. You got to worry about this Saturday, 4 p.m. kick tonight, this afternoon. That is the biggest game of all their lives. So Notre Dame going to hand out L's, going to eat dubs, like I'm going to eat a McRib, and that's it. And then we're going to shut up about Notre Dame not being this team. They're on TV. They're not that great. I'm done with it. On behalf of the Latzia family, the grandpa, playing in the 40s.
Let's go.
Emerson and I living that legacy by calling Sims on YouTube. Listen, for all that is holy, we need Notre Dame to win. Aren't you done with Clemson? Aren't we over it? Like Alabama.
I know, it's like their 6th straight year of being in Charlotte, playing in this game. But at the same time, they're that good. Like, someone stop them. But Notre Dame, I'm excited to see the rematch. Trevor Lawrence is involved this time, so it could be a little more difficult. Even though that first meeting in South Bend was pretty damn difficult, a 2 overtime thriller. That's when all of the fans and students in the stands rushed the field afterwards. And we were like, this looks like COVID's just peaking. As Todd Gurley picks up the first down, I think Matt Ryan is going to end this game at 299 yards. There was a 3rd and 5, and of course, Hayden Hurst has been the story in the second half of this one. I need to address this comment from Jordan K on YouTube. When I worked at McDonald's, we'd get dozens upon dozens of ice cream orders after 10 o'clock. The guy in charge of the cleaning said they just didn't want to clean it twice in the night, so they left it off. So that's exactly the rumors that I have heard. That, you clean it a little early and then you just don't want to clean it like a second time. It's just so gut-wrenching when that's all you want is like the Reese's Pieces and M&M's swirled around in ice.
I just want a sweet treat. And you know what it is? These lazy bums. I'm just kidding. I worked in a restaurant and we used to close like 3 minutes early. I'm like, oh, sorry, your kitchen's closed. I get you. You know what you do? You go in the back, you just unplug that thing and say, sorry, it's broken. Not working. That's it. Let me double check my lineup here as we fade to black.
Yeah, we have come to the close of this game.
Damn.
We'll
27.
hang out with it for a few more minutes, guys, but while we're at it, Rams at Seahawks coming up with Bossy Rossi and our dude Tommy Popsicles.
McRib.
And then Kenny and Jeff are DK leaderboard live at 4. Glash and Lamarca for DK leaderboard live at 8. The games tonight, Bills and the Broncos 4:30, Panthers and Packers at 8:15. And in the Buffalo-Denver game, I'll read it one more time here. All you have to do is opt in. There's no entry fee. There's no drop in cash. If a 20-plus yard touchdown is scored in the fourth quarter of Saturday's Buffalo-Denver game, you will get entry into a $100,000 contest next Sunday. Opt in on the Big Play Payday promo page. I'm assuming you could probably Google DraftKings Big Play Payday promo page and that'll come up. But it's simple as just clicking opt in and boom. If there is a fourth quarter touchdown of 20 or more yards in today's Buffalo-Denver game, it's the early one, you'll get entry into a $100K contest for next Sunday, the 27th.
Boom, nailed it. Ready for this? With, Jalen Hurts is starting for the Eagles. Andy Dalton is the Cowboys starter. Dwayne Haskins is now going to be the starter for the Redskins based on Alex Smith's injury. Colt McCoy is going to be getting the start for the Giants. All 4 NFC East teams, or the NFC least teams, will all be starting backup quarterbacks tomorrow. And they're all still in the playoff hunt.
Oh, my Lord.
Interesting.
Julio Jones and Hayden Hurst. Hayden Hurst had a 10-reception game. Julio Jones had a 7-reception game. Hurst, 104 yards. Jones, 109, and a touchdown each. Who is going to be your Krusty Kaufman player of the game?
I kind of poo-pooed him earlier in the sim in reality. Showing up, showing out, 10 grabs, get that bonus, gets a tud, only 30% owned. Hayden Hurst, my friend, congratulations. You get to have something with the name Koff in it and also include your name. So Hayden Hurst will be the Krusty Koff player of the game. Don't have to ask. Christian McCaffrey blew it for all of us.
All right.
I didn't personally play him, but he's the Billy Delaney, not my McRib award.
All right, so it looks like right now, if scores hold, I took 19 in the Sacks-Panther contest.
You beat me, 27th.
I knew I would.
Oh, I was feeling real good there in that 8th spot, and then things just didn't crumble my way. Julio Jones with that 40 burger, though. That's nice.
Yeah, looks like W. Frazier. Ooh, smart son of a gun.
Yeah.
Captaining Hurst with 44 points. And then let's go over to the free contests here. The $500 total prizes up for grabs. Looks like a 9-way tie for first. Again, if scores hold. So these things should be final if they're not already. Just keep an eye on it.
Hold on, keep one more.
I don't know what the hell's going on. I still don't know what the hell's going on.
Let's go Irish, baby. I'm as Italian as they come.
All right. I love you guys. Have a good rest of your weekend. I'm back on Monday at noon, but come back at 2 o'clock for the McRib eating contest between Rossi and Tom. Thank you to producer Drew, Daniel on the ones and twos, Zach and Jim from the ops team. Much love, DK Sim fam. Have a great rest of your weekend. I love you. All right, we are happy to be joined now by former NFL wide receiver, Super Bowl champion Amani Toomer. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm doing really well.
So the family, everyone's doing good right now?
Everyone's good. We're actually holed up in Denmark. We're kind of COVID refugees out here, but it's a great place to be. It's a lot safer place to be than in northern New Jersey. So we're here for the while, and hopefully that vaccine will hit, and we'll be back in No time at all.
For sure. And what kind of work have you been doing over there? You've actually been doing some NFL commentary while you're living in Denmark?
Yeah, I got a job working at TV3, and they have 2 games a week. They have 7 straight hours of NFL football. And then they have the Monday night game and they have the Thursday night game. So they have a lot of content. And it's impressive because it's not as big, but it's a growing market, the NFL out there. It's not that huge of a country, so it's kind of one of those countries that, the NFL wants to get into, but it's not like, breaking down the doors to get into, like say the UK or Germany or any of those countries. But it's a very I think a lot of people out here are really starting to like it and starting to get into it. They have their own leagues. They have a World Cup of American
Do they
football.
really?
Yeah, and America, of course, America doesn't. We don't participate, but a lot of these like European countries, Japan has a lot big influence because they have all the GIs. So football is trying to get its legs internationally, and the fact that the NFL is so so glitzy and it's run so well, and the games are so intriguing, I think it could definitely, with a little push, get a lot more, kind of like basketball where it's international.
Right. Yeah, total like global sport there with basketball. I don't know if kids watching this will know, but like all the young ones out there watching this kind of reminds me of like NFL Europe. Remember that?
Oh, that was wildly successful out
Right?
here. And I think there's a lot of players. Actually, a guy, Yelda, who played for the Patriots. He went to Arkansas, went to the Patriots. Then he's with the Houston Texans, and we interview him all the time because there's such a interest in people watching the sport.
I remember that too. You could only have like a handful of people, I think, from like America or something on those teams. It was kind of crazy. How often though are people like, oh my God, like Amani Toomer, like you played on that Super Bowl 42 like team that stopped the Patriots from going 19-0. How often are people like picking your brain about that?
It's the Danish people are very reserved, and it's funny. Like I remember I checked into a hotel one night. We were getting ready to go to the game, getting ready to do the game, and the guy was like very nice. He's like, and then I said my name. He's like, oh, Monty Toomer, and then he's like, oh, well, I'm gonna see you later on tonight on TV. Keep up the good work. And I'm just like, whoa, like it was just the weirdest thing because it was like he gave me my key and was like, all right, I'll see you on TV tonight. And it was just kind of like, it's not like any kind of celebrity type thing in the United States. It's very subtle.
You gotta get bodyguards and stuff. You gotta get your own personal security out there.
No, it's not like that at all. It's not like that at all. But it's good. I mean, they're very respectful, and it's a very they don't like put people on pedestals up here. So everybody's kind of the same. And that's kind of the culture here. They have this thing called Dendalan or something like that, where nobody's better than anybody else. And it's part of the culture. It's embedded in all of Scandinavia. So that's kind of how they treat everything. Like he was very excited that I was there, but then he just wasn't like outwardly like, oh my God, like sometimes you get here in the United States.
The complete opposite of the United States, the complete opposite of like social media and all of that stuff. Where does that Super Bowl victory rank among like your favorite memories throughout your career?
I think it definitely was one of the most memorable things I've done in my career. It made a lot of things that, because in the NFL, there's great successes and there's also extreme disappointment and failure. And winning that Super Bowl made all that failure kind of mean something, and there's a lot of guys that walk out of the NFL that don't get a chance to kind of experience the euphoric and how it feels to be on a team of professionals when everybody kind of sacrifices for each other and they do what's right to win a game, win one Super Bowl. And it's just a weird feeling because it's such a dog-eat-dog world where, only thing in some teams I was on, the only thing that people cared about was if they were going to be on the team next year, as opposed to and those are some of the most talented teams I was on, but they weren't the best team I was on. And the best team I was on is when everybody really sacrificed for each other, and we ended up having the most success.
Yeah, that's great. And you had a lot of success, like over like 13 years. I think the average career for like a wide receiver is maybe like 2-3 years. You went 13, man. You went 13,
Yeah.
especially during a time where like, I mean, guys were just knocking dudes unconscious like constantly. Like, I mean, how were you able to put together such like a long, successful, like healthy career?
I think a lot of it's luck, and I paid a lot of attention to um, my body. Every time I sweat out on the field, I'd get in the cold tub. I would stretch. I would do yoga. I think yoga really saved me because there was a time where I was getting kind of stiff as I was getting older, and then the yoga kind of loosened me right back up. And I mean, luck and I'd love to work out. It wasn't something that was a hard thing for me to do. And I think those two things, and plus I was a bigger receiver, right? So like a lot of these DBs are like little. So not little, but they're smaller. They'll be like 5'10", they'll be like 210. But that to me, like I was 6'3", like 210, but I don't know, I just didn't feel like a lot of those guys could really put that, because that's what I deal with mostly was the DBs and the safeties. And all those guys I didn't really think could give me that great of a shot because I was bigger than them.
Hey, everybody. I am back on your screen, but I am not alone. They're all three of these gentlemen look familiar because they were in the first block of the show. Jeff Ulrich, Pierce Dietrich, Sweet T. Fowler. Guys, we got not one, but two games on the Saturday slate. So we're going to get your DFS opinion and sports betting opinion on all of them. Jeff, let's start with you. Buffalo at Denver. Who would you captain?
Look, I mean, I know I'm usually the guy who like tries to take some sort of weird angle and give you some kind of low ownership play, but like there's no need to get fancy here. Just play Josh Allen in the captain spot. I mean, you're going up against the Denver Broncos defense. They've allowed the most rushing touchdowns to opposing quarterbacks, the sixth most rushing yards to opposing quarterbacks. And realistically, like who else are you going to play? Who are you going to play on Denver? I mean, maybe what are you going to chase the Melvin Gordon like 2-touchdown game? Maybe that happens. Buffalo's not the greatest rush defense. Drew Lock's not throwing 4 more touchdowns here. Josh Allen is by far the best player in this game. You could throw Steph Diggs in there too, but I would rather roster Allen against this defense. Like I said, I think Josh Allen essentially acts as the Bills running back. I think he is a great chance of finding the end zone with his legs. So Captain Josh Allen.
Reed, is it that simple? Is it Josh Allen and then everyone else?
Yeah, I mean, Stephon Diggs, you can have an argument there, but why not get the guy who's distributing? Because, I mean, Diggs is playing fantastic ball. I'm actually going to take Jeff's role. He took mine, the more rational, like, let's play the guy who should have the highest upside. I'm going to take Jeff's role. And I don't know if anyone caught it last segment where Jeff told everybody that his call was a smart play before he actually explained it. But I think this is a smart play here. In Noah Fant, Noah Times New Roman font, $8,400. He's cheap, and I want to get Diggs. I want to get Josh Allen in my lineup, and the upside could be there with Fant. Like, he burned everybody last week where he left. If that's the case, I don't think Drew Lock's going to throw 4 touchdowns, but maybe 2 could go to Fant.
Not for the Fant of heart.
Oh.
That was producer Matt. He dropped that in the Slack. It made me look smart. I can't take credit for it. Yeah, I am cheating. I'm also cheating when I'm reading the information you just put in here about Broncos running back Melvin Gordon and Phillip Lindsay are questionable to play in Saturday's game against the Bills. But Pierce, who would you captain?
Stephen Diggs. Jeff's right. You really have very few options. So if you're not going to take Allen, go ahead and take Stephen Diggs in this spot. He's looked great all season. And Denver's without A.J. Bouye. They're without Bryce Callahan. This is a spot where you can attack and not really have to worry about it. Diggs has had 9 receptions or more in 4 of the last 5 games. He's had over 90 yards in 4 of the last 5 games. The game that he didn't hit was where they actually had some rare success on the ground, which they could possibly have against the Broncos. Not so good run defense, but I'm more if you look at the script here, you look at the over-unders, 6.5 receptions projected for Diggs. I think he'll go over that. 82 yards projected for him over-under. Those are pretty good numbers. When Cole Beasley, 82 yards. When Cole Beasley projects for 63.5, it seems like the sports books are saying that, yeah, Buffalo is going to be able to pass pretty easily against Denver. So Josh Allen, Stephen Diggs. I'll put Diggs in the captain spot, though.
Okay, you mentioned just Diggs and Beasley and some of their numbers available for prop bets on the sports book. Are one of those your favorite bets, Pierce?
I'm going to go with the Bills -6 here. And I think
Okay.
Denver's getting a little bit too much credit for beating the Carolina Panthers, who are not a good team. But the Bills have been really good. I mean, all the bets are coming in on the Bills side. The bets, the money line, I mean, it's almost like 96%. And I know you don't really want to follow the public, and it is early, but what it tells me is this number is going to move more towards the bets or the Bills being an even bigger favorite. So if you can get the Bills at -6, I think this is the spot to go for.
Reed T. Fowler, your favorite bet for the Bills at Denver?
Yeah, I'm sticking with Noah Fant here. Over 3.5 receptions. It correlates to what I think he can do in this game and how the Bills have defended, against tight ends. And that might have been without Matt Milano in the lineup. But even then, right, the Bills defense. And while we're seeing these huge games from Josh Allen, is that their defense is okay, but they're still giving up a ton of points. So I like Fant if you can stay in the game. Over 3.5 at -112.
Jeff, favorite bet?
Yeah, look, Reed makes a good point about Fant. I like the Fant props too. I think I'd rather take the yardage, though. Buffalo's allowed the third most yardage to opposing tight ends, and Fant is a really good after the catch guy. That's why we like him. He's athletic, and realistically, the over under prop on yardage on the DK Sportsbook is at 33.5 right now. Again, like he could hit that on 2 catches. So I think I would rather lean towards the yardage, but realistically, I like both the overs on the Fant props. That's where I'd go, and just so we're all happy and the 3 best friends. I like Pierce's call on the Bills -6 too. Who cares if they're a public bet? The Bills were a public bet against the Steelers too. Denver is terrible.
Nightcap, guys. Carolina at Green Bay. Reed, who would you captain?
Yeah, I'm going to defer to Pierce here because he knows the Carolina teams. But I'm going to go Mike Davis as my captain, 13.5. It looks like Christian McCaffrey is not going to play again. I don't know if he's been officially ruled out. But I mean, he's sure trending that way if that's not the case. 13.5 in that captain spot. Last 3 outings without Christian McCaffrey, 21, 18, and 16 touches. We know that Green Bay allows running backs an average of 29 PPR points per game. That's 4th most in the league. There was that little dip, right, with Mike Davis where he didn't see production and he became, like the guy that was enemy number 1 when he was priced super low. But I'm going back to him. Green Bay cannot cover the running back. And I think DJ Moore is okay, but give me Mike Davis in this one.
Yeah, McCaffrey officially listed as doubtful for Saturday night's contest against the Packers. Pierce, Reed says these Carolina players. Is that true?
Yeah, Carolina's not very good. I mean, just look at the record. Look at what they do. 27th pass DVOA. Play Devontae Adams. Don't overthink it. Carolina gave up 4 passing touchdowns to Drew Lock last week. What is Aaron Rodgers going to do? And he's probably just going to throw the ball to Devontae Adams. The Panthers have allowed 6 passing touchdowns over the last 2 weeks. You've got Devontae Adams, who leads the NFL in red zone targets, 10 touchdowns. That's the 2nd most. He tore the Panthers up last year. He's going to face Rasul Douglas, and he's allowed 19 or more fantasy points in 4 of the last 5 games. Don't overthink it. It's just Jim and Adams.
All right, Jeff. Pierce says, don't overthink it. Captain Devontae Adams. Are you overthinking it and captaining someone else?
Yeah, of course I'm going to overthink it. That's what I do, Emerson. I mean, 100%. Look, you obviously have to play Aaron Rodgers. I don't really mind playing him in the captain spot, but instead of Devontae Adams, you put Robert Tonyan in that captain spot. This game reeks of a Robert Tonyan 3-touchdown game, doesn't it? Carolina is terrible against opposing tight ends, 7th most DK fantasy points per game to that position. They've allowed touchdowns to there, and they allowed some 4th stringer on the Broncos to get in the end zone. They're really having trouble against this position, to be honest. A little bit better against the run, but I think if you're not going to go Rodgers, I think you go a little bit sneaky with the value play at Tonyan at captain. Then you can fit in. Then you can fit in all the guys, the Mike Davis and the Devontae Adams. But this game really does reek of a Tonyan multi-score game.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Tied with Travis Kelce for the reception touchdowns lead among tight ends. Oh, it's so great.
He's got more touchdowns than incompletions, I believe. It's crazy.
That's another fun fact. I mean, Reed, while you're here, you want to give me your favorite bet for this game?
Yeah, I mean, if Jeff's thinking that it's going to be a Tonyan multi-score, I believe he's plus 900 on the DK Sportsbook for 2+ TDs. No, I like the over in this one. It was at 50 earlier in the week. It's now 51.5. So I'm liking it a little less, 1.5 plays a factor in it. But look, the Packers run the second most, or they have the second most yards per play. Panthers are 9th as well. So even though they're a bad team, Teddy's getting these guys down the field and they're actually doing well. It's these defenses, right, that are just not good. Green Bay is number 1 in points per game. They score 31.5 points. I think they get that pretty easily. And Carolina, I think, ranks as the 6th worst total defense. So they just can't tackle anybody. They can't stop anyone. Carolina, for as bad as they've been, 4-1 in their last 5 hitting the over. So I like that. Let it come down a little bit, but if you want it right now at 51.5, I take it.
Jeff, favorite bet for Carolina at Green Bay Saturday night?
So I kind of do like the Tunyon touchdown props for sure. If you want like a long shot bet, obviously we're talking 2 touchdowns. It's a long shot to happen, but my favorite bet is going to be the Carolina Panthers team total. Actually, I'm on the same page as Reed. I like the over, but I actually like betting the Carolina team total over. It's 20.5 right now, -121 on the line there. Look, this is a team that's like Reed said, like Teddy Bridgewater is marching them down. Green Bay is so good at letting in like garbage points to opposition. Like they just don't care late in the game because Aaron Rodgers has them up 17 points every week. So I think this is a great bet, actually. Again, they have the skill, the Panthers do, and Bridgewater's competent. And if they're down, fine. Like they'll get the garbage points. I think 20.5 is too low.
Pierce, your favorite bet, please.
I like the over. And to Jeff's point, it really is a garbage situation for Teddy Bridgewater. Doesn't really look great in the first couple halves or the first half, but he'll be fine in the second half. I think the perfect example is you look at the Tampa Bay game where they were a 6-point dog and they were just getting their heads bashed in. But by the end of the game, they scored 23 points. And so if you only need 20 points out of them, you'll definitely get that in garbage time, especially against a bad defense. They got 23 points against a good Tampa defense. Facing Green Bay, the 20th DVOA that allows 25 points per game, it should really be a hard time for the Panthers to get their points. And I think we can assume that Green Bay is going to score. They're facing the 25th DVOA and the Panthers. Green Bay averages 32 points per game. So in an average day against an average team, they scored 32 points. They should go well over that. So I like the over as my favorite bet, but I like Jeff's bet as well.
Helipod Pick 6 time with MJD. 6 games for you presented by DraftKings Sportsbook, starting with New England at Miami. We know Bill Belichick's record against rookie quarterbacks is 21-5. I don't think that's going to matter here because Miami's playing good football. Despite coming off that loss to Kansas City, the defense is stacked, and New England not going to be able to run for 217 yards like they did in week 1. Give me the Dolphins winning on their home turf.
Yeah, I'll take that as well. Miami, first of all, they struggle down in South Beach. They don't play well down in South Florida. And they're just banged up and offensively. They can't find a rhythm to do anything. So I'll take Miami as well.
I'm going Miami 24-17. Chicago at Minnesota, the 8th and 9th seeds right now, right out of the playoff picture. Vikings had a chance to go up 10-0 on the Bucs, missed field goals, missed extra points. That plagued them. Chicago snapped a 6-game losing streak, beating up on the Texans. This is going to come down to the trenches. The Vikings gave up 6 sacks against Tampa. We talked about this earlier. Khalil Mack starting to heat up. I like the Bears in this one by 6, 20-14.
Yeah, I'm going to take the Bears as well. I think Mitchell Trubisky gives them a different option when they're running the ball. David Montgomery had a big day, but they still don't give him enough carries like they should. I feel like they need to get back to running the football a little bit, especially against this Minnesota team who beat them last time they played.
Seattle and Washington. I'm going to let you go first on this one.
Yeah, I'm going to listen. I tell people this all the time. I think travel takes a big toll late in the year. Traveling from coast to coast in December is always hard to do. I'm going to go with the home team here, which is a Washington football team. I believe in Alex Smith. He doesn't turn the ball over. And the way that defense plays, it's going to be tough for Russell Wilson and company to go. I don't know who's going to cover Metcalf, but I believe that pass rush will get there with all those first-rounders on it.
Well, here's the thing. As good as the defense has been, Russell is not Big Ben. He's not going to be a sitting target in the pocket. And the Seattle defense has been playing better. Last 4 games allowing just 14.5 points per game. No, the teams they played haven't been great, but it's still the NFL, and you're allowing 2 touchdowns a game over 4. That's pretty good. Give me the Seahawks, and I think they're going to win this one easily, 34-20. Philadelphia, 4-8-1, taking on Arizona, 7-6. Arizona now holding on, clinging to that final playoff spot, that 7 seed. The Eagles, a different team with Hurts at the helm. But But the Arizona Cardinals, a very different team when Kyler's running the ball. He ran it 13 times last week. Maybe the shoulder's getting a little better. Not hesitant. I like the Cardinals here.
Yeah, I like the Cardinals a lot. Like I said, I just talked to you about traveling Philly. They did a great job beating the Saints in Philly, but now you have to get on a flight, go all the way to Arizona, and your secondary's beat up. It just seems like it's too much. Who's going to cover D-Hop? And you know what? Kyler gets the ball out quick in this offense.
Yeah, the Eagles secondary is a mash unit right now. I think Kyler's going to torch him. 31-24 Cards is my pick there. Okay, Kansas City at New Orleans. We thought this could be a Super Bowl preview. The Raiders, the only team that's beaten Kansas City this year. Why? Because they were willing to take shots, and they connected on those shots. I don't see New Orleans doing that right now with Taysom Hill at quarterback. He's too inconsistent.
Look, I'm going to say this. I've said it all year long. In order to beat the Chiefs, you have to score 40 points. If you can't score 40 points, you will not beat them. On their worst games, they've scored 32. And I'm not talking about, when I say worst games, is Mahomes throwing interceptions or just the offense is not clicking. They scored 30 points. You have to score 40 to be in. The Raiders are the only team to do that. Can the Saints do it with Taysom Hill? Most likely not.
Yeah, I don't think so either. 33-24, Kansas City might pick there. And finally, Cleveland, 9-4, the Giants 5-8. Giants playing better, over the last few games, obviously.
Who's the quarterback?
It's going to be Daniel Jones. He's going to
Browns.
Okay, that's simple.
Browns.
Yeah, Daniel Jones turns the ball over far too much, and they're not good enough right now offensively to overcome those turnovers.
You're trying to give too much analysis. Is Daniel Jones a quarterback?
Yes.
Browns.
All right, I'm going Browns too. 27-14, my pick is the Browns. That's the Helipod with MJD, pick 6, presented by DraftKings Sportsbook.
Hey, what's going on? The Sunday Night Showdown series for KFC rolls on, and we are looking ahead. Week 15, the Browns and the Giants. Steve Buchanan, Adam Kaufman. We are here from DraftKings and Bukes. For the Giants, this is basically a must-win, trying to keep up with Washington and even have a chance at sniffing the postseason. The Browns already in a playoff position, but really need to solidify it, lock up seeding here in these final couple of weeks. So for DFS purposes, though, we need a captain for this KFC lineup. Who's it going to be?
Yeah, so you expect the Browns to win this game, so you might as well roll with Nick Chubb. Since he's returned to that Browns offense, he has been a beast in the backfield, averaging 109 rushing yards and 5 touchdowns scored since he's returned, even catching out of the backfield a little bit too. 6 receptions over his past 3 games, and the Giants are a team that you can run against. That run defense has allowed an average of 25 DraftKings fantasy points per game to that position, one of the highest in the league. So this is a great spot for Nick Chubb.
It's not enough to have a captain, though. You got to fill out that lineup, sprinkle in a little value, stack, if you will. Who else is going in there?
Yeah, so put in some of the Giants pass catchers in this one. Specifically for me, Evan Ingram. The Browns have been one of the worst defenses in the league against the tight end position, allowing an average of 15.7 DraftKings fantasy points, 66.6 receiving yards. Those are amongst the highest in the league. And then you look at what Ingram's been doing in this offense as of late since their bye week. He's averaging 7 targets per game. The ball has been going in his direction. Should be doing that again this week. So I think those are 2 guys you can absolutely put in your lineup. Hopefully get some good fantasy points out of both of them.
Dukes, all right. Thanks a lot, buddy. Do not forget to feed your whole crew with KFC's $20 fill-up. Choose between original recipe, extra crispy chicken, or crispy tenders, and get all the home-style sides you need. Drive-thrus are open, or get contactless delivery at KFC.com.
Welcome into the McRib Classic Holiday Tournament Madden Dream Stream. My name is Jason Rossi. This sexy son of a bitch's name is Tom Carroll. Tom, how the hell are you?
I'm doing great. I'm ready to eat some McRibs here. I did not have the willpower to not get fries with my McRib order, so I'm already digging in. But we'll have McRibs for you later on here, so you're going to want to stick around. You're going to get Rossi's McRib review at the end of the first quarter. You'll be getting mine at halftime. It's refrigerating. I'm going to use the microwave. I know everyone loves that. So I'm pumped up, baby.
All right, we're looking forward to it. We have a game with LA and Seattle, but before we even get there, you got to remember today there are 2 NFL games we could be talking about. There's college football championship games we could talk about, but when it comes to the NFL, if there is a 20-yard touchdown scored in the fourth quarter between the Buffalo Bills and the Denver Broncos today, you get a entry into a $100,000 contest next Sunday. That's the 27th. All you have to do is opt in. It's the big play payday. It's all happening right here today. So again, opt in, free, no cost. Get in there. 20-yard touchdown scored in the fourth quarter between Denver and Buffalo. You score yourself a free entry into a contest for $100,000 next week. But Tom, let's talk about this one. Where'd you go with your lineup between the Rammies and the Seattle Seahawks?
Here we go. I went with Chris Carson in the captain spot, $10,500. Decided to switch it up a little bit. Then I got myself some value at the back end. I got Philip Dorsett for $4,800, Tyler Higbee $6,200, and then I went with some studs off the top. DK Metcalf $8,000, Russell Wilson $11,200, and Cooper Kupp $9,200. So We'll see how it goes. I'm happy I have Russell Wilson in my lineup. If I didn't, I would feel like a chump. The guy's a beast. I've been avoiding DK Metcalf because he's kind of been all over the place, but I figure, hey, it's Saturday. There's football on. Maybe he's feeling the atmosphere. Let's give it a shot. So I don't know. I feel good about it. I'm just excited about the McRibs. I got to be honest.
Yeah, this is the McRib Classic. It's about to be bowl season, so this is basically like our bowl. It's the McRib Bowl, if you would. So yeah, I'm going to be reviewing the McRib. First time, it's right in front of me right now. I don't know if we're still on camera here from it. So this just came in from my Uber Eats, aka my wife. Nice. So yeah, I'll test that out after the first quarter. Just take a bite or two. We'll talk about it. Tom will do it at halftime. First time having the McRib?
First time since it came out however many years ago, and I had it when I was in like middle school or whatever. So
gotcha.
Yes. And I made sure to get it with onions, even though I usually remove onions. And I like onions, but they make your breath smell so bad, and it just lingers for so long that I've gotten away from it, I should say. But I felt like I needed to keep the integrity of the sandwich intact for a proper taste test.
And lineups have locked. We will do that. Yes, people were suggesting to me in the first and with Emerson, pickles, no onions. Also, I'm going to get it as is. I don't want to think about it. I'm just going to go in. Speaking about going in, my lineup for this one, in the official McRib Classic, 2 p.m., Rossi and Tom, we have Robert Woods going in the captain spot, team him up with Jared Goff, DK Metcalf as well, team him up with Russell Wilson, and then here it is, the winning play of the day, #stack them kickers. Both kickers in the lineup. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling great. I'm feeling loose, and I'm probably going to be feeling heavy after the first quarter, but we're taking it.
Look, it's a kicker Saturday here.
I like it.
We're going to get a kicker stack. It's going to work out for you. I feel good about it, especially because college championship games are happening. College kickers are always such a wild card. So there's a kicker vibe in the air. So I like it. I like kickers for you.
I appreciate that. Hopefully it goes well, as we're going to see Seattle wearing those neon unis here against the Rams in their new uniforms as well. Tom Carroll, Jason Rossi, producer Drew, Daniel on the 1s and 2s, Zach and Jim. You know, Jim's a hater of Notre Dame. We're not gonna bring it up. That's it. That's a one shot. Guy stinks, except he's really good at what he does here for us. That's a big game today. Notre Dame and Clemson, the first ACC championship game for Notre Dame in this weird pandemic season, so we'll see. We see you guys here on YouTube, by the way. Appreciate you all hanging out with us. We see Amanda, Always Blaze, Barbs, Naptown, Calculated, I Am Big Dojo, Jero, Peace of Mind, C Sims, Marcus. What's up, everybody? Smash that like on your way in. We're going to be testing out some McRibs If you ever had one, let us know your thoughts on it. Fantasy question, drop them in there. I totally forgot today. There's 2 games before this, the free play that you can get a part of with DraftKings. So I had to look at my lineup. I have some. I think I got to play Robbie Anderson tonight.
Yeah, I don't blame you, man. Why not? Right?
He's been really
one
good.
of those guys that has had a season that I think people didn't expect him to have. I think Carolina in general has been better on offense with Teddy Bridgewater than a lot of people thought. So I don't mind it.
Yeah, I just look at, I have Julio Jones out. Kenny Golladay, I might as well have dropped him before. And I have Kiki QT, who's also played well. He still might get a slot position. I think I'm going to roll, though, Robbie Anderson. I might go Antonio Brown this weekend. I might take a stab. I know he hasn't been great, but the targets have been there. Atlanta's defense, this could be that game for him. So
I like that.
Might get risky. I got T.Y. Hilton as well. But, yeah, drop your fantasy lineups in there if you have any DFS questions or you just want to make fun of us. That's what the comment section is for.
Hey, we got thick skin over here.
Sure do. Going to get even thicker. All right,
I got a question here from Steven. Tom, being in St. Louis is a McRib an insult to the city? A little bit, yeah. I think that when you live in the rib capital of the United States.
But you know what? It's for fun. This isn't for real. It's not like
it's a service to the people also, you know.
He's always a man of the people, Tom Carroll.
We're doing this for you.
We get a 2nd and 3 here. Kicking off this contest, you have Seattle, by the way, in the driver's seat in this division. Seattle is 2-0. They are guaranteed to lose. You still have Arizona and San Francisco, both 1-1. We pick up the action on that game come Monday. We get first.
Remember early in real life NFL season 2020 when everyone was talking about the NFC West as being one of the greatest divisions in the history of football? And now here we are on, we're mid week 15 because we had Thursday Night Football already. And, we're probably all not thinking that right now, right?
It's hard.
Arizona's been sputtering a little bit.
Yeah.
Rams have caught a little bit more fire. They've gotten a little more momentum, but the Seahawks don't seem as invincible as they were early in the year. And obviously the Niners have dealt with their injuries. So I just feel like the mood around the NFC West has shifted.
Yeah, I agree with you. Definitely from the beginning of the season. I still think that, all still eligible for the playoffs at this point, which even though with the 7th, if I'm a NFC East team and I'm going to make the playoffs or I'm the Minnesota Vikings potentially sneaking in, or Tampa Bay, like if you're Tampa Bay and you get matched up with Seattle, like that does not scare me at all. I know their defense has really stepped up, but the inconsistencies on offense, the defense, like I said, at times can be good, and then other times they slow down. They're the team I would want to play and take my chances if I'm getting that wild card. Well, only one team gets a bye, so all those teams, I think I'd like a Seattle matchup.
I really like Washington right now.
Oh, they're hot,
their front
baby.
7 has been great. They've seemed to figure out a formula on offense. Terry McLaurin is one of the best wide receivers in the NFL, with a nice move there for Russell Wilson.
Russell Wilson, hearing that disrespect was spouting.
Honestly, if Washington gets in, which it looks like they're going to be in the driver's seat here in the NFC East, although who knows with that division, I think they can win a playoff game. I really do.
Yeah, they'd be the 3rd team under 500 if the season goes the way it looks it's going to win a playoff game. But I will say this. I don't like this punt call, by the way, but we're going to get Seattle to punt. We do see a question. I'll get to it, Jeffrey. Just want to let you know I see it, so you don't have to post it 6 times. I like Washington a lot. I don't like that Dwayne Haskins is getting the start. Like, I understand why, the injury and everything, but I think that's going to really change it. Obviously, Gibson's still out. Like, that, the offense is going to look totally different. And I think there's something about Alex Smith, the leadership he brings, the calming presence. Unless Dwayne Haskins, this is not the guy Rivera wants. I think there's something mentally, like, imagine your boss being like, I really don't want you to do this job. Somebody else said, or like you go for a job, they said, Tom, we like you. We don't want you for this job.
You're right.
Jeez. All right. And then they're like, oh, the other guy said no. Now you got the job. You're like, oh. Okay. Unless like Dwayne Haskins is that dude who's just like, F the world. I'm just.
That's what I'm saying.
Hopefully,
maybe
he didn't look like that last week. I can tell you that.
Maybe he could be that dude. He could come out and be like, you know what? Screw you guys. Look what I did in one season at Ohio State. I threw like 60 touchdowns in 11 games one season, all right? So, I can ball. You just got to give me a chance. You got to give me players. I mean, he was bad his rookie year. There's no doubt about it. And there was clearly a, mental acuity thing where, like, remember he missed a play because he was taking a selfie with a fan and stuff like that. Like, he wasn't as focused probably as the organization would have liked out of their first-round pick quarterback. But, a year older, learning from his mistakes. He's been mentored by Alex Smith. I don't know. I'm not totally out on Dwayne Haskins yet. The guy is a good athlete. He's a big arm.
We'll see. I don't know. I think it's good. If he does, he has some mental fortitude that maybe you could talk to Carson Wentz about if he has some success. Jeffrey did have a question. Tua or Jalen Hurts tomorrow? Tua going up against the Patriots, Hurts against the Arizona Cardinals.
Man, my head says Tua, but my heart says Hurts because I just love that story in Philadelphia. You know what? If that's your options, that's tough because there's so many question marks with both of them. Like, Miami hasn't asked Tua to do a ton yet. Jalen, obviously, only a second career start. I'm going to say Tua because it's just a little bit more of a safe bet right now. That's going to be the way I lean, but I don't feel confident about it.
I will tell you to take that Tua take, shove it right up your candy butt because it's all Hurts. You got to ride that hot hand. 100 yards rushing, throwing the ball pretty well. I like everything about it, and you ride that wave. Arizona's, like you said earlier, spiraling. The Patriots, for whatever, their defense still plays well. Tua, rookie, Belichick, that's the one thing. His calling card is playing well against rookies.
True.
I'm not saying the Patriots are going to win. I'm not even predicting the Patriots even play that well. Even if it's a game like even if he has numbers like Goff did. Goff wasn't great. It was a running attack that took down the Patriots. I would say Hurts, you ride that hot hand. If that's the reason, if this is a playoff game, or if it's not DFS, and it's a playoff game and you lose, you go with swinging with the guy that's riding the hot hand. And Tua just hasn't been somebody that I think is put in that position yet.
And I feel you 100%. Like I said, my heart says Jalen because he looked great last week. And even the week before when he came in relief, he had that big touchdown pass. Like, the guy has that thing about him that you just said earlier, Dwayne Haskins hasn't really shown that he has yet, right? Like, the guy commands a locker room. The guy goes on the field, you're like, oh, this guy is legit. One little observation here. It's funny, got Jalen Hurts going up against Kyler Murray, and then you have Tua as the other guy that was in that conversation. It's like all these quarterbacks that are sort of in that same mold, right? Like shorter, but extremely athletic, accurate arms, big arms. And they were all sort of in college football around the same time, always in the same Heisman discussions. I don't know. I kind of like it. As a football fan, it's cool for me to see all of these guys kind of having an impact in the league at the same time.
Well, let's be honest, that's a big part of this. Like, this new crop of quarterbacks, we saw this about 10 years ago, and some of them still out there. Like, remember, like, Matt Ryan, Flacco.
Yeah.
There was somebody else there, and it's not coming to mind, but there was like a crop there. This one, like, we're starting to see, because quarterback turnover has been crazy recently. I do want to mention, obviously, we got a run there from Seattle. There's Tom's captain, Chris Carson.
Guy.
Going nowhere. El Paso, number 1. I see you, pal. He says, Tom Rossi, watched and elevated my brother, Steven Montez. Mentored him in high school. El Paso guy will be on the sidelines. Awesome story. Great for him. If you mentored him, how are you doing in fantasy? Because that's gonna tell me if you're a good mentor. How are you in this contest? By the way, I'll take a peek at that. There's just a minute and a half to go here in the first quarter. I'll be checking out the McRib live. I'll be tasting mine after the first. Tom will hit his at halftime.
And Rossi, I just took a quick look at that 08 NFL draft for quarterbacks. It looks like Matt Ryan and Joe Flacco were really the only headliners. The rest of the guys in that crop weren't very good in the league. Brian Braum from Louisville, Dennis Dixon from Oregon. Guys like that who were fun in college but just didn't do anything in the pros.
What was the next one then? The 2012, obviously, that was the RG3 and
Andrew Luck.
Andrew Luck. And there was somebody else there too. Was that Russell Wilson?
I believe it was, yeah. Later round pick. Let's see.
So I think that's another one, obviously. But then right now, only one of those is a starter, one out of the league, the other one injured and still fighting for an op.
Ryan Tannehill was in that 2012 draft. Yep.
All right, so that's pretty good. Then the only other one that comes to mind is the there was another draft more recent.
I mean, the 04 draft is legendary with Big Ben, Eli, Phillip Rivers, and obviously J.P. Losman. We can't forget.
Kill me with Losman. I was a big Bledsoe guy. When they got rid of Bledsoe for Losman, I was like, what are you doing?
Yeah, that was a mistake. Bledsoe had some gas in the tank.
Still did. Had a decent year there for Dallas. Then the next year.
And then Romo Ben came in, and the rest is history. Now he's in the CBS booth with Jim Nantz.
Unbelievable. The way the world turns. Or as Tony Romo says, time flies.
Yeah, time flies. I can't do my Romo voice. I'm better at Aikman. I've heard you do a good Aikman, too. Maybe we should do a broadcast together where we're both Aikman.
I do all right. But you know what it's time for, Tom? Oh, my God, there's a fry in here. Oh, no, it's an onion.
Oh.
All right, so let me see.
Already a bad sign, though, if you thought an onion was a fry.
I know. That's not it. I'm delusional. All right, so here's the McRib. I'm going to make this quick. Don't worry about stats. Nobody scored. Doesn't matter.
Yep.
I'm
going to eat some fries while you do this.
The presentation, not bad. Like a sub. Slathered with sauce. Smells delicious, I'll be honest. So let's see what this puppy does.
All right, he's biting in.
It's okay.
Seems satisfied.
Yeah, it's definitely not the great. It's a little bit colder because I've had it for like 25 minutes, but
first impressions.
Fine. Not like, oh my God, but I bet you if this was hot, I bet you it would be a little better, and that's obvious. But like, I like that it's like a roll. Like it's not like a burger bun. I was not expecting that. Oh, look at that pickle. There is pickles on it.
Yeah, there you go. So this is going to be a good bite here. You got some onion, you got some pickle.
Oh, crunch. Very helpful. You know what? I'll say it. Oh man, I'm dropping stuff. This is a stamp of approval on my part. The crunch helped. The first bite was the kind of a colder edge of a bun and just straight McRib meat, which I'm trying not to look at too much, not to be rude, but kind of looks like a sausage patty. I don't know if you guys can.
Yeah, it does. It kind of looks like a breakfast patty. So you think on second bite, it's a better experience than first bite because you're getting sort of the full brunt of it. You're getting both veggies. You're getting, that interior layer of the rib meat. You're getting a good amount of sauce in there. You're getting that thick part of the bun because the edges of the bun is a little different. You're getting really that bready part.
Yeah.
So,
and I will say, I know it's weird. I don't know why they don't. I would put lettuce. Is there lettuce on here? Like I could see lettuce.
No, I think it's just onion pickle. Okay, so you'd add lettuce.
I would.
Interesting.
But then again, I'm just a pig. I'm gonna say right now, I shouldn't, but I'm gonna finish this. And I'm feeling like it's enticed me enough. And I didn't even mention the barbecue sauce. Nice little touch.
It advertises the sauce as being tangy.
Yeah, and it is. It's definitely more of a sweeter barbecue sauce than I was originally expecting. That was. I'm impressed. I don't know how much it was, but I would say it's worth. If you at least haven't tried a McRib, like I'm happy that I'm doing this.
Okay. I think the whole thing was like $6 something for the meal.
Okay, so I just got a sandwich. I'm guessing that's probably somewhere in the $4, maybe, because they always try to get you. They're like, might as well just get the
That's what I do.
meal.
They got me. That's why I'm eating fries.
Most
because you can't put fries in a fridge.
No.
Ruins them.
Unless you like potato bricks, as Russell Wilson's going to take off. McRib his way into the end zone. Russell Wilson breaks the scoreless tie with his first rushing touchdown of the day. And Russell Wilson getting off to a hot start, trying to make them 3-0, the Seattle Seahawks.
That touchdown, tangy as hell from Russell Wilson. Banging it in there with some barbecue sauce. Touchdown. He's in my lineup. I know he's in a lot of your guys' lineup, too.
He's in mine, and we see people... Jaro says, Tom whispering to Rossi, eat it all, big boy. Put it in the air. That's for the score. Eat, he did. That's why you cut it in half, Rossi says. 30 Helens, sorry. I didn't know. I just ripped it.
Yeah, that's actually a good point, though. Then you're kind of getting that good middle bite right away.
Yeah. We're all eating meat. They couldn't make anything out of it from the... whatever. Get out of here.
We've talked about McRib theories here in the past on the broadcast. No need to rehash.
Yeah, we know part of the ingredients is McRib. All right.
Yes. McRib meat patty or whatever it is.
Yeah, Derek McDan says, you took that down in 3 bites. Pump the brakes. Sincerely, Rossi Stomach.
Oh, are you done?
No, I'm not even close.
I was going to say.
Only thing I trust at McDonald's is McNuggets and fries. I won't even lie. Like, I wish I got nuggets. Like, if I wasn't having, like, legit food after, I would have told my wife, let's just get a 20-piece and call it a goddamn afternoon.
What's on the menu at the Rossi household today?
Oh, I made a little homemade mac and cheese last night. So I have my son's first birthday. We're doing separate celebrations because, 2020. Church and state. In-laws for me today. So I got chicken, made some full rotisserie chickens. I made a mac and cheese, did roast up some broccoli, got some scallops wrapped in bacon, crab cake bites, and veggies. So it's like a whole
wow.
Oh yeah, dude. I don't mess around. When I'm gonna do something, I unfortunately go a little too far.
No, that's the way to do it. Because then you get to do it again when your family's in the mix now.
Well, tomorrow I'm doing a chicken, because there's more nieces and nephews are involved tomorrow, so I'm doing all like chicken finger tender bomb.
Okay, yeah, more kid friendly.
More sauce.
No crab cakes in the mix for the kids.
No crab cakes. Maybe a McRib though, because I'm telling you right now, I'm gonna take a bite. You think right here? It's also, by the way, this is the first time I've eaten today. That was the other thing.
This is breakfast.
This is technically. I had a piece of, I was nibbling on stuff while I was preparing earlier, but I said I'm going to save all my calories.
There you go. Our producer Andrew pointing out a lot of healthy eaters on the YouTube chat today. You know what, guys? It's the weekend. Calories don't count on Saturdays.
You know what? That's a good point. You know what they are? A bunch of hypocrites too, I bet.
They're like, oh yeah, you're eating McDonald's. That's really bad for you. As their mid Whopper bite,
Listen, you sound like my wife. Back in the day, me and my wife, I've definitely had my yo-yo with the weight, and
haven't we all?
Yeah, my wife one time used to be like, I'm gonna get a salad. I'm gonna get this, but then one time when I really started studying it, I'm like, salad from a fast food place, or not fast food, like a pizza joint, fine, but what kind of dressing do you put on it? What is the salad? What is the chicken? What is the this? What is that? You start putting all this stuff together. I'm like, we could go to McDonald's for half the price and probably just around the same amount of calories.
Yeah, exactly. If you're going to eat a salad and eat salads to lose weight, your salads cannot be fun in any way. They can't have cheese on it. You can't do any dressing that's not, oil and vinegar, and that's really it. Maybe a balsamic. No croutons.
Nope.
Can't do it. It's just got to be veggies.
And the chicken itself, you can't have too much dressing or sauce on it. You know what? You could do buffalo, you could do stuff like that. But if you're getting we used to get this it's called Asian chicken. It would have a sweet and sour sauce. And that right there is probably 70 grams of sugar.
Exactly. You got to avoid that. It's a bummer, but that's how you do it, man. Hey, we've all been there. When I was working at ESPN, they had an incredible kitchen. They still do. And what I would do, because you know how this industry works, Rossi, you're working really weird hours. So I'd wake up super duper late, and the first meal of the day I would eat was an enormous salad from their salad bar. And they have these amazing lettuce mixtures you can get and all these veggies. They mix it all for you. They toss it. It's great. And then I would get a vegan chili on the side.
Ooh.
And then for dinner, I'd go back down and I'd get basically the exact same salad, and I'd throw some chicken on it. And that's what I'd eat every day for the entire summer. And I lost 40 pounds.
I was gonna say, a bodybuilder. That's like a bodybuilder's lunch.
All I did was drink water too. But when it's done for you, it's so easy. And when you're not doing anything else because you work such weird hours, you can do that. And then of course, it's impossible to continue to live that way when you're not in that schedule, and all of it came back. But
that's the life we live.
That's life,
Yeah.
That's life.
I don't know if our guy, producer Drew, who I've worked with in the past at the radio station here in Boston, I don't know if he ever worked with one of the producers that used to make us go get him his lunch. And I'm not even saying that to be rude. He wasn't a complete jerk about it, but literally you're saying that life, you literally don't have time when you have 3.5 minute breaks.
Right. Well, I assume it's the producer that I'm thinking of the name for.
Never forget getting that lunch on day one.
That's right. First day in the industry. It's right here.
Too funny.
My fiance just gave it to me.
Look at that. It's framed.
Told you.
Unbelievable.
Turkey, lettuce, tomato with Dijon seeded roll and chips. Turkey, Swiss mustard, seeded roll with chips. Italian seeded roll, pickles, hots, provolone, and cheese on a seeded roll. That was Lou Merloni's. There you go.
There you go. Former baseball player right there. We got Seattle on the drive here. They have a 2nd and 6 from the 38-yard line. Jason Rossi, Tom Carroll, not Tom Caron, with you. We're having some fun here. We tried McRib. We're going to have our TC, try his McRib at halftime. He's going to pop, see if that microwave behind his head works.
Yeah, I'm thinking what? You think about 90 seconds left in the quarter, I should pop that in?
Yeah, we'll do a 2-minute warning. 2-minute warning.
Okay.
Just so you guys know, there was just a quick little hiccup there on the stream. Everything is fine. Didn't miss anything. We were all in it together. Just know that if anything else comes up, we will let you know. It was just a quick little hiccup. No McRib was harmed, and no server was McRib dropped on. I saw that in the comment section. Made me laugh. Actually thinks this is a all right, everybody. Like, yeah, Steven, I'm sure you're just like a healthy feed. This is the first time I've had it, and I literally never eat fast food, and I'm not even judging people that do.
You're just not about that life every day.
I am just not. I personally, I find joy in cooking, and it's nothing to do with like I'm a healthier person or better looking or any of that. Look at me. You guys see me all the time. I'm a GD mess.
People say that you're 3'2".
Oh yeah, I'm 3'2".
People are convinced you're short.
I used to be 3'2", 220. This is a big thing that the other day. I'm actually 4'6", 370.
Okay. All right, so I am deboxing mine now to put in the microwave.
Deboxing.
Here we go.
Yeah, so we get a punt here. Here come the
sauce.
Rams. Sauce. Love the sauce.
Very saucy.
So we'll see here as with under 2 minutes ago, Jared Goff takes a snap. Gonna ride him in fantasy tomorrow. Bench Justin Herbert like a bonehead now. Not feeling great after 32 points. There is the grab. Higbee on the catch. 141 and counting. 1st and 10. Still plenty of room to go here to get some points. And Jason Rossi, Tom Carroll heating up his McRib in the microwave. It does exist. Oh, there is real noise.
There we go, yep. Microwave cover on it. Here we go.
Edward Pride says, Rossi, you ate a Bradford. You win Fear Factor. That's a good one. That's good. Love that. Right. Edward, I appreciate you keeping the Bradford jokes alive.
I'm going for a minute here.
McRib Happy Meal, says someone. Yeah, so we got a 2nd and 1. Goff has a man. He's caught. Does he get out of bounds? He will get out of bounds. So 1 minute remaining. 3 timeouts for the Rams. They're marching their way down right at the 50-yard line. Take the pickles off before the microwave really messes them up.
No, I don't mind a hot pickle.
No, we'll just save that right there. Save that clip. All right, we get 1st and 10. Here's Goff, airing it out. Has the receiver down the sidelines. It looks like it's Cup. It's incomplete.
You know what I mean, though? Like on a fried pickle?
Oh, I don't care, dude. Whatever. I eat mayonnaise warm sometimes. They get funky.
That's a little messed up. Oh, here we go. The microwave is beeping. That is done. Now
we get more play-by-play on the microwave right here. The microwave is open.
Let it cool down in the microwave for a bit.
Here comes the snap in the shotgun formation. Jared Goff, screen pass out to Henderson. Henderson makes a move, gonna get out of bounds. Stops the clock at 50 seconds just to make sure this game goes a little bit longer at the 3rd and 1 here at the 41-yard line. Little out of field goal range, even though I'm looking for that field goal.
People are worried that I dried it out. I don't think people understand. This thing has been in my fridge for
dry it out. This thing,
half an hour here.
I don't think you could dry it out. I'm still nibbling on mine over here. I will finish it.
I'm gonna have to roll up the sleeves, maybe throw on a bib. This thing is saucy.
I like that.
Check out my lineup here.
Someone says, I have an eating disorder because of Madden Sims hosts. No. You live your life and just be healthy, be safe. If you need anything, reach out to those around you. We get a 1st and 10 here from the 30. Timeout was called by the Rams.
I'm in 80 seconds.
Oh, I'm not even looking. I'm getting absolutely crushed. I already know. I only have... Well, Russell Wilson scored, but that's it.
Well, no one's doing anything.
I guess that's true.
That's the problem.
All right, so let me check
the score here.
Incomplete. I just saw you at 94. Let's see.
Okay. So I've
Dallas God, my arch nemesis in the. Oh wait, no, the points aren't there. I think he is in first. All right, my entry. I am currently at 68th.
Nice.
Yeah, give me that. Give me that dub. 2nd and 10 here from the 30-yard line. 41 seconds remain in the slowest first half in a long time because Goff can't complete a pass. Has a man open down the seam. That's caught. Timeout by the Rams.
Good clock management here by Sean McVay.
Clock management. I got a life to lead. We got some football thing. I have McRib to eat.
Rossi's still eating the McRib. I'm still munching on these fries. I got a large fry. I don't think I'm going to finish this. They give you a lot of fries. I'd never get a large fry.
What a coward. You finish that.
Dude, there's so many fries here.
Those things shouldn't even be there. It's like popcorn. I get the biggest popcorn in the world. Before the movie, that thing's gone. Goff goes to the end zone. Has a receiver. It's got. Touchdown, Rams. It's my man, the captain, Robert Woods. I better be in that number 1 spot right now or I'm going to cry.
Yeah, that's the wrong receiver. We wanted Cooper Kupp there. I guess we'll allow Robert Woods to have a touchdown.
I know my guy Jim in Ops does not like me personally or respect my opinions, but hopefully Zach gives those points the right way. I'm just kidding. Jim's great. Jim and Zach and Ops. Give those guys a like. They're smoking it back there. Let's see what that did for my lineup. 10th. Jumped all the way up to 10th.
So is Jim a Notre Dame hater because he's a BC fan or a USC fan, or does he just hate Notre Dame because Notre Dame is frustrating to everyone?
He just told me that Clemson was going to spank Notre Dame today, that we didn't go any further than that.
Ah, gotcha.
Hardcore Clemson guy. He's a hardcore
okay,
Clemson.
Here we go. Yeah, I mean, Clemson is going to spank Notre Dame today.
Whoa!
I mean, come on, dude.
I just took a bite. I almost choked. I could have died.
Okay, here 20 seconds on why Notre Dame beats Clemson today. Go.
They did it already this season. I understand it was with a backup quarterback. That quarterback played his tail off. Maybe the best game in the college season thus far, played by a quarterback. Notre Dame has that willpower. Notre Dame has the actual offense that can keep up with Clemson. So that's why when push comes to shove, they will pull it out here in the 4th quarter. I think we're looking at both teams scoring in the 30s, me having a heart attack, not from the McRib, not from all the other gluttonous food I'm going to eat.
McRib won't help, though.
Maybe it won't. About 6:35 p.m., I need everyone to check on me if that Notre Dame game is close or if they're losing. Because I have a feeling they could come out swinging here because I think they want to prove something. Like, they need to prove, like, everyone's calling that win a joke, and they need to prove that it is. So that's the only reason why.
Okay, I like these arguments. I actually personally think Ian Book should be in the Heisman conversation. It's been a weird year, and the fact that he's kept Notre Dame undefeated, their first year in this conference officially, that Clemson win was huge. He's made a lot of big plays, big spots. If they win today, I think he should win the Heisman. But
that'll be interesting.
That's just where I sit.
Well, it's so funny because no one talks about him. And I think he could be, and I'm going to say this while this game, look at Russell Wilson with room to run over, 20 yards on the ground. Russell Wilson's got the lone score for Seattle. He's running all over the place today. He's wearing that neon green, making it look, so good. Again, Robert Woods scored for the Rams. 12 seconds here in the longest 2 minutes in the history of Madden Sims. Look at that Mockingjay giving you a shout, saying that's why you're one of his favorites.
There you go. Look, I hate Notre Dame. I'm a Boston College fan. But look,
hate.
Man, I hate him. I hate Notre Dame. But I can also put my impartial hat on here and say the guy deserves to win the Heisman if they beat Clemson today. I really actually think that Devontae Smith with Alabama, the wide receiver, is the best player in college football and really should win the Heisman. I think a lot of times we lose sight. That award is supposed to go to the best player, not the best resume, right?
I agree.
And when Luke Kuechly was a senior at BC, he should have won the Heisman. He had 200 tackles in 12 games.
He was by far the most impactful player on the field in college football. Yeah. That deep field goal is good. Give me those kicker points, baby, before we get to the half.
And Ndamukong Suh, his senior year at Nebraska, should have won the Heisman. He was unbelievable. There's so many examples of this. But I also need to be realistic and say, okay, who can win the Heisman? Running backs, quarterbacks. Those are the guys that win Heismans.
Real
most
quick.
of the time.
Winter Bold says, I'm a head out for Christmas shopping. Merry Christmas, chat, and Rossi and Tom. Enjoy your last Christmas without diabetes. That's our guy, Winter Bold, over on Twitch.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you, I think. By the way, yeah, great drive there. Seattle, boom, 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 quickly. That's what maybe the Rams should learn to do is we're going to get to the half. So get that McRib ready. Halftime won't be any longer extended. We'll just see a little bit of num-nums by our guy, TC.
That's right. Close.
And by the way, I'll make the announcement now. This coming Wednesday at noon and 2. Get ready. The last day of Sims before the holiday of Christmas. Sim Santa will be in the Sims. He will be joining us from the Sim Pole. He will be coming here, noon and 2. Sim Santa will make all your dreams come true. Tell your family, bring the kid out, let them know what they want for Christmas. So here we are at halftime. Tom Carroll, again, touchdowns in this one. Russell Wilson ran it in. Robert Woods from Jared Goff and a field goal by Jason Myers. Tom Carroll now, for the first time in a long time. Take it away, Mr. McRib Tom.
Okay, so the microwave definitely gave this thing some heat. Bottom roll definitely has some good temp to it. Get this first bite in here, people.
That's it. So he's taking that first bite. Ooh, the face looks pleased. It's an automatic pleased face. That's a McDonald's ad right there. Just
Yeah, the sauce is very good.
Doesn't make you want to bite it again. Like you want to get right back.
That's a very good tangy sauce. Before I take my second bite, I'll give my first bite analysis. Didn't get the full breadth of it yet because I didn't get that pickle, that onion. Just got maybe a part of the pickle with some rib meat. Not bad. Definitely isn't real ribs. Like I can just get there right away. But
sure,
the sauce is good. The consistency is good enough to make me believe, okay, I'm eating something that is a sandwich.
Guy Fieri,
I'm gonna take my second bite right here.
Okay, I like this. It's 2 bites. Everyone knows the rules. Look, I got a little McRib sauce on the face too. You got a lot of sauce on that thing.
They sauced this thing up.
Yeah,
that's
St. Louis.
They don't mess around with the sauce. Yeah, that's a very good second bite there because I got all of it in there. Onion, pickle, rib, good crunch, good temp, good consistency. Man, I'm sold on this thing. Yeah, oh my God, I got so much rib sauce on my face. I'm not cleaning it.
Nope, leave that thing
going.
I'm coming
Rossi,
over
you
later.
hit him with the stats. I'm going to go in for more bites.
I ain't telling you stats. Let's get to the third quarter. Who cares about the stats? I'll tell you stats later. Right now, it's a slow go. It's a slow go of a game. We don't have nobody blowing the doors off anywhere. Nobody anywhere near a bonus watch. Again, Robert Woods scored the touchdown from Jared Goff. Russell Wilson ran one in, and Jason Myers field goal right before the half.
So I have part of a rib that's like falling out the back here. So I'm just going to go ahead and eat that part of it so it doesn't fall all the way off.
Give me that nib, that rib nib. Tom Carroll, we are both tried the McRibs, you guys. If you haven't tried a McRib, I think both of us say get at least give it a shot. I'm not saying it's the greatest sandwich ever, but look at how much sauce. This guy's drowning in sauce over here.
If you go to the McDonald's here in St. Louis near downtown, look at this. I'm covered in sauce all over my hands. I got to use napkins. It's unbelievable.
If you're north of Boston, I'm telling you, it is dry. The package doesn't even have any sauce. I don't know if it's still there. Look at it. It's just like dry in there. I did eat the whole McRib.
It's like there's a sauce surplus out here, and they got to get rid of this stuff before the holidays.
Yeah. While we're getting ready here, we're heading into the third quarter. I will tell you guys that highest owned in this contest. Interesting. Russell Wilson at the 88%. Good call so far. DK Metcalf was next at 56%. Not showing out. Josh Reynolds at 49%, not showing up. Goff has a touchdown at 46%. Then Robert Woods was at also 45%. And right below that, found it interesting. Greg Olsen before Cooper Kupp was added in there as well. As we'll get here to the third quarter here on your Dream Stream.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to shower after this McRib.
Yeah, well, we'll get you there. We'll hose you down.
Wow. Okay, I'm gonna finish this thing.
You finish that. I'll let everybody know again about the promotion that we're running at DraftKings today. If there's a 20-yard plus touchdown scored in the fourth quarter of our Saturday matinee or evening game of Buffalo and Denver, you get an entry into a $100,000 contest next Sunday. That is the 27th. So all you have to do is opt in the Big Play Payday promo page. So again, Big Play Payday if there's a 20-yard plus touchdown scored in the fourth quarter of the Buffalo-Denver game, you will be entered into a $100,000 contest next Sunday. Opt in. Don't be a fool. You don't have to do anything. You sit on your lazy butt like you do all day. And if there is a 21-yard touchdown pass, let's say from Josh Allen to Diggs or from Andrew Locke to Jerry Jeudy, you get an entry into next week's $100,000 contest just for being alive. What a time to be alive, Thomas. Thomas scarfing down his McRib.
I like that you called him Andrew Locke just to confuse people and thinking that he's Andrew Luck. Even though people call him Drew Locke. But his name is Andrew. It's a fact. You said his full name.
I once called him Drew and his mom tweeted at me. So I said, okay. I'm not doing that. Oh, get out of here, silly Sally. It's really called McRabbit. Well, by the way, have you ever had rabbit? It's pretty good.
Heard it's good.
There's a great place in Boston called the Tip Tap Room that brings in different burgers or versions of steak tip, like camel tip, stuff like that.
Ooh, interesting.
I've had the Jared Goff dancing around, throws it deep, has a receiver there, it's caught. What a grab! Robert Woods,
your boy.
Man, he is showing out. 34-yard grab. Big time catch there if you threw him in your captain. Again, he's just owned in about 43%, 45. But yeah, so I've had my variety of meats of different animals I never thought I would, because I never thought I was going to have there was one random burger I had. I can't remember. No, I've definitely had camel, which some people get into like, oh, don't you feel guilty? I'm sorry, people.
No.
I'm just being real. Like, if I hadn't needed somebody else's gun, so I just tried it. It's not like I said, I request you to get me camel. But elk, I've had elk, but that one you can get in stores. There's a nice play. Devery Henderson on the sideline. Goff starting to warm up. He had an awful beginning of this game. Last two drives, he's gotten his team into red zone now twice.
Eating up.
Yeah, had the touchdown pass to Woods on the last drive. Rabbit, not rabbit, Rossi. Silly rabbit. Ribbit. Sorry, Robbie. As we get a 4 wide set here.
The McRib is polarizing, man. We got people in the YouTube saying that the McRib is the only reason they go to McDonald's. And then 2 down, Travis saying McRib is not good.
I'm going there. I'd see what my Twitch homies have to say. I haven't been over to Twitch, and I apologize for that. Love that crew. Oh, a lot of the emojis I see on there.
Big emoji bunch.
Yeah, I like that you can put them in there. All right, so let's see here. Goff. Cooper Kupp closest to him. Woods on the outside. Give underneath. Going nowhere. Devery Henderson on that run there. Again, you're not going to see Cam Akers like you did over a week ago run all over the Patriots on Thursday Night Football. He looks like he's a good guy. They're going up against the Jets. Remember, by the way, I want to call you out last Saturday telling us how the Jets were going to beat the Seahawks. Did not happen. Not even close. Told you, not going to happen.
Hey, I look. It's going to happen. The Jets are going to get their first win. It's going to happen.
It's week 17 against the New England Patriots. So the Patriots screwed him out of Trevor Lawrence, Jim's guy, or a guy in ops. And then he goes to Jacksonville and la-di-da-da-da.
That'd be very funny.
I hope it happens.
Producer Andrew asking me, so Tom, is the McRib better than the Forest meatball? Yes.
Oh!
It is better than the Forest meatball.
Okay.
The Forest meatball didn't have a lot of taste. It was more just like texture in your mouth.
Hand over to Devery Henderson again. He's going to get stuffed. Seattle's defense comes alive to make the stop here at the goal line. 3-minute drive. Petered out, so we're going to get the Schloman to come off.
McVay is fired up on the sidelines.
What's the deal we get from today's games? Asking over in the chat if you're talking about that big play payday. Opt in. It's free. Oh, they're going to go for it. Screw it, swarming out of the points. It's a conspiracy, but the clock's moving, and I like that. So here is the... Oh, they're going to hand it off to him again. Henderson doesn't get there. That is 3 stops at the goal line. Hold on, let me get my Kenny. That is 3 stops at the goal line. My God. Seattle, are you serious? I can't even voice. I've heard that for years. But yeah, that is a major, major stop by Seattle. Should have went with 3. For all those that are stacking kickers, all the real ones. Cam Murray.
Yeah, that's a bummer for you, bro.
Yeah, I'm not happy about that. McRib I'm happy about. I hear a bunch of people upstairs. Party's starting. Murray says, I've never had one, but I may not just because you guys both approve. I think I'll go no onion, no pickle, though. I like pickles, but not on that. Well, you haven't had it. How do you say that?
Yeah, that's a weird move. Pickle is great with barbecue in general.
Agreed. So that's what I was going to say. You need something like that. Like I like you can have pickled onions when you go to a barbecue place. You need something.
Yeah.
So I will just, sorry, but no, I will just say that, yeah, definitely try it.
Totally.
Okay, Murray. And even if you don't like it, tell us. Like, come back and like, you know what? I didn't end up liking it. Okay.
Yeah.
That's cool. I didn't make it.
100%.
Hand up
Rossi,
here.
you made a passing mention of the games today, so I
Yes.
want to hit you with this right now. Got Bills at Broncos, Panthers at Packers. Quick predictions on each game.
First of all, kind of feel bad for the NFL. Not that I should, but like, those are tough games when you're first dipping into the Saturday against bowl games. But
yeah.
I'm going to take Buffalo over Denver, even though I think Buffalo will lose one of these games. I don't know if it'll be the Patriots or it'll be this one, but there's a little fight in that Broncos team. But I think overall, right now, McDermott knows he can just squash the throat, be the AFC champions for the first time. And when was the last time Buffalo won this division? 90s?
Oh, man. It has to be Jim Kelly era, right? Because when they had Flutie, I don't think they won the division. I think they were wild card winners.
They were in 99. That's the Music City Miracle, 2000.
Let's see.
So, no, I can tell you right now. I know Miami won it during the Patriots' reign. Miami won it.
Jets won it, right? Oh, no, it was just Miami in 08.
Yeah, but no.
But then what happened in 2002?
No, 02. It was the Jets. Had to be.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
Okay, so
1995. Wow. Oh, 25 years. Go get them, Bills. So I predict the Bills, knowing what's in stake, knowing what the future holds for them, they're going to get
Denver. Tough place to play, though. Even with the Broncos being bad, hard to play at elevation.
Dude, Bass is going to be blasting those things from like a million yards out. I just think right now, Josh Allen also, I don't know if hopefully he's not reading his press clippings, but he has a big game. Let's say he throws 4 touchdowns, like 400 yards. If he's not right there nipping at the bud of A-Raj and Mahomes for MVP, like,
yeah,
he's there. He's
firmly in third, in my view.
Agreed. So Bills 25 years. So I'm going to go with the Bills. What about you in that game?
Yeah, I'm going Bills too for everything you said. Obviously, like I said, Denver, tough place to play, but Bills are just a better team right now. And I think I've kind of been discounting them unfairly all season. Like, they're the Bills. They're a fun story, but they're legit, man. And they've had a few big boy wins of late.
And as a Patriots fan, diehard, I don't hate the Bills. Like, I actually kind of I like McDermott. He doesn't bother me. I really like Josh Allen. Like, he was the guy who was like, he can't play. There's a big run. Carson ripping, just like my son does at times. That's what we call them in this house. We call them rippers. He goes there for down to the 41-yard line, almost 2 left here in the third. But yeah, Josh Allen, like in the beginning, I feel like he was like a gimmick. Like, everyone's like, he's not that good. He's just a running quarterback. It's kind of like what we saw with Goff. Remember that first year was awful, and then he like sprung into himself. I think so. I like Josh Allen. I got nothing against him.
Yep.
Like
I have nothing against the Bills. We destroyed the Bills for 20 years, and having been to Buffalo one time when I was moving out here to St. Louis, we stopped in Buffalo for lunch. Got the original Buffalo wings at Anchor Bar. If you're ever in Buffalo, get them. They're extremely good. But you go to a town like Buffalo and you're like, why does this town have a professional sports franchise, right? Like it doesn't feel like a city in any way. It is not a metropolis whatsoever. So the fact that this blue collar town, this big ass town in upstate New York has an NFL team, it's hard to root against them. They're sort of almost like the Packers, right? Like Green Bay should not have a franchise, but for whatever reason, they've stuck around. It's because they won all those championships with Vince Lombardi and they became a brand. Buffalo and Green Bay, it's hard to root against either one of those cities.
I agree with you there. And so, we'll segue in now. You got Green Bay and Carolina. When I look at this matchup, like, I don't discount Carolina right now. I
don't either.
I said they would be the worst team in the NFL before the season. I said the Lions would be the biggest jump. They'd go from like their record last year, and they'd have the biggest improvement, be a playoff team. Wrong. And I said Carolina would be like the number 1 pick next year because I thought Matt Rule, no off season. Teddy Bridgewater, all the pieces were just like kind of coming together. We didn't know McCaffrey's situation.
Yeah, and Matt Rule felt a little gimmicky too, right? Coming from that Baylor offense. Baylor's one of those teams that for years and years they put up all these points, and then none of these quarterbacks are great in the NFL. None of these coaches go on to do anything. So I totally agree with you on the Matt Rule thing.
And instead, I feel like they're in all of their games, even the games that they get quote unquote like beat. Like you watch them, they don't seem like a team that stinks, and that's what I thought they would be. So I'm gonna go with Green Bay because I think they also kind of see what's at stake here, and knowing the NFC, like they need this win to fight for that number 1 bye spot, because it doesn't look like we're gonna get the 16 teams anymore. So I think I'm gonna go Green Bay, but I'm gonna say I'm not gonna be shocked if Carolina wins, and I'm not gonna be shocked if Carolina's in it right till the very, very last play, last second.
Yep, you're 100% right. You're right on the money. Exactly feel the same way, because Teddy Bridgewater has been a lot better than I thought he was going to be. I did not think he was going to be this good this year. I really didn't.
Hi, people. No, I didn't either. And obviously in this one, just again to catch up, no scoring there in the third quarter. We got a horrid and goal situation for the Rams. The defense of Seattle stopped them 3 straight times from the 1 after Higbee got them down there. So only 178 yards from Goff, 138 from Russell Wilson. But Russell Wilson on the ground is the story. He's got the tud. He's got 64. Chris Carson's got 37. Don't worry about the Rams backfield because ain't nothing to talk about there. Carlos Hyde got the most with 12. I hear a lot of laughing going.
T. Harvey on YouTube saying, so funny to hear someone say elevation is an issue playing in Colorado. You do know they are professional, highly in shape athletes. Yes, first of all, I did know that. Secondly, the only reason why we all say it in the industry is because they tell us it's hard to play at elevation. I have never played a professional sport at elevation, but whenever these guys play the Nuggets or the Avalanche or the Rockies or the Denver Broncos, elevation is a factor. I mean, there's a reason why Rockies pitchers are horrible to have in fantasy baseball because they allow so many home runs because elevation is different there. It is a factor. To discount it is insane.
Yeah, and also when Nolan Arorondo, don't even get me to try to say his name right, when he was talking about like re-signing and stuff there, it's like,
right,
this is where I want to be. Like, I'm going to have great, like Dante Bichette in the 90s, like a more popular, like across the board. Like he never wanted to leave there because he's like, I could be a Hall of Famer if I continue my career.
This is why Todd Helton stayed there his whole career. And Nolan Arenado, he's been mad at the organization for not trying to compete, blah, blah, blah. And the reason why is because he doesn't want to leave. He knows that his numbers are going to stay crazy high if he stays in Colorado. He wants the rest of the team to get better so he can stay. Right.
Exactly. Also, just, to that point too, Ryan Clark, one of the better safeties
couldn't
years,
play there.
Could not play there because of health conditions. Even our producer Drew drops in there. You can get a headache just from walking around, in that mountain space. My wife had gone there. Now I know this is a little weird, but she, not a big drinker. Not that we're getting into this, but like had like just a little bit, and was like, whoa. And she called me. I'll never forget that. And she's like, it's the elevation. As we get a nice run there from Carlos Hyde again. Very involved in this one.
Yeah. Not to discount everything you're saying, T. Harvey. I know you're trying to make a point. Like these guys are some of the best athletes in the world, but the fact that these guys are such good athletes and they are impacted tells you everything you need to know.
Sure it does. 7 to go here. Seattle 2-0 in this holiday tournament. 0-2 is the Rams. As a man is caught. Is that DK finally getting a grab here? He's been real quiet.
J Barb's on YouTube saying, put Rossi's beard on Tom and he'll be Action Bronson. I see that, actually. I feel as though I do resemble him quite a bit. He does have striking eyes. I don't have quite the eyes of Action.
You do. But you also have the barbecue sauce. Okay, so that was our thoughts about tonight's games. Obviously, DFS fantasy-wise, there's a lot of good action on there. I really, really, really like, again, the receivers for the Carolina Panthers. I'm not a big fan of the secondary or the defense in general for Green Bay. They'll make plays when they need to, but I think I could see that one being a shootout. Like I was talking about Notre Dame, Clemson. Like I could see that being both teams in like the 20s, 30s.
I'm going to take a look at my lineup here, see if I have any questions to throw out to the YouTube chat, see if they can help me build my lineup.
Go for it.
Since we have games today.
Why not? Throw it out there. See, you know what else I know? It's weird as well. Like, I really like Josh Allen. I just do. I really like Diggs. I think that these two are going to keep.
They have a connection.
Yeah, and I think that's going to keep going. I like Robbie Anderson. I like DJ Moore. Yeah, like you're foolish not to play. Why can't I think of his name all of a sudden? Javonte Adams at this point.
Yep. Oh yeah, he's a
like a machine. Yeah. Third and goal here from the 4. Russell Wilson drops back from the gun. Has a receiver coming across the middle. Wide open touchdown. Seattle. Had to go all the way to the West Coast. That is Lockett. It's been real quiet in reality recently, but scores here for you. That's going to give him a 10-point edge.
If for some reason my fantasy app not wanting to open, so never mind on that. But look, I'm happy to have NFL football on Saturday. While we're having conference championships in college football, that's a good weekend, buddy.
That's great. And we got these Sims. There's only 2 today. We'll wrap up the NFC West on Monday. But, by the way, Jeff over on YouTube says, a few people mentioned it. I don't see where to opt in for the free contest on DK. Is it the app or Facebook page? Go to the promotions page on the app or website and then find the big play payday. Again, if there is a 20-yard plus touchdown in the fourth quarter of the first game of the day, Denver and Buffalo, you get entered into a $100,000 contest next Sunday. Go to the promotions page on the DraftKings app or over at DraftKings.com. Find the big play payday. For me earlier, there was a pop-up for it. For you, might be a little different depending on what you've been doing on your app. Again, or just go to DraftKings.com. And you can just honestly Google DraftKings.com big play payday. And it'll be there for you.
I actually like the chances of that happening too, right? I mean, Denver is a place where big throws can happen. You got Jerry Jeudy. Drew Lock likes to sling it.
KJ Hamler, he's not scoring from 2 yards out. He's more of a kind of a big play guy.
Noah Fant's a big play guy too. And on Buffalo side, you mentioned Stephon Diggs has been having a great year. Josh Allen has a massive arm. He's not afraid to throw to any of those guys. So you can see Cole Beasley make a big play, get some yak. He'll probably catch it underneath the defense, but he's got the speed to go up the field. So it's worth opting in, right? It's no harm, no foul here.
You've got nothing to lose. You're sitting there watching the games, having some fun, maybe playing Among Us or whatever other games are the cool kids play these days. That was just a reference. I've never played it. I'm trying to sound hip. But, whatever you're doing with your life, pop it in there. You have nothing to lose. Only maybe $100,000 to gain.
Right.
Those are the bets I'm into, by the way. If anybody was ever wondering, I don't make bets because I don't like these, bet 20 to win 30. No thanks. How about bet nothing to get a chance at 100,000? That's my style.
It's the way to do it. That's why I play the lottery sometimes, Rossi. You buy a $4 lottery ticket, you can change your life.
Sure could. All right, we get here, and now we're down to just around halfway through the fourth. It's a 10-point edge for Seattle. The Rams have a 2nd and 2 from the 50-yard line. I feel like they've been at the 50-yard line 3 times this game. Oddly enough. Goff throws it out.
Can't believe I'm still eating these fries.
Oh, you finished that
thing. Dude, look how much more I still have.
Go for it, dude. I finished that pup. You got to get with the times. Daniel sent a video, but it said it was private. We're sending another one. So yeah, we have here first down. 3 minutes and 50 to go. Jared Goff dancing. He's gonna get fumbles, sacked, but picked up quickly by the Rams. Nice catch by the offensive lineman. Daniel dropping private videos on me.
I love that.
I'm going to be just staring at that private screen as there's another setback there for the Rams. So, the 2nd and 23. So we'll see what they have here, what's in the playbook. They got the 2 tight end set, 2 wide, Woods at the top, Coop closest. Actually, Woods closest to us. Coop in the gun, in the shotgun, in the slot gun. Plenty of time here. Jared Goff eating a McRib is going to get sacked and fumbles her a 2nd straight play. Doesn't pick it up. Went the wrong way. Could have seen a touchdown there, Tom.
Off with those tiny hands, right? Isn't that one of Goff's things, is that he has small hands, or did I just make that up?
Doesn't matter. He couldn't keep with all that McRib sauce.
Too saucy.
Too saucy. Nice play there, though, from the DST. And then look at this, right back at it. This is like become a defensive struggle here with 2:50 to go. Jason Rossi, Tom Carroll with you. Hope you're having a hell of a day, enjoying your Saturday. After this, leaderboard live and all the fun action the rest of the way. It is going to be a heck of a day. As we mentioned, the 2 games. So Kenny and our guy Moose will be taking you at the first game. And then you have Glash and Lamarca for the nightcap.
Wow, what a duo.
It's going to be good stuff. Don't go anywhere. Keep it locked. Keep it on a second screen. Watch a game. Just check over here to see where your lineup's at. Maybe this is the time you watch because maybe your lineup will actually be good for once. Just
there
saying.
you go.
Not like mine in this LPGA tournament I'm in. And by the way, in our we don't have to talk about that. In our McRib Classic, I went from 4th to 18th in the matter of like 6 minutes.
Wow. Let's see where I am. I'm probably not doing so hot, but
I'm dropping fast.
It's a common theme for me.
I've been on a little bit of a heater too.
I am in second to last, Rossi.
Yikes. Must have been too much sauce. Too much sauce.
Way too much sauce. Well, I invested heavily in Seattle. And, if you invested heavily in any of these offenses, it's sort of a crapshoot, right?
Oh, what a move by Russell Wilson. He's got that X
avoids
factor.
a huge hit.
Yeah. So let's see. My recent, now I'm at 27th. I'm dropping. No, that was the last one. So the Emerson one, I was in 27th. I finished in second. The one before that. Then there's a bunch of me in the hundreds, like the 110, 114, 109, 29, 64. So those are my most recent right now. Sitting in 18th. Could use a Russell Wilson DK Metcalf tud.
I could as well.
All right, we're all rooting for it then. First and 10.
I'd love some Chris Carson here, though.
Oh, no. I don't want that. Something selfish.
Shakina Sanders mentioning one of our other YouTube viewers, Tiger Woods, and that prompts me to ask you, Rossi, did you see Tiger Woods' son golfing the other day?
No.
He's awesome. Yeah. He's super young. I don't know what the age is, but he looks like 8 years old or something like that. But he's already extremely good at golf. We're going to get another Tiger Woods, and I'm so excited.
Yeah. All right. Hey, good for golf. There's going to be another handoff up the middle.
Good. That is good for golf, though.
It is. Well, because listen, that's a brand name. That's what they, golf is the weirdest sport. So I'm not a big golf guy, but it's like NASCAR in some ways that the name values continue to stay, even though the original big ones, let's say, aren't in the everyday tournaments like they used to be.
Right.
Jeff Gordon, just using something random, but people that's a golfer. See, now basically golfers and NASCAR are the same people. But my point is it's never going to decrease the popularity because they're losing names. That's going to be caught for the touchdown. Is it? It is DK.
DraftKings.
Yes.
DraftKings
Metcalf. I'm going to blow up my candle because I'm going to forget you later. What a score there.
That's going to help me.
DK was owned in 56%, captained in 12.6. We'll see how it helps when Jin and Zach, the hardest working men in the stream today, they update. Wait, I'm going down. No. That's not right. I love when you watch it live score because they're doing so much.
Uh-oh, booth review.
No, don't worry. It's going to be fine. Oh,
sometimes it's not.
It's never. No, whoa, that was a weird looking one.
Here we go.
One. 2.
Oh, but where did that heel hit, Rossi?
I don't know, but that animation's really realistic looking. The way his body was, that's how most bodies would look. Kind of moving around. Right now, if things hold, if the score remains, which it will, it is.
It does.
90 points. Oh, this is a big kick. Give me. Oh, he's gonna get it. So now I need Robert Woods here. Give me something to end this game, end this day, as we're just dipping past 3 o'clock Eastern here.
All right, I moved up 12 spots. I'm now on 100th.
Nice.
That is one thing about these Madden sims I've noticed is the kickers never miss extra points. And in real life, we see them miss extra points with regularity now. Ever since they moved that thing back, what was it, 5 years ago?
Yeah,
it happens, man. It happens all the time.
At this point, why even kick the extra point? I think you start going for 2, and I know that was the point of it, because that is a long.
The Steelers did that first year, right?
Yeah.
They were going for 2 every play for 3 weeks, and then they stopped doing it. I love
percentage-wise. But you're at the 2-yard line. If you got yourself a big power back or a decent running game, get the big hogs to move the guys around, and let's see what we got.
Yeah, if you can't score from 2 yards out, you shouldn't even be on the field.
There you go. Bully him.
It's like that team in Friday Night Lights, the movie, that went for 2 every time with that coach with the lollipop in his mouth. Guy looked swag as hell.
Yeah, he knew what he was doing. Again,
great movie.
Yeah, Jared Goff across the middle. Is that my guy? Woodsy. Nope, it's Henderson. So 1:30 left in the game here. The McRib Classic. Both me and Tom, thumbs up on the McRib. If you haven't tried one, do so. Actually, DraftKings is sponsored by KFC, so maybe we'll do something with KFC soon.
Ooh, eat some double downs. Do they still have those? Do you remember those?
I remember them. I highly doubt they're still there. Maybe it's one of those things you can order, though, like it's on the menu.
Yeah, off the menu. Chicken for bread.
Here's another pass, more protein. There's a nice pass again. Goff to Henderson. He's helping out those lineups.
Mike Bizzle on YouTube thinking that I'm going to do a Morton Anderson name drop here. So for Mike, yes, I co-host a podcast with Morton Anderson. He's a good friend of mine. Great Dane Nation. Check it out on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. This week, Jim McMahon, Bears legend, joined us on the pod. Guy does not hold back. Tells a legendary story about his battle with Bill Belichick when he spent half a season in Cleveland. Gonna want to check that out. And first 8 minutes of the pod this week, Morton Anderson tells a story about when he pooped his pants on the field at Lambeau Field for a wild card playoff game. So we got 8 minutes of poop talk to start things out. Check it out, Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Great Dane Nation.
Yeah, I like that. I guess. So I'm definitely going to tune into that. That, by the way, the double down, Daniel letting us know you can still get it if you live in the UK. So I got to hop a plane. We'll do that in the future. Because we're going to be winding down this game. And by the way, I have a podcast as well. It's called The Pop Culture Pile Driver. This week we reviewed the movie The Naked Gun. Naked Gun.
Oh, nice.
Also,
Classic.
A lot of members of the DK Sim fam, Emerson, Reed, and a lot of other people. It was our guy Billy, who's behind the scenes at DraftKings. It's his birthday, so there's some stuff from them in there as well. So you check that out. It's Pop Culture Pile Driver, 3 words, wherever you find your podcast. But check out Tom, check out me. We're here now. The game is over. Seattle 3-0 in the holiday tourney, baby. So they're looking to get that #1 spot. So we will give you a quick wrap up here because Homeboy's got a little party to attend. By party, I mean literally 3 other people came to my house. But that's 2020 for you when you have a party.
Gotta keep it socially distant.
That's it, baby. Got to keep it safe. We're almost there. We're almost through this. So going to give our thank yous. Then we'll get Tom to give you his player of the game and the Not My McRib Award. Daniel on the 1s and 2s. Excellent job today. He was amazing. Give it up for Daniel, everybody. Daniel, woo! Give it up for our guys. Zach in the offseason. Zach, woo! Jim, woo! Clemson sucks. Jim, I'm kidding. Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that. But awesome job to Jim and to our producer, Drew. Give it up for Drew, everybody. Smash that like. Smash that like. Smash that like. All right, Tom, who would be your player of the game?
Right in front of me, looking at him, Jared Goff helping the Rams to a big win here in Seattle, 20-24, threw for 231 and a touchdown. Going with Jared Goff, small hands,
Jared
big
Goff
victory.
lost the game. You must be McRib drunk. They got bounced. They got crushed. You bonehead, but you're keeping it. I'm making you keep it. Jared Goff.
He's my MVP. He wins a small soft serve cone if he ever comes here in St. Louis.
Never said the McRib would make us smarter. Who is your crusty, your Billy? Well, it really should be the cough fade, but we'll call it the babysitter Billy, not my kid award.
Not my McRib award going to Chris Carson. He was my captain, did nothing.
48 on the ground.
Not going to get it done.
No, it did not. So that'll do it for us. Your dream stream does not end here, though, because like we said, we have leaderboard live. You got Kenny. You got Moose. They're going to be taking you through the Buffalo-Denver game. Then you got Glash and Lamarca taking you through Panthers and Packers. Don't forget to opt in to that big play payday, and you can get a chance to win into a contest for $100,000 next week. Again, all you have to do is opt in. If there's a 20-plus yard touchdown scored in the 4th quarter of the first game, which kicks off in a little over an hour, you get your free entry into that. Tom, any final words for the fine folks?
Go get a McRib, people.
Yeah, McRib approved, baby. This is a lot of fun, Tom. Always good teaming up with you. I'll catch you soon. I don't think we're getting together beforehand, so have yourself a Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, dude.
You too, dude. And I'm excited to see your white beard on a sim here soon.
Join Wednesday, noon and 2, folks. Sim Santa's going to be in the house. We'll be back with more Sims come Monday at noon. Leaderboard Live tonight. The Sweat and Leaderboard Live throughout your Sunday. Have a fantastic rest of your Saturday and a great Sunday. Enjoy the football, folks. Again, get a McRib. Catch you later. Stay hydrated. Be positive. Later.
Who's the NFL wide receiver today that reminds you a lot of yourself?
I really thought, I think AJ Green is a lot like I was. He's one of the guys that I really
Unlike
like to
you,
watch.
though, like he struggles to stay healthy.
Yeah, but I mean, him. Yeah, he's one of my favorite guys to watch, just because I just like the way he is. He's big. Yeah, he has had injury problems over the last couple of years, which has been unfortunate, and I think that's kind of held him back. So yeah, I'd say AJ Green.
How do you feel
I
about
like DeAndre Hopkins. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. You're just gonna take this. Hey, it'd be great to kind of be like, oh my God, best wide receiver in the game. That's definitely me, right?
He kind of even looks like me. I had the dreads for a while, No, I'm joking. No, but just because like this, we have similar games where we have body control is a big part of our game, and going up and catching the balls over people and catching contested balls is something that I used to really do well.
How about that Hail Murray a couple weeks ago against Buffalo?
That was awesome. That was great.
Insane.
And the thing about it is I love is like his mentality. It's not like he was like, yeah, he was just kind of like, what? You guys didn't think I was going to catch that ball? Like it was just, I think I really like his mentality and how he kind of approaches the game with the kind of like he plays with his chest out. And that's what I really like about him. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, I'm surrounded by 3 Buffalo defenders and you didn't think I was going to catch that. How do you feel about the Giants team right now? They're second place in NFC East. We got 3 games to go. How do we feel about their chances?
Coming into this season, I didn't have very high expectations because I just thought their talent. They're not a talented team right now.
Yeah. And then Saquon goes down.
And then when Saquon went down, I was sitting there watching it in this TV studio, and I was like, okay, next season, because he was like the only dynamic player they had on offense. And now Evan Ingram's starting to play a little bit better. Daniel Jones was playing better for a while, except for last week. There's just a whole bunch of guys that are, I like. His name's on the tip of my tongue. He's number 86. I can't remember. I don't know why.
Slayton, dude, Darius Slayton.
Slayton. Yeah, I don't know why I forgot that name. Maybe I got hit in the head too much. I played in the 90s, so. But Darius Slayton's a guy I like watching as well, and I like the way that they're playing. And then you got Love, and then you got Bradbury on defense, and Williams, the defensive lineman. All those guys, I think. I like those guys, especially in Williams, the defensive lineman, the guys that come in the league and kind of struggle for a while and then finally hit their stride. It's because they fought through something, I mean? They're fighting through adversity. And a lot of these guys aren't built that way, especially first rounders. They've been coddled their entire lives. And all of a sudden they come through some adversity and they really show and prove. That's what I really like. It's like everything the same way.
Yeah, and I think Joe Judge has done a really good job too with what feels like limited talent, like at times, but also he's coming in and he's never been a full-time defensive or like offensive coordinator in the league, so he's doing a tremendous job. You play for 2 tremendous coaches, and Jim Fossil and also Tom Coughlin. What's the biggest lesson you learned from those guys?
Accountability, and especially more so with Tom Coughlin, and he was as fair as you can be in terms of treating stars differently than the people who are making league minimum. And he always put the big picture on things, and he never let up on details. Details were very important to him. And I think we won 3 or 4 games out through my time with him just because he was always getting us not only to think about what we had to do, but thinking situational football. We'd always have the 2-minute drill and always be something different. And he'd always have a different message to why we're doing what we're doing in this 2-minute drill. We weren't just running through plays. We were thinking about the situation of the game. We were thinking about what we needed to do. And those were the types of things that helped us win a few games coming down the stretch, just because we were more aware of what we needed to do.
Yeah, with Tom Coughlin, you knew never to be late. Like you had to be early to every meeting, right?
We had to be early, and the funny thing about it is like when he first got there, everybody hated him, and we're like, "Why is he doing this? We think he's a jerk." just because he has this power trip. And then the next year, we kind of got to know him a little bit better, and we got to understand that only thing that Tom Coughlin was about wasn't about a power trip, wasn't about ego. It was 100% about he thought that you had to do everything you possibly could to win, and he thought that those little sacrifices you made were indicative of how deep you're going to go in the game. And the funny thing about it is, I was watching. I watched that Broadway play after I got done playing on Lombardi. They had that Broadway play Lombardi.
Okay.
And Lombardi.
I thought you may have been talking like Hamilton or Cats or something like that.
No. It was a football movie, a football play. Sorry. And he did the same thing. And I just wish he would have told us. It would have made a lot more comfortable for the people on the team, and we'd have been much more accepting if we would have known that he wasn't the only person to do this, and he wasn't doing it to be a jerk. He was doing it because he felt like it would help our team be better. And I thought he should have communicated that. But other than that, I mean, I really respected him because he could get everybody on the team to sacrifice and play, even if they were the 53rd person on the roster or the starter. And he got them all. Everybody was as invested in our team as each other. So that was why our team was so good.
All right. So what are some of like your favorite hobbies right now that you're doing while you're living like in Denmark? Because like we've done a little bit of research here. I guess, you know, you were always big in like hockey, boxing, running, cycling. So what is it now that you are doing to like, you know, kill time?
I'm big cycling. And cycling and jiu-jitsu are my two big things that I do now, but I haven't been able to do jiu-jitsu since the COVID hit. But
yeah,
big into cycling. I built a bike out here because I frankly didn't have much to do for a long time, and so I going online, bought bike parts, taught myself how to put them together. So I got a bike here, but I hope it's put together right. I've been riding it a little while, but you know, brakes might be a little squeaky. I don't know.
For sure, man. Next time you're out there, like, oh, there goes the front wheel. You know?
Yeah, I'm definitely not a professional mechanic, but they work. The bikes that I put together two bikes, and they both work pretty well.
Okay.
Pretty well.
Are you still doing? Can you still skate? You're still on ice skates at all? You getting on it at all?
I haven't been ice skating. I got too into like I was on a roller hockey league, and I just was not ready to turn it back. Like I remember I was like almost getting into like physical fights with like guys that I'm playing in the league. And I'm just like, you know what, this isn't worth it for me. I can't be doing this. I'm throwing people into boards. I'm like getting, because you can't turn down the competitiveness. Right. And the thing about it was I wasn't very good at it. So that made me even worse. So like I'm like trying to do things I can't do it on the rollerblades. And so I'm starting to push people and throw people. I'm just like, look, come on, Amani.
Oh my God, Amani, you are the Happy Gilmore of roller hockey. That is you, dude.
It's exactly me. So that's why I had to say, look, I got to put my skates down. It was fun while it lasted, and I could not stick with roller hockey.
Yeah, at least you didn't try to take them off and stab like guys you were fighting with, like your opponents. Big event coming up on Sunday, $12.5 million in cash prizes, $2.5 million going to the winner. DraftKings contributors Jeff Ulrich, Kenny Ducey are here for a little slate breakdown. But guys, check this out. Before we get into expected ownership for stacks and studs and value plays, I want you to look at this. Some of the more popular plays from some of the more recent FFWC events. Look at this. Highest owned, Joe Mixon in 2018, 66%. Yet Adrian Peterson at 55%. Drake was at 53% in 2017. And me and Julio down by the schoolyard, 52% back in 2015. Jeff, who do you think will be the most popular stack? Who do you think will be part of that?
Yeah, look, I know we could talk here about fancy stacks, about cheap quarterbacks. Some of these gut players might pivot to, but I still think it's going to be the Kansas City Chiefs who's going to be the most popular stack. I think you look at most projections this week, the Chiefs stack just is projected to have so many more points than the next highest stack. And yeah, okay, Patrick Mahomes is expensive and his targets are expensive. But again, we're talking about a 200-man field. I think a lot of these players are going to be okay jamming in like really extreme value plays to fit in the Chiefs and another stud. And again, I also think you have a player like Travis Kelce at tight end, who is so clearly the best play there, that a lot of these players are just going to take the free points with Mahomes and Kelce. And then, like I said, try and jam in value elsewhere. So, yeah, I think that spots like Arizona, Tennessee might become like a bit of a popular stack because Tannehill's in such a good spot. Maybe like the cheap Philly stack, but I really feel like Kansas City will be the most popular stack.
Yeah, and speaking of that, former Kansas City wide receiver Jeremy Maclin, 21% owned in 2015. Ooh, wow. Yes, interesting. Kenny Ducey, who do you think will be the most popular stack?
I always remember Jeremy Maclin from getting a name drop in an Asher Roth song when he was the newest to Philly. But yes, I actually, just for contrarian's sake, yeah, I do think that the Kansas City stack will be pretty heavily owned. But I actually think this Tampa Bay stack against one of the worst secondaries in football in Atlanta could be pretty popular considering the price tags. Tom Brady coming in at just 6,600. Then you compare him with a Mike Evans or a Chris Godwin, 65 or 6,200. There's also Antonio Brown at 5,400, who the targets have sort of dropped off, but I still think that he's a big enough part of that offense at $5,400. Maybe you think, you go with a Gronk and a Brown and a Brady, or maybe you mix in Cameron Braid at 2,700. I just think there's a lot of options here for people playing Tampa Bay against a bad secondary, which is why I think that ultimately this is a stack that'll be pretty popular. Kansas City, you're going to have to pay really far up to get Hill and Kelce, but you could maybe get, two of the better pass catchers here for Tampa Bay at a discount, and then Brady also at a discount in a game which they should maybe score 30 points. So I think it could be pretty popular and it could definitely work.
All right, you mentioned Hill and Kelce and people paying up for them. Which other stud do you think our competitors will be paying up for?
Yeah, we were just talking about it before we came on the air, and it's a meme at this point. But Derrick Henry, I think, at $9,500 is going to be pretty popular, considering the fact that he's got the matchup. We saw what he did against a bad matchup, or a good matchup for him, rather, last week with 200 yards. I mean, the guy has only gone for under 100 yards like 4 times this year, or 5 times. So it's pretty much a lock. You're going to hit the bonus with this guy. Also, Detroit is effectively out of the playoff race at this point. Nothing left to play for. That defense has been bad against the run all season long. They look defeated. They look tired. There's no Darius Slay there anymore. I don't know. I figured I'd mix that in. But yes, Derrick Henry is going to be very popular here, and for good reason. This is the type of the part of the season where he excels. Weeks 16, 17, 15, 14 are when he really comes to play.
You got a stud you think everyone's going to be paying up for, maybe besides Derrick Henry, Jeff?
Yeah, so definitely Derrick Henry is going to be like in the top 3 players owned. I would be shocked if he wasn't. But I think the other player who's really going to steam up in ownership is Brandon Ayuk of the 49ers at 6,300. And it has a lot to do with price. I mean, this player is just getting targeted at an insane rate. And they're going up against the Cowboys this week. It's such a good matchup for Ayuk. No Deebo Samuel in the lineup. And I think a lot of these players are just going to look and say, well, I can't necessarily fit in a guy like Derrick Henry and pay up for multiple over 7K receivers. Ayuk is sitting there at 6,300. He offers insane volume. He's got really good upside in the matchup. I think you're going to see him creep in. Possibly might even be the highest owned player in this contest. It actually wouldn't shock me. I definitely think he's going to be in the top 3. So look for Ayuk to garner a lot of ownership here.
Man, 4 of his last 5 games, he's gone north of 20 DK fantasy points. He's a pretty good value play, as you mentioned, Jeff. Who do you think will be the most popular, if not Ayuk?
Yeah, this one's going to be really interesting to watch. We're trending towards Leonard Fournette possibly being the value play of the slate. And I think that Leonard Fournette is going to make or break a lot of weeks in this contest as well. You just look around the league. I mean, there's just not that many other cheap RBs in this type of situation. Obviously, Ronald Jones looks like he's not going to go, or if he gets ruled out, Fournette has already been declared that he's going to be the starter. At 4,500 going up against Atlanta, how do you get away from this? And I think a lot of these sharper players are realizing the same thing. We don't have another player down there. Even in the 5K range, we don't have a lot of good plays. McKissick is up to 5,700 if you want to just go for cheap PPR points. David Johnson going up against the Colts at 5,100. Like, I think most people are just going to say, no, thanks. I can't trust that. Fournette could end up being the guy here. I think he's got a real good shot of being the highest owned value play on the slate.
What do you think, Kenny?
Well, I actually think that some of the Eagles might garner some attention here just because of the price tags and also, new quarterback. I think there's still a buy low option here. You look at the two highest targeted receivers by Jalen Hurts. Dallas Goedert at $3,900 received six targets last week. Greg Ward at $3,000, the minimum, with 5 targets. I think that those guys, especially Ward at the minimum salary for a wide receiver, will be guys that are looked upon for value here just because, again, I think that a lot of times we think that we can beat the system, we can beat DraftKings, we can beat the books by, they haven't caught up yet to, Greg Ward is Jalen Hurts' favorite receiver. Now, obviously, that could all change this week, but ultimately, I do think that there is, something to be said about Ward. He is a good receiver. We've seen him have good games before. He just has to have the ball thrown to him, and Jalen Hurts clearly likes throwing him the football. Last week we saw. So I think this is, again, a revitalized offense. I think that the matchup isn't the worst here, and the Eagles, even though they're big underdogs here, certainly you can beat this Arizona secondary, and this team needs a win here to keep their playoff hopes alive. So I actually expect a lot on offense from them. I could see Greg Ward hauling in 5-6 catches at $3,000. That's pretty good.
I did want to point out too was just looking at the DraftKings Sportsbook, there are 4 games where there's at least a 10-point favorite in those games. Like, it's pretty remarkable. I mean, obviously it's later in the season, so you're apt to see this more, but this week has 4 teams that are favored by 10 points. The Ravens, let's try that again. The Ravens minus 12.5 against the Jaguars, the Titans minus 10.5 over the Lions, the Rams minus 17.5 point favorites against the Jets. The Steelers minus 12.5 against the Bengals. How do you feel about some of these spreads? Because I've always said that I am kind of leery about some of those double-digit spreads. There's a couple of games where I would be quite comfortable with taking that this week, but is there one that you like of the 4? And what are your thoughts about, just this week overall with 4 huge favorites on the docket?
I mean, I think we could have, we're at the stage, we're talking about, of the season. I think people could have guessed who those 4 teams are if you hadn't looked at the spreads. It's the Jaguars and the Jets automatically. The Bengals have completely fallen apart. And then the Lions are, the better, definitely the best team of those 4. But playing a team in Tennessee that needs to keep winning to get that division, and the Titans are pretty good. And man, do the Lions stink against the run. And guess who they're playing this week? Player props. Can't wait to see that Derrick Henry number. I passed on the 106s, 108s, 110s on Derrick Henry last week. It's it's a lot. He stayed around in the 80 neighborhood last time against Jacksonville. 215, I think he ran for. That was dumb. I made a mental note to remember to bet Derrick Henry both times against Jacksonville next year. That's where I think my favorite bet in any of these games is going to be Derrick Henry's rush prop, as long as it's not absolutely obscene, rather than betting any of these numbers. Pittsburgh certainly needs a bounce back on a 2-game losing streak after starting undefeated, and the Bengals are just horrific. But honestly, I think it's 17.5 right now, but at 17, I think I'm going to go with the Rams as my favorite bet. If I bet one of these, it will be the Rams. The Jets just got absolutely smashed out in Seattle by the Seahawks. Their season's obviously completely over, but what is the mindset of the Jets right now? They stayed out west. They've been in LA hanging out all week. Are they really getting ready for this game, or are they just happy not to be in this blizzard that you and I are sitting in and be out in LA, check out the boardwalk, catch some rays, show up to the game on Sunday, get smashed again, and head home? The Rams, and look at what we've seen from the Rams lately. They've been really good defensively. The Patriots aren't good offensively, but the Rams are really good defensively. I think this is going to be maybe not quite as bad as the Seattle game, but something similar.
And, you hear this, how much the Rams are favored by. You must be thinking like, oh, this has gone up dramatically since it opened. Oh, no. This opened at 16 and a half.
Mm-hmm.
Opened at 16 and a half. So it's only gone up to 17. Oh, only gone up to 17 and a half too. But, just looking at some of the trends for this game too, as well, the Rams are 4-2 against the spread as home favorites. They've covered in 3 of their last 4 games overall. So they've been a good cover team as of late. The Jets continue to be one of the worst teams against the spread. No surprise there. 4-9 overall, the second worst in the league, except for the Cowboys, who, by the way, looked kind of good last week. Just throwing that out
against
there.
The Bengals, who are another double-digit dog.
Of course. But, man, this is just one of those massive totals that it's like, do you begin to think about it a little bit? And obviously you're fine with it. I feel like I should be fine with it too as well, because
here's a ridiculous part though. The total is 44.
I know. And I was just going to bring that up.
The spread is literally almost half the total.
Can you imagine being the Jets and these guys have to at least peruse the lines and just take a look at it. But that was going to be my next point. They're literally almost half of the total, but that's how bad this Jets team has been. And quite frankly, the Rams secondary, the Rams defense as a whole has been phenomenal. And they're going to be able to get pressure on Sam Darnold. Aaron Donald's going to be all in his face throughout the game. This is a disaster. I would be interested too. And I don't know what the number is as betting the under on the Jets points in the first half, maybe even the first quarter. That's all something to look at in this game as well. So as we get closer to kickoff, take a look at that too. Even sometimes with those ridiculous numbers, if it's 3 points or whatever, you kind of have to think about it with this Jets team.
So the Jets team total is 12.5. You get plus money on the under. The first half total, 6.5. Can't score a touchdown in the first half, but the Rams could very easily keep them out of the end zone. Maybe they get a field goal. Maybe they get 2. I don't mind that first half under at all.
Okay, let's move to receivers. We'll talk about stacks once we get to the quarterback section, but as one-off plays, if we go to the very top, you have Tyreek Hill now as the most expensive receiver. Are we overthinking this, that the move should just be jamming as many Chiefs and Saints as you can possibly afford, and then just use Lynn Bowden at $3,600 and be on your way?
I mean, Tyreek Hill is now getting the volume we've always dreamed about, right? He's seen, 25 points in 6 of his last 7 games. He's getting those double-digit targets. They're moving him inside to the slot, which is where you want to attack the Saints, so he's going to avoid Marshawn Lattimore. Not that Lattimore has been what he once was or can cover Hill, but he just gets these clean releases and gets downfield. They're manufacturing touches for him. Mahomes is now playing in a dome in the highest total game in a competitive game. I think Tyreek Hill is going to put up big numbers again. This is the most dangerous player arguably in all of football, now seeing double-digit targets on a weekly basis. It's tough to say that he's not a great play.
The issue becomes you can't afford him and one of the top-end running backs.
Yeah, you have to make that stand.
You can, but your team sucks, basically.
Yeah, you can do it, and then the rest of your team is Lynn Bowden and Chase Daniel, and you're like, whoa, maybe not. This isn't the best strategy. But yeah, I mean, I think that if you're going to do Tyreek Hill, it makes a lot of sense to do the game stack with him and Kamara and Patrick Mahomes, or potentially him, Michael Thomas, and Taysom Hill. Something like that. I think game stacking up that Chiefs-Saints game makes a lot of sense.
So of the very top-end receivers, you have Hill, you have DK Metcalf at $8,600. Calvin Ridley, and I doubt we're going to see Julio once again, although it's against Tampa. We'll see how that works out. DeAndre Hopkins, A.J. Brown, Allen Robinson, Justin Jefferson, Michael Thomas, Adam Thielen, and Cooper Kupp. That's the $7,000 and up range this week. I'm hard pressed to find a good one-off that I really want to go to here. It's either maybe Allen Robinson is the one-off that I could see myself using, just because regardless of whether Trubisky is good or bad, he is the one who's going to end up having a good week on the Bears. But everyone else, it feels like they almost need to be a part of a stack because they're so expensive.
Yeah, Allen Robinson is in a great position against a Minnesota team with 3 of the worst 10 corners in fantasy points per route run against. We know that Trubisky is going to lean on Allen Robinson. It's a game in a dome. I think Robinson's got a really good chance at 10-plus targets. I actually think Trubisky is a reasonable guy to talk about when we talk about tight ends, potentially even Cole Kmet. But we'll get gross in a minute. We're talking about good receivers right now. DK Metcalf, I think you can make an argument for being a one-off play and taking up the entire Seahawks passing offense. They're not letting Russ cook as much as they used to, and so it's tough to imagine both him and Lockett going off. But Metcalf saw 8 targets last week that came out in the middle of the third quarter. He's seeing more and more targets. He leads the league in air yard share the last 4 weeks. The Washington is 32nd DVOA against wide receiver ones. DK Metcalf is second in the NFL on end zone targets as well, so he's got a ton of touchdown upside. He's one of these guys that can go off for 100-plus and 2 touchdowns anytime he steps on the field against anybody, and I'm not particularly worried about Kendall Fuller. I know that Washington's got a good front, and their defense is a little underrated, but I think Metcalf is a guy that you could make an argument for being a one-off because if you look at Cook, you look at Henry, and you look at Hill and Metcalf, I think it's a safe bet that Metcalf has the lowest ownership of the 4.
In the $6,000 range at receiver, it kicks off with Julio, who's probably not going to play. Then you have Woods, who I'm guessing that maybe there's too much Cam Akers love, that the Ram stack is not as high as it probably should be against the Jets. But then you're into your Lockett's, Evans, McLaurins. Is this a situation where everyone wants to use the shiny new toy and just take Brendan Ayuk against the Cowboys at $6,300, which seems like a really good situation? Or do you say, hey, Alex Smith looks like he's playing. McLaurin's coming off 2 bad weeks. Now he gets Seattle. This could be a really good opportunity for him to finally really explode and break the slate.
Yeah, I mean, he's gone off against San Francisco and Pittsburgh the last 2 weeks, and they've limited him. But Seattle, they've been better of late, and they're still the worst team in the NFL in basically every single wide receiver metric. McLaurin still is going to eat up all the as many wide receiver targets as the Washington can handle. I think he's at 6,600. He's going to be sub 10%. I think he's one of the best tournament plays of the week. Jumping up a little bit, I think Kupp and Woods are definitely in play as that stack. If you did a Goff, Woods, Kupp stack and faded Akers, I think you have a lot of leverage on the field. And the Jets are going to give up 30-plus points again in this one. So if it doesn't end up going on the ground, Goff could see 4-plus touchdowns, and Kupp and Woods could really go off. So I like that call a lot. But yeah, I do want to say Brandon Ayuk going to be chalky, but for good reason, right? His target share is top 6 in the NFL the last 4 weeks. No Deebo Samuel. He sees 2 more targets a game. He is going to be fed against one of the worst defenses in all of football. So Ayuk is a guy that's just absolutely exploded onto the scene and is definitely too cheap for his workload and talent right now.
Hey, this is DraftKings Leaderboard Live. Kenny Ducey joined by Jeff Ulrich to break down and follow this Bills and Broncos game. Of course, we have two great matchups on the docket for today. It's Bills and Broncos right now. Later on, it is the Packers, Aaron Rodgers, and Teddy Bridgewater and the Carolina Panthers. So we do have two contests that we're going to be following throughout this Denver and Buffalo game. One is the showdown, which just deals with this game. The other, the Millie here, which deals with both games. We will be tracking all four quarterbacks, all four running backs, figure out who decided to go with who. Now, a popular option in the Millie, Jeff, was Josh Allen. He's even more popular in the showdown at 90% ownership, which is unsightly. The Denver Broncos do rank 8th in passing DVOA. So with that in mind, is Josh Allen your QB in the Classic? And are you shocked that he is 90% owned?
No, I mean, it's a little bit higher than I thought, but I mean, again, the Buffalo Bills are very sort of, Josh Allen centric offense. I mean, this is a team that's moved from like a run first team to kind of passing the ball a ton every game. I mean, Josh Allen is attempting 40 throws like every week now. They really don't have that much of a rush game. And quite frankly, Josh Allen's just been good, right? So you also get like the red zone rushing threats with him. I'm not that shocked that he's the highest owned player. A little bit shocked they got there at 90%, but maybe that just speaks to the opponent as well, right? I mean, Denver, who do you trust at wide receiver? They don't really have a dominant wide receiver to trust. You can play Noah Fant, you can play a little bit of Melvin Gordon, but realistically, there's not like a week in, week out option on Denver where you just trust 100%. You also have a poor quarterback. So I think a lot of the ownership on Josh Allen speaks to how bad Denver is, quite frankly.
Do you like Aaron Rodgers better than Josh Allen in the Classic slate?
Yeah, it's really close between those two today. I mean, obviously, look, we're past lock. I think that both were fine options. They're both obviously going to be the top two, owned options on the 2-game slate. We have 35% ownership in the 2-game Classic on Josh Allen. So maybe even a little bit lower than I was expecting, to be honest. But all things considered, I slightly lean Josh Allen there. Again, he's throwing the ball so much. You get the better rushing element with him. Aaron Rodgers is absolutely playing well. A little bit bigger favorites in Green Bay, though. So maybe like a little bit more of a scenario where Rodgers isn't throwing the ball as much possible in that game. I think both those guys have big upside. I very much lean slightly Allen, though.
Well, with that in mind, we're talking now about the other players that will comprise the lineups. You mentioned that you don't think that perhaps the Packers will throw as much as the Bills. So do you like Diggs over all of these talented receivers that we have to offer here? You obviously have Devontae Adams. There's Robbie Anderson, Curtis Samuel, DJ Moore out, if I'm not mistaken. Who do you like at wide receiver if maybe you don't think the Packers are going to throw a lot?
Yeah, no, look, absolutely. And I think it was actually Curtis Samuel who's questionable. So he hasn't been ruled out yet, but Moore is in Curtis Samuel questionable. As far as the Packers wide receivers go, I mean, I still like Devontae Adams because the thing with Devontae Adams, he gets catches regardless of what the score is. They use him on the little out routes as well as kind of almost an extension of the run game. So you still can play Devontae Adams, and I still prefer him a little bit to Steph Diggs. Again, it's a very close situation, but I just feel like with Adams' usage, it's hard to get game flowed out. Buffalo spreads it around a little bit more. We've seen Cole Beasley pop up as a dominant target there. I would probably say, if you were thinking about one of them over the other, it would have been Adams for me. And definitely still someone you want to use in that showdown slate. But I think the interesting calls come in the cheap wide receiver. Obviously, we're waiting on news for Curtis Samuel because he is questionable. You could get Curtis Samuel at really low ownership, though, Kenny, if he comes in and he does play, because I think most people are going to end up fading him just because of the questionable news. So I think that's something for a late pivot too for the Classic slate. If you got that flex open, maybe you're behind a bit. I think the ownership on Samuel is going to come in pretty low. You're going to have to wait on the injury news, though. And then I think Marquez Valdes-Scantling has been playing well. He's a boomer bust play, but he's super cheap. Bad Carolina secondary. He could easily go off. We were just looking for one play there, but at his price, I think the ceiling there actually makes a lot of sense.
Quickly, super cheap. Is it a Jamal Williams game here? Do you think MVS catches multiple touchdowns? Does Robert Tonyan come back? Where's the value on this slate?
Yeah, I think Tonyan is going to be the highest owned, right? Like, especially for Green Bay. So you can play him. Just realize that, like, you're kind of just going with the field there. So I think that if you're making an interesting pivot, there's obviously we got Dawson Knox going and no fan in this game. If you got another one of those guys at tight end, maybe pivoting off Tunyon to like MVS is going to be a good play because MVS should be lower owned there. Like I said, I like his chances for a deep ball there. And again, if you want to get like, a little bit more crazy, you can definitely think about just waiting on the Curtis Samuel news. But those are the two guys I'm kind of looking at for deeper value, MVS and Curtis Samuel.
Curtis Samuel, of course, always a fun option. They love to give him the ball. He does everything for that offense. They'll toss it to him. They'll give it to him on that little shovel pass that's now been a staple of the 2020 NFL season. So should be fun. Let's just talk real quick for a minute about this Denver-Buffalo game before we get out of here. From a sportsbook perspective, how do you see the game unfolding? Denver comes in as 6-point underdogs. We spoke a little bit before we went on the air about the Bills letting worse teams hang with them, not putting away teams like the Jets and the Chargers like they should, letting the Patriots, who we now know are a bad team, come back and really should have won that game if not for Cam Newton just fumbling without anyone forcing it out of his hands late in that game. Do you think that Denver can keep this close against Buffalo, given Buffalo's history this year of failing to put away teams, and also considering the fact that they're pretty much chilling right now in a playoff spot?
Yeah, it is kind of a letdown spot for Buffalo. You're right. Like coming off a big win on the road at Mile High, it's a Saturday game. I feel like 6 points maybe isn't enough respect to Buffalo. Josh Allen is playing really well. Their offense has become, extremely efficient just in what they're doing. And, Denver is Denver, quite frankly. I mean, they're just not a good team in any facet. I mean, we could even get a close game here, Kenny, but maybe Drew Lock driving at the end of the game throws a pick six. Like, I think there's multiple scenarios here for Buffalo to cover this. And I think that would lean me towards them. It's definitely not my favorite bet of this slate. Like I would much rather take on probably Green Bay as favorites, but if I have to pick one side on the spread, I'm still going to side with the public here with Buffalo. Again, I do not trust Denver anything, quite frankly. Even if it is a bit of a letdown spot for Buffalo, I think with Drew Lock at quarterback, you've just got too many scenarios where Buffalo could come in with a late cover.
Wow, huge public guy. We should just call you Square, not Moose.
Oh no!
With the Packers spread, Bills spread. That's all public plays today from Jeff. All overs, all favorites. I'm just kidding. Hey, the chalk sometimes wins in the NFL, and we've seen many weeks where the chalk is just flat out won. You look back at some very famous chalk wins last season with the Rams and the Ravens. Remember Sharps all over the Rams every week. Browns last year too. The Sharps always get killed. Somehow they.
Hey, look, I was the only guy last week who called the Philly upset. So, I mean, I'll hang my hat on that for the rest of the year. Eat a little chalk this week.
I'm pretty sure I did too. We're in the same boat here.
All right.
I think I said Philly was going to win the division. So and that was what, plus 1,800 odds at the time I said it. So me and you, we're the only people riding the Jalen Hurts train right now. So it's great to be with you. And it's great to be with you all at home. Because you got two guys that know what they're talking about here. The Philadelphia Eagles, the revelation of the 2020 NFL season. Jalen Hurts, book it right now, Rookie of the Year. Jeff Ulrich, Kenny Ducey will be with you throughout the Buffalo and Denver game here on Leaderboard Live until the end of the first quarter. Take care. What up, everybody? Kenny Ducey and Jeff Ulrich back here on DraftKings Leaderboard Live. The first quarter is over. The Buffalo Bills hold a 7-0 lead over the Denver Broncos, which means that the Bills defense is still pitching a shutout and still looking good and in the captain spot of the leading lineup with those 15 points, Jeff, or 16 or more than 15.
16 and a half.
There was the stat from Drew Lock. There you go. We math is hard here at DraftKings. So with that in mind, do you see anything different happening in this second quarter? Does that Bills defense start to come out of the captain spot now? Do the Denver Broncos find a way through? Noah Fant was targeted by Drew Lock quite a few times on that last drive. Maybe he emerges as a guy that is important in this matchup, or is it just more Bills? Is it just more Bills defense? Is it just more Josh Allen and Steph Diggs?
I mean, the Broncos have moved the ball a little bit. So, I mean, Noah Fant, by the way, if you took his over reception, receiving yards, you've already hit. He was over 33.5. So, I mean, good job on the first two drives. But, yeah, they moved the ball a little bit. But, Drew Lock has also almost thrown a pick six. So, like the Bills defense could be in play for a big game here. They're 22.1% owned in the showdown, 3.9% owned in the captain. It's a pretty good spot to be in with the Bills being in the lead, right? Like this is where you want Drew Lock if you have the opposing DST. So at the same time, the Bills haven't been a dominant defense. Like you mentioned before, Kenny, they're not really that good against bad teams. So I'd be more inclined to say probably just see more Josh Allen, Steph Diggs, and you probably see Denver move the ball a bit. They've gotten Fant open. I think that connection will keep going. Buffalo's been terrible against guarding against tight ends, so it's really not that shocking that Noah Fant has started well. So I think you'll see Denver score a few points, but I think the main thing is here, Buffalo is like looking pretty dominant already. They got the ball, they're driving again, so it just speaks to possibly a Buffalo easy cover win here.
Are you surprised at? Speaking of surprises, that Noah Fant is only 36.8% ownership. As you look at some of the numbers here, Diggs coming in over 70, Allen just at 90 exactly. But I mean, Noah Fant is probably the best option you're going to have on Denver. You have to pick one Bronco. Who else are you taking besides Noah Fant?
Yeah, the problem with Fant is he came out of the game last week, right? Like he played like a couple snaps and he got sick, apparently. I don't know how he gets sick in game, but it happened and he had to come out. And I think he burned a lot of people.
Sick of Drew Lock's terrible throws, apparently.
Yeah, right. But I think that speaks to like Drew Lock's terrible throws. I think that speaks to who do you really trust on the Denver offense? I think some people probably went to Tim Patrick here because he's been scoring touchdowns, but touchdowns are a variable thing, right? So I think that Fant's ownership at 36.8%, it's not high, but I don't think we have high ownership on any of the Denver players for this reason, right? They're just untrustable and they're very variable. I think the matchup dictated you go back to Fant here, and it's working out early, but we'll see. Maybe Buffalo tightens up a bit in that regard, but right now, I'm a little bit surprised he didn't get up a little bit higher because you do have to play some of these Denver guys in a showdown contest. But yeah, I mean, you went through some of the ownerships there. Diggs at 70, Allen at 90. I mean, these are like almost historic ownership levels for one team in a showdown, and it's because of how bad Denver is. So, I think the Fant guys are in a good spot. I think it was the right play. I think it was the right target, but it is hard to trust anyone on Denver.
Interestingly enough, and this, I don't know if this is pretty surprising to me. I don't know what your take on it is, Jeff. Fant, 36.8% owned in the showdown, 37.1% owned in the Millionaire Classic. He's more owned in the Millie than he is in the showdown. Yeah. That's remarkable.
It's a little strange, but I mean, again, we have to play a tight end in the Classic, right? So
that's fair.
Realistically, there were only 4 tight ends or 3 tight ends in play. I mean, you could play Ian Thomas, but I don't think Ian Thomas probably isn't going to get enough work to be viable. Like we have
apparently a lot of people are playing Tanyan or Thomas or even Dawson Knox, right? Yeah. Because the ownership is pretty low.
Tanyan definitely going to get a lot of ownership, but you're right. I mean, Fant, I was actually thought he'd be lower owned than that in the Classic. I'm surprised he got up to that, but I think some people maybe try and pivoted from Fant to Tanyan. It's still a pretty good pivot, and obviously it started well, but a little bit weird to see him higher owned there than the showdown. For sure. That is interesting. The tight end position for the 2-game Classic, always a little bit interesting. If you get one guy go off, he's like a must own. So we'll have to keep the news on Fant. Obviously Knox has an early touchdown too. So I like Knox and Fant in this game. Right now, the 2 tight end lineups are sort of cooking, killing it right now, to be honest. We'll see if that continues. Steph Diggs out there making more catches though. So
yep, 2 quick throws from Josh Allen, 29 yards, and the Bills are driving, which means it's time for us to get out of here. He's Jeff Ulrich. I'm Kennedy Ducey. We'll be tracking 2 contests for you all game long. We got the showdown contest with the Bills and Broncos game, and we also have the classic, which includes the Packers and the Panthers game. We'll keep track of both for you. We'll keep track of the sportsbook lines, all that and more here on DraftKings Leaderboard Live. Thanks for spending part of your Saturday with us. We'll be back in just a little bit. He is Jeff Ulrich. I am Kenny Ducey, and this is a football game. Believe it or not, the public thought that the Buffalo Bills might run all over the Denver Broncos, but Drew Lock had something to say about that, didn't he, Jeff? What a final drive we got to witness. Drew Lock stepping up in the pocket, big throw to Jerry Jeudy, and then a perfect touchdown pass to Noah Fant in the back corner of the end zone. Couldn't have dropped it in any better. And all of a sudden, it's an 8-point game. This is getting interesting, isn't it? And while Drew Lock wasn't a very popular option in the showdown and in the classic, and probably won't end up being the quarterback in the winning lineup, Denver's putting up a fight here, and things are getting interesting.
It is. I mean, it's at the very least, too. I mean, like Denver putting up a fight, like you said, Kenny, is going to keep the pedal down for Josh Allen. I mean, there's no reason for them not to be throwing a ton in the second half. That's their offense now, and you know they're only up a score. So this is really good news. If you stacked Bills, if you got Steph Diggs, if you got the Josh Allen combo, if you got Cole Beasley, this is great. This is what you wanted. I mean, obviously you hopefully you came back with Noah Fant. And again, I mean, we went over this in the first in our first quarter thing. You know, it's a good matchup against the Bills. They don't cover the tight ends well. So if you got the Bills stack with Fant in it, you're loving it. This is great. It's a perfect ending to the half. So those lineups doing well right now. You know, Noah Fant, 37.1% owned in the classic of the Millie Maker. Dawson Knox got a touchdown too, though. He's got another long catch. So if you went double tight end, 23.5% owned for Dawson Knox as well. Tight end's doing some work. Diggs is up there with a bunch of points too. So, you know, Josh Allen, 35% owned. We'll see how Aaron Rodgers comes in. I actually feel like with that ownership percentage, you could see Rodgers creep a little bit above him, but it'll be similar. And right now, though, Allen is tracking to a monster game.
Of course, we did have Melvin Gordon with a touchdown run as well. So in the showdown, you did have to have Gordon and Fant if you wanted to have the lead at halftime, which many people do. There is a giant 22-way tie for first place. Josh Allen in the captain spot, Stephon Diggs, Gordon and Fant are the two Broncos in there. Isaiah McKenzie, always a popular punt play here, $1,400, very speedy. They like to get him the ball a few times. And Dawson Knox in there as well. One person who's not in the leading lineup in the showdown, and I don't even know if anyone decided to put him in their roster in the classic, that is Jake Kumerow, who no longer is on the Green Bay Packers. You might have just learned minutes ago that he was on the Buffalo Bills because he caught a touchdown pass. It was his first catch as a member of the Buffalo Bills, his third career touchdown. He scores, and that didn't seem to shake things up in the contests that much. And I think it is really just a case of people picking Jake Kumerow, but not picking the rest of their lineup so well. I don't know what you make of that touchdown or whether or not you think it is going to impact these contests at all.
It shouldn't matter in the classic. At least I don't think it will, because I don't think enough people rostered him for it to matter. I mean, look, it was his first catch with the Bills. If you were on Jake Kumerow, wow, man. Like, I mean, holy cow. Invite me to your DeLorean for next week, right? But, you know, it's just one of those things, a random play, probably just got on there. Who knows? Maybe just a set play or something, or just got on for, you know, player might have just been coming off for a snap. But that was his first catch for the Bills this year. So cool to see Jake Kumerow pop up. He had some moments with Green Bay. But, you know, for right now, it definitely goes down as the random touchdown of the slate. Again, you know, I think a couple lineups there in Showdown have them, but like you said, if people did use him, it was more of just like a pure punt play, going to try and stack some studs because Kumerow was only $200 in the Showdown.
Yeah, we got the numbers in here in the Showdown, 0.16% owned. So if you use the calculator, actually it would be 0.16. So it would be 006, right? So 0016. I have calculator. Let's see how many entries we got. 35171. So we have approximately 56 people had Jake Kumerow in their lineup in the Showdown. Even less, 0.04% owned in the Millionaire Maker. I'm not going to do the math on that, but let's just assume it's like 10 people. So congrats to all those people for the Jake Kumerow touchdown. I thought it was one of like the 5 tight ends that the Buffalo Bills have that they throw the football to, but no, it wasn't. It was a wide receiver, believe it or not. Second half we'll get underway obviously in, 10 minutes or so. You mentioned that this is good for the Buffalo Bills. Are there any players from the Broncos you've been disappointed in that might get a boost here in the second half? Tim Patrick and Jerry Jeudy were featured on that last drive. Do they break the slate here, or is it just more Bills?
I mean, look, Fant is the one who's on his way to breaking the slate, right? Like, he's got 53 yards, he's got 6 receptions and a touchdown. He's been working too. So I think if anyone's going to do it, it's probably going to be Noah Fant. If he gets that bonus or he gets in the end zone again, he'll be an absolute must play. I mean, Jeudy and Patrick, from a big play perspective, yeah, those would be the guys, right? You'd expect to perhaps take one to the house. But with the way this game's going, they've just been working Fant and Melvin Gordon. I kind of expect just Melvin Gordon and Fant to keep getting a lot of the volume, which is probably going to lead one of them perhaps to a big day. But at the same time, like I said, I mean, the Broncos keeping this game close, it also means that the Bills are going to be passing more. So, look for Cole Beasley to perhaps take a step up. Stephon Diggs, 67 receiving yards. If he hits the bonus, if you took my advice and faded him over Devontae Adams, although I did give that advice after lock. So, you're not going to be in a great spot. You're going to need Devontae Adams to go off too. But those are things to watch for. Wouldn't be shocked if Diggs and Fant perhaps hit the bonuses, just because, Denver's going to be in a pass happy mode. Buffalo passes even when they're ahead. So, Diggs should be okay. Look for a guy like Cole Beasley, perhaps Gabriel Davis to get involved. But yeah, right now I just expect more of the same in the first half. I think this game's turned into a bit of a shootout.
Noah Fant, 37.1% owned in the Classic, 36.8% owned in the Showdown. And you mentioned those two, Diggs and Fant. Fant sitting on 6 catches for 53 yards, Diggs 7 for 67. Clearly bonus candidates, and clearly guys that have been getting looks. They've been getting targets, so the targets should be there. The volume should be there for them to hit the bonus. You mentioned the words big play. Do you know where I'm going with this? There is a big play payday that we are offering here at DraftKings. Now, it's not going to be something that you can look out for in the third quarter, or mind you, after the third quarter. In the fourth quarter, if there is a play of 20 yards or more, you will get, if you opt in, you'll get a free $100,000 contest ticket. The last time this happened was Rashard Higgins' 21-yard touchdown catch on December 14th. It's happened five times.
20 or more touchdown, Kenny. It's got to be touchdown.
Yes, that's right. I'm sorry I did not specify that. This is the first time that I've been in the host chair where I get to tell the great news that we have another big play payday. Jesse Cofield does it a lot better in the ads that run during the game, so I'm just trying to keep up with Jesse. But yes, 20-yard touchdown. Thank you for the clarification. You get a free entry into a $100,000 contest if you opt into the big play payday, which why wouldn't you? Other people that have done it. Kenyon Drake had a 69-yard touchdown run. Jared Cook had a 41-yard touchdown catch. I don't even know the guy had touchdown catches this year. It seems like he has, 5 receptions all season. Pierre Desir, of course, my man, 35-yard interception touchdown return in the game the Jets almost won over these Broncos. And then Rocket Richard did it on September 21st, a week after my birthday, just exactly a week after my birthday. So just throwing in some useful information there. Who knows? Maybe it will be Dawson Knox or Jake Kumaro again to make everyone happy and give them a free entry into a $100,000 contest for the big play payday. That will be worth watching in the fourth quarter, not in the third quarter. In the third quarter, we will see more throwing, more Josh Allen, more Drew Lock. Final thoughts before we enter or we leave and enter into this third quarter. I'm curious, even, you look at the DraftKings Sportsbook, we have some lines. The Bills are 10.5-point favorites. The over-under is 58 points. The Broncos are down 8. They're plus 500 on the money line. Are you interested in any of these numbers? Are you surprised at them all? Are you doing any second half betting? Are you recommending any second half betting? Are you ready to go back on the couch? Are you ready to go eat your food? What are you ready to do here?
I don't think I'd go quite too crazy to go the Broncos money line, but I think a plus 10.5, you could give the Broncos a pretty hefty look. I mean, obviously, the Bills' offense is moving the ball. Josh Allen's playing great, but their defense really isn't. It really isn't putting up that much of a fight here. I mean, Drew Lock has moved the ball actually pretty well on most of the drives. They're kind of a little unlucky if whoever Bussolini or I can't remember what his name is. It's something like that.
Bussolino, I don't know what it is.
Bussolino. If he had made his kicks, this game would be a lot closer, Kenny. So, I mean, Denver has moved the ball. I think 10.5 is actually fairly extravagant for the Bills. Again, their defense not holding up ground here. So that's where I would be looking. I think the over is also interesting, again, with neither defense really putting up too much of a fight. So those would be the two bets I'd be interested in. I think I'd probably be a little bit more interested in the Broncos. The backdoor cover always in play, so that can always save you. I don't think I'd go the money line though. Again, Drew Lock's looked okay, but he also almost threw a pick six, so I'm not going to give him too much credit.
He did also throw an amazing picture perfect touchdown to Noah Fant. It is Taylor Russolino.
It was like an 8.5.
Taylor Russolino. That's pretty good for a guy who everyone calls trash. Taylor Russolino is the kicker for the Denver Broncos. He was elevated from the practice squad. He is a former XFL kicker. He did make a 50-yard field goal in the XFL. Reading a whole bunch of stuff on Google right now, trying to give you.
He's going to be a former NFL kicker if he doesn't make a couple kicks in the
second half.
If
you think about it, this spread was 6 points, 5.5 it closed at. The extra point and the field goal that bumps this score 4 points. This should be a 4-point Bills lead, and that's a pretty. I think the first half spread was 4 points. It must have been 4 or 5. I mean, that's a pretty sharp spread there, considering. But that's also when people talk about replacement kickers make a difference, and it might be shaky if you have a Will Lutz who's injured, or a kicker who's dealing with an injury, a new kicker. These are the types of things that you point to. You go, those are 4 valuable points if you bet on the Denver Broncos. So we'll see what happens in the second half. Don't hate the call on the Broncos at 10.5 whatsoever. A field goal for the Bills puts the nail in your coffin, but as long as they just keep pace, it should be fine. And they could even certainly cut into this Bills lead with the way Drew Lock had looked at the end of the second quarter. We'll be back with you at the end of the third quarter. He is Jeff Ulrich. I'm Kenny Ducey. We're keeping track of these 2 contests, the Millionaire 2-game Classic, and then we also have the Showdown Classic, the Showdown contest that we've been keeping track of between the Bills and the Broncos. Until the end of the third quarter, enjoy some football. So long. Well, that was a quarter, wasn't it, Jeff Ulrich? Welcome back to Leaderboard Live. I'm Kenny Ducey. What a third quarter for the Buffalo Bills. This was a one-possession game. The last time that we spoke to you guys, the live line on the DraftKings Sportsbook was 10.5. Things have changed drastically, Mr. Ulrich.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, the Bills brushed down, scored a touchdown before we were barely off camera there. Josh Allen playing great. And then, Drew Lock did his Drew Lock thing. He turned the ball over, and all of a sudden the Bills had 2 touchdowns and plus their 8 points. So it's obviously turned into a bit of a rout now as Denver gets the ball back. Clearly, Drew Lock had a nice first quarter, but I mean, there's a clear talent gap right now between Josh Allen and a lot of QBs. It's not a bad thing to say you're not playing as well as Josh Allen, because Josh Allen is playing about good as football as anyone out there right now, and I include Patrick Mahomes in that statement. So, it's just the Bills are playing good. The Denver Broncos are still the Denver Broncos, and right now that really showed in the third quarter.
As much as I do not want to admit it, absolutely, Josh Allen is playing lights out football right now. Definitely one of the most exciting players in the league at the moment. Speaking of the moment, Josh Allen in the leading lineup, 59.37 points in the captain spot of the leading lineup. There is a 9-way tie for first and a $300,000 showdown with $100,000 going out to first place. So that means that you split it up. It's about 16.5K to the leaders at the moment. The Bills defense really came back. The last time we spoke, I believe the Bills defense had something like 3 or 4 points. The scoop and score gets them up to 14 at the moment as the Bills have the football here. So only good things can happen from this point forward for the Buffalo Bills defense. You're not losing many points there. Noah Fant, almost 20 points now. He's sitting at 62 yards, so not quite at the bonus, but he's in his leading lineup as well. Diggs, we mentioned, was close to the bonus. He hit it since with a long catch. He's now at 147 yards on 11 recs. Then you get Tyler Bass and Dawson Knox in this Bills stack as well. What do you think?
Yeah, no, I mean, look, this is it's very simple. You play all the Bills, Diggs, Fant, Knox, Bass, Seabass, and the Bills D, and then you throw Fant in there. Fant's been the guy who's obviously got the volume for the Broncos, been getting open the most, and I mean, he's the only Bronco that's really mattered this far. Obviously, we still got a quarter full of garbage time, so we could see some flippage. I don't know if you'll see the Bills do much just because they're up ahead, and Josh Allen's already taken a couple hits in this game. I don't know how much more they want to tempt fate there, so I'm not actually expecting like a ton more offense here from the Bills, but you could see Fant add to his totals, or perhaps someone like Patrick, catch a couple long passes that shakes things up. But this could be a bit of an uneventful fourth quarter. Knock on wood when I say that, because the third quarter was crazy. But right now, I mean, this lineup that's shared, it's a 9-way tie, obviously. It's in a really good spot. We're definitely going to see some kind of Bills-centric lineup win, and unless the Broncos score, that defense is looking pretty good. The defense could even add here because we're going to get a lot of Drew Lock garbage time, which always brings another defensive score into play.
Yeah, I mean, they also, I think, just added a point too. Now they're up to 15 points, 3 sacks, the scoop and score, and only 13 points allowed. So you're in that 7 to 13 point range. Looking over at the Classic here, the $2.25 million Saturday Millionaire Special. We do have a lot of players, obviously, in the leading lineup here. Now, there were a lot of points scored here, Jeff. We're sitting at 51 right now, and we still have a whole quarter to go. So do you think that a lineup like the one that's in first place right now, Melvin Gordon is the lowest score or I guess Dawson Knox is with 11.6, Melvin Gordon 13.4, Fant in the flex. You have 2 players yet to come with a running back and a wide receiver. I'm assuming, given the fact that you save money on Noah Fant and Dawson Knox, I'm assuming this could be Aaron Jones and Devontae Adams. I'm not great with the math. Obviously, we saw that last time I broke out the calculator. It took about 3 minutes to calculate something, but they might have money to stack up a couple of pretty good options here. Jeff, could you see a lineup stacking this game just with 2 players from the Carolina Green Bay game make it and win the million?
It could happen. I mean, look, crazier things have happened. We could get a Green Bay route where Aaron Jones runs for like 300 yards and Devontae Adams catches like 9 passes, and that's just where all the offense goes. That's pretty much where the offense goes with those guys anyways. So we could get something ridiculous like that, absolutely. I would say this, if I was chasing right now, I'd probably be thinking about late swapping off one of those players because this player is getting a lot of points, and we saw a lot of points in this game. late swapping off of, say, Devontae Adams to like MVS, Marquez Valdez-Scantling. I mean, like, you don't have to do it, but, just realize that you're going to get way low ownership on a guy like MVS. If he ends up catching like a couple long passes and Devontae just has like his down game of the year, then you could be in a good spot to make up ground. But this lineup's in a good spot. It's definitely going to have at least a couple studs from that game. Could be Mike Davis in the running back position too. We don't know. First, a good late swap to whoever they have too. So lots of stuff in play here. But right now this lineup's in a pretty good spot. We don't really have, not really relying on anyone necessarily who has like a low point total. Even Melvin Gordon has put up 13 points. I mean, I think that's probably the one weak spot here where, there'll be a lot of lineups with Mike Davis and Aaron Jones coming in the next game. So both those guys have big ones. This lineup could get caught from that perspective, but it's in a very, very solid spot. And again, if I was chasing it, I'd definitely be thinking about possibly pivoting off one of those chalky Green Bay plays.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, it looks like the Bills actually gave up the football at the 5-yard line. That's just maybe DraftKings interface is bugging out, but that's what it says. It says the Bills have the ball at the Broncos have the ball at the 5-yard line.
Okay.
No, they do. Or no, the Bills punted to the Buffalo. The Broncos punted to the Buffalo 5. That's what happened. That makes a lot more sense. So the Bills have the football yet again. The Bills defense does the job, and now Jordan coming in now 10 seconds after I already started drowning with the I'm just kidding. We love the production staff's wonderful assistants. We could not do it without them. Literally, they give us so much help. They give us the ownership numbers. They rescue us there. Yes, the Bills offense is now in a spot where you might have Zach Moss and Singletary getting the football a lot. So maybe Josh Allen's day in terms of his production is done. Zach Moss on cue with a 9-point run. So 9-yard run. We'll see what happens, Jeff, over the course of the remainder of the game. We'll obviously join you guys at the end here. I do want to remind you that we do have the DraftKings Big Play Payday on the docket for this game. So it involves the fourth quarter. So if there is a touchdown of 20 or more yards scored in the fourth quarter, if you opt in to the Big Play Payday, you can get a free contest entry of a $100,000 contest. We'll give you a free ticket into the contest. And unfortunately, Zach Moss just broke out a nice run there, but it did not go for a touchdown. So we'll see if we can get a 20-yard play here and make it rain in the fourth quarter. So then, Jeff, any final thoughts on what we've seen so far and what we're going to see in this fourth quarter? Probably a lot of, is Matt Barkley the quarterback still who's backing up Josh Allen? I don't even know.
No, I'm not sure, but we could see a Matt Barkley sighting. That is something that could be on tap for the fourth quarter since you asked. Another Drew Lock pick or something like that is definitely a possibility too. So could see some interesting garbage time points. I think we're going to see, like I said, not very exciting football, but probably exciting fantasy plays.
Well, Jake Fromm is injured, so yes, would be Matt Barkley still. By the way, also, before we get out of here, because we did just get some news, we talked about these two guys back before the games started, but you do have Curtis Samuel active for tonight,
right?
Even though he tweaked his hamstring yesterday. You mentioned that you liked him in MVS. Is there one you like more? Do you play? Are you scared at all of playing Curtis Samuel because that injury kind of came up very late and his status was thrown into question?
Yeah, for sure. It's always a risk, but with risk comes a little bit of reward. I mean, you're going to get him at lower ownership, I think, than DJ Moore. He definitely was projecting for lower ownership, so something to consider there. But I think for me, MVS is an interesting pivot play. Now, again, we're talking about late swap strategy. If you're really behind, that's probably who I would pivot to if you were going to fade Devontae Adams. And again, this is really only for, big GPPs. And if you're trying to eke out a min cash or something like that, or maybe you're high up and you're just playing lineups that have high up in the standings and you're behind lineups that obviously have Devontae Adams in the lineup. That's where I would pivot off to. I think Samuel is still the better play, but there is a little bit of risk with him now with the hamstring. It's good he got cleared, so it's not a big deal, but you just never know with these things, man. I mean, it's like Noah Fant last week. Nobody knew he was really that sick until he left the game. So could be the same thing with Samuel.
All right. Well, we'll see what happens in that next game. Of course, we won't be with you, but we'll be with you throughout the remainder of the Bills-Broncos game. So look out for a 20-yard touchdown. Obviously, that would activate the DraftKings big play payday until the end of the fourth quarter, or maybe until a 20-yard touchdown or more happens. He's Jeff. I'm Kenny. And you're you. Thanks for joining us here on the DraftKings Stream Show. We'll be back shortly with more reaction to the Bills-Broncos game when everything goes final. Hello, Devin Singletary. A 51-yard run in garbage time not only gives the folks at home who opted in the big play payday to get you a free entry into a $100,000 DraftKings contest, but, Jeff, he hopped into the winning lineup unofficially in a $300,000 showdown. This guy did nothing all night. A 51-yard touchdown run, all of a sudden, over 17 DK fantasy points into the winning lineup. You talk about excitement in the fourth quarter. We didn't think we were going to get any excitement. We thought there were going to be some kneel downs, Matt Barkley coming into the game, Zach Moss getting a lot of carries. No, Devin Singletary, 51-yard score, completely blows up the slate and blows up the lineups that were thinking they were going to have a chance here at the top prize of $100,000.
Yeah, and I mean, it's crazy. You look at the lineups right now in the classic, the classic Millie Maker contest. I mean, obviously I think we have 5 or 6 Bills in there at the moment, both running backs in the leading lineup. But the showdown is really interesting. Our boy Kenny, Jake Kumro, is in the winning lineup for the showdown contest.
He is. He did it.
0.2% owned. So I mean, like Kumro coming through here for the people who took a shot on him. And again, I'm sure this user. TCask222 was probably thinking, when you're making the lineup like this, you're just thinking you want the 5 studs and you don't really care what the $200 player does. I've seen lineups like this win before with the $200 player getting 0, but Kumro actually got the touchdown, right? So we've both seen it before. Kumro got the touchdown. Singletary came through with the late garbage time touchdown. What a swing! What an absolutely massive swing. For showdown purposes, that Singletary touchdown was. You got Allen and the captain, 25% owned, the chalk. Diggs, Beasley, Noah Fant was the only Bronco. Obviously, you got to use one Bronco. He was 36.8% owned. We talked about him a bit. 8 receptions. Good night for him. Then the Singletary thing, 24.1% owned. And then, Jake the Snake Kumro, man, 0.2% owned, 9.2 points, 1 catch, 1 touchdown. That was it, man. That was it. I can't believe it.
We did the math earlier. 52 roughly people out of the 35,171 had Jake Kumro in their lineups. Just so happened that one of them did win unofficially. What a story that unfolded there in Denver. Yeah, Jake Kumro, who would have thought his first catch as a Bill would go for a touchdown and 22 yards in Baltimore. I mean, usually that's the fullback. Usually you're taking the fullback at $200 or $400. This guy goes, no, I'm going to go wide receiver 7 and take Jake Kumro. Apparently, maybe the guy was a Packers fan. He's gonna take some showdown lineups here with the Packers later on. Speaking of the Packers and the Packers and the Panthers, that's a tongue twister, are yet to play, Mr. Ulrich. The leading lineup in the 2.25 Saturday Millionaire Special with $1 million going out to first place stacked up this game and left just one spot open at wide receiver. Does it hold with 173.96 points? That's pretty good. And this game did have over 60 points in it. So this was the game to stack up, but just leaving that one spot open, is it enough?
Oh, yeah, it's tough to say, right? I mean, obviously this game was a great one to stack. I mean, points everywhere. The Singletary thing, now he becomes like, is he going to be like a must play? I mean, we really need, obviously, the chalk running backs to go off here in this next game if we're going to see some flippage. And I don't know. I have a feeling this might be enough. This might do it. At the same time, Kenny, like, this Green Bay Carolina game has a 52.5 over under as well. Like, we could easily get some kind of like 40 to 28 game or something there. So yeah, man, I mean, this is going to be interesting to see how it plays out. This is a lot of points to look at for a single game right now. So it is kind of tough. I think this lineup's in an interesting spot, obviously hoping for a bust. I'd rather be in this lineup than having being in a really good chase spot. But I don't know. I'm going to go on and say it gets caught, but it's going to be an interesting one to watch play out. He's got one wide receiver left. I didn't do the math on this either. It does look like he's got a lot of cheap, he's got the cheap running backs in, so it's probably Devontae Adams in there, if I had to guess. But yeah, it's a nice spot to be in.
it should look good for him. That's for sure. We'll have a new pair of people to watch that contest. Brandon Glasheen and Matt LaMarca will turn things over to them in just a few moments. But yeah, I mean, you mentioned that they're the only eyesore for that lineup. Zach Moss at 8 points, and you could have worse eyesores. You could have someone with 2 points or 3 points, and even then, you and I have seen it all here on Leaderboard Live. You've seen plenty of lineups win with guys with 3 points in there, guys with no points in there even at times. So 81 yards, though, you could do a lot worse than what Zach Moss did. We'll see who that lineup ends up having in the Green Bay and Carolina game. Bucky Baum, probably has some money there, but it could be Robbie Anderson. It could be Curtis Samuel. It could be a whole bunch of guys. But if there's a position to have besides, quarterback and Aaron Rodgers in that game, it's probably wide receiver. Now, there's going to be a lot of wide receivers available.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of wide receivers available. I mean, again, if you're chasing in this game now, or you're looking for a min cash, obviously thinking about switching off some to some lower owned plays like an MVS from a Devontae Adams is something you got to think about now. But again, I mean, if you didn't stack this game, I mean, you're not dead. I mean, the Green Bay Carolina game has a lot of potential as well. Aaron Rodgers in a fantastic spot. Carolina's been giving up a lot of pass yards, so I don't know if he'll be able to get to 40 points like Josh Allen, but I am expecting Aaron Rodgers to have a big game here. I'm expecting at least one of Aaron Jones and Devontae Adams to have a big game. So I think you will see some movement. I think you're going to see at the very least some Green Bay centric lineups get up there into the top 5. But definitely this game produced way more points than I think most people thought. Josh Allen continued his insane run of just lately how well he's playing and throwing the ball. And Buffalo, man, I mean, they keep rolling, kind of claiming the second best team in the AFC right now, that title for sure.
Yeah, they grabbed that bull by the horns. You look at the win over the Steelers, and now tonight, certainly number 2 right there with the Kansas City Chiefs. And Josh Allen, he doesn't get you the yards on the ground, right? But you'll love to see, if you roster him week in and week out, the 2 rushing touchdowns today. He is rushing touchdown dependent, but boy, does he end up getting them in bunches. It's almost automatic when he's around the red zone. I am dead inside. Jeff, anything else to say to the people at home before we get out of here?
No, not much. Just again, expecting more points in this Carolina Green Bay game. So, looking at things like the Carolina over on the team total is interesting. I think Curtis Samuel's props are interesting. He's healthy and played. They could be a little bit lower than normal. So if you're looking at angles or props or anything like that, that's kind of where I'd be looking at. But again, I'm kind of expecting a lot more points in the second game as well.
Yeah, second game should be really fun. And Glash and LaMarca will be with you along the way to track both contests there. We'll obviously have a new showdown, and we'll still be keeping track of the $2.25 million Saturday Millionaire contest, which you have some lineups in front here with over 175 points stacking up the early game. It should be hard to beat, but should be a lot of points on the board. So we'll see. It should be a really exciting contest to follow. Glashan and Marco will be on with you for that. Jeff Ulrich, Kenny Ducey, signing off for our entire production crew, Jordan, Madison, Andrew. We have been so pleasured to bring you this Leaderboard Live. We'll be back in, 5-10 minutes to get you caught up pregame. Glash and LaMarca will be for Packers Panthers. Until then, so long.
Well, hello, everybody. Good to see you all. Brendan Glasheen, Matt LaMarca. We are here for the nightcap of this Saturday night doubleheader. We're looking at the Millie Maker because that's important. Leaderboard live here on the Dream Stream. LaMarca checking out ownership, coming on in here. Look, first of all, just a takeaway from that last game. So many points scored. I can't do 48 plus 19 in my head. So I'm just going to say a lot of points. But I'm kind of wondering, maybe a lot of the leading lineups are going to have mostly players from last game and not this one.
Yes, I agree, especially since the scoring was pretty condensed. You know, it's not like you had a bunch of guys scoring all the touchdowns. You know, Josh Allen punched in basically all the touchdowns for the Bills. Melvin Gordon had 2 touchdowns for the Broncos. Cole Beasley and Stephon Diggs both over 100 yards. So those guys, group of guys all seem pretty locked in, as well as Noah Fant, who had 20.8 DraftKings points. So I do think that we're going to see a lot of guys from that early game in the winning lineup when things are done. But there's still some work to be done here. There are a couple of guys who disappointed slightly, and I don't think it was really possible to fill your lineup with guys from that first game that all got the little flame emoji. You know, there were some snowflakes in there. This is a flame. This is a snowflake.
$2.25 million in total prizes. Right now, two-way tie for first place, $550,000. Stone Cold winner and Min Tracks as we are watching Packers and Panthers underway. Aaron Jones with a big run a moment ago. My, look at him go. Aaron Jones. So speaking of, he is the third highest owned in the Millie Maker at 60% if you round up. Davis is second, 66.5%. Devontae Adams, highest owned. Is that a surprise to you?
Not at all. I mean, Devontae Adams was the stud on this slate. He's scored a touchdown in 8 straight weeks. He's had multiple touchdowns in 3 of those games. He's gotten over 100 yards in 5 of those games. I mean, the way he's producing right now is more reminiscent of like a stud fantasy running back than it is of a wide receiver. You can pretty much pencil him in for 20 plus every single week. And, you know, given that there was nobody else on this slate that was priced nearly as aggressively, I'm not surprised that people found a way to get up to him in these contests.
Looking now down the leaderboard, looking for Aaron Rodgers. I don't know if I'll ever find him here in the contest.
38.1%.
There you go. See, that's why we work together here, people. Aaron Rodgers, there you go. Right around 38% owned. I know the guys earlier were talking a little bit about Robert Tonyan as a potential player to break out in this 2-game classic slate. Who's someone that you think can really break through, a value guy?
Yeah, I mean, Tonyan does make sense, although it's going to be tough for him to match what already has happened with Noah Fant. And even Dawson Knox scored a touchdown, and he was only 2,900, I believe. So he was cheap too. So tight end has had 2 guys score touchdowns already. Mm-hmm. Maybe it ends up being that you want 2 tight ends in your lineup, one in the flex, one at the tight end spot. That very rarely happens. But, if you're going to need to have Josh Allen and Devontae Adams and Stephon Diggs at the end of the night all in your lineup, that would have been one way you could have gotten there.
All right, looking here in the game center. Oh, almost a touchdown. There's Tonyan, speaking to the devil. Got enough for the first down. I'm a little behind. I'm streaming the game, full disclosure. Let's see. Looking at the showdown contest, $800K in total prizes, $200K to first place. Anything jumping out to you, Rodgers and Adams, the highest owned?
Yeah, not surprising. I mean, this is a good matchup. The Panthers are not a very good defensive team. I'm a little bit surprised that Adams wasn't higher owned than Rodgers, but given the way the showdown format works, it's very easy to correlate a quarterback with a top wide receiver and all of his pass catchers. So I would imagine that most people played, the majority of people played those 2 guys together.
Got another one for you here. The Bills DST, 55% owned. Do you think the Bills DST is going to hold in the winning lineup? As Aaron Rodgers just threw a touchdown to Tonyan. So Right
There
on
he
cue,
is.
Robert Tonyan scoring a touchdown for Green Bay, owned in 42.91% of lineups.
Tunions of Funyuns. Funyuns of Tunions. I do think that the Bills hold. It's so hard to score a touchdown defensively, and the Bills did that. That's really all that you need. You know, if you score a touchdown, it's going to be hard for you not to be the winning defense, especially considering that they were a popular choice at defense, 54, almost 55% owned on this slate. So, yeah, the Bills defense is going to be in there.
We will monitor both the showdown as well as the Millie Maker and see how these winning lineups unfold in these two contests. Looking at the sports book, Carolina plus 14.5 currently. A live underdog, of course, over under at 55. And look, it took just 5 minutes to get a score here, so maybe we will get a high-scoring game like we saw in the 4 o'clock window between the Bills and the Denver Broncos. Brendan Glasheen, Matt LaMarca, producer Madison's with us. We have Andrew and Jordan also here helping us out. So we will check back in as this one unfolds. Thanks for tuning in. Hey, we're back. First quarter just ended. Matt LaMarca, Brendan Glasheen, Hog Lawrence right now in first place in the Millie Maker. We'll get to the build in just a moment, but good sign. Green Bay's moving the ball. Even Carolina with that deep ball to DJ Moore. So these offenses are having success moving the football. Look, I know we're going to talk Davante Adams a bunch tonight, but he's already got 3 grabs on 3 targets. The Packers just continue, LaMarca, to be creative, getting this guy open.
Yeah, he's reached the point where, like, 3 catches for 30 yards, decent quarter, I guess. Anytime he doesn't score on a drive, you're a little bit disappointed. That's how good he has been. If he hadn't missed some time due to injury this season, he would be leading the league in every conceivable receiving category. He's the number 1 wide receiver, according to Pro Football Focus this year. The guy is just having an incredible season. Part of that is due to Rodgers, but he also clearly is one of the best receivers in football.
79% owned in the Millie Maker in the second place lineup at the moment. Kind of funny how that first game earlier today, Denver and Buffalo, the tight end got the scoring started in Dawson Knox. We see the same with Tunyon. That broke when we were last with these people here. Look, Tunyon, a red zone favorite here. We just got another touchdown. Aaron Rodgers, a rushing score to put Green Bay up 13-3.
Well, that helps no one.
What's that?
That helps no one, because if you don't have Josh Allen, you're not winning anything tonight.
Well, that's great. Great segue. That was going to be my question. Based on this little trajectory Aaron Rodgers is on, any chance he can top Josh Allen?
Well, I would say no. I mean, Allen's thing is the rushing upside. I know Rodgers just scored a rushing touchdown, so it's going to sound ridiculous for me to say that he doesn't provide a ton of value there, but we just saw all of Aaron Rodgers' rushing value that he's going to provide. Josh Allen today gave us 2 rushing touchdowns, plus 33 yards on the ground, over 300 through the air. It's just not happening. He put up over 40 DraftKings points, and he was cheaper than Rodgers. For Rodgers to end up being a better fantasy value, he's going to have to put up 42, 43 points in that vicinity. And it's just very hard for a quarterback to get to that number in general, but it's especially hard if you can't get, 15 to 20 points with your legs.
And just a reminder, Josh Allen, 35% owned in the Millie Maker. Aaron Rodgers, as you helped me earlier, 38% owned. Any other takeaways? Look, I guess the good news is for Carolina, I guess with the exception of Mike Davis, the running back Mike Davis, maybe the pass catcher will come into effect here, but Teddy Bridgewater is going to have to keep slinging it here.
Yeah, good game script so far for the pass catchers. Mm-hmm. DJ Moore is off to a solid start. We haven't really heard from Robbie Anderson yet, but they are certainly going to be involved here moving forward if the Packers continue to score points. And a great game script for Aaron Jones to start. He's already up to 83 rushing yards quietly. So we've spent all this time talking about Davante Adams. Aaron Jones may end up being the guy that you really need from the Packers. It might end up being both of them, but for sure, I think Jones is on pace to find himself in the winning lineup.
He is there right now at 60% in the flex spot for Hog Lawrence. 11 lineups, leading by 1.4 points. Also has DJ Moore at 33% in one of the wide receiver slots. All right, we'll step aside, come back at halftime, break down the showdown as well as the Millie Maker, and we'll see if the Carolina Panthers can keep up with the best team in the NFC right now, the Green Bay Packers. Everybody, hello. Packers in control of the Panthers, 21-3. Saturday night, wrapping up. Brendan Glasheen and Matt LaMarca will look first at the 2.25 Saturday Millionaire Special, $1 million to first place. Hog Lawrence LaMarca holding on to first by 2 full points. It is fun to say. Aaron Jones is in the flex at 60%. 22.3 points. Now, with an 18-point lead, we did see a little bit of A.J. Dillon there at the end of the first half. Can Hog Lawrence hold on?
I mean, it's certainly a good game script for his lineup. You know, the only member of the Packers that he has is Aaron Jones, and they're up 18 points. So you would think that he's going to be involved in the second half, and he has a Panthers wide receiver. So you would think that they're going to be throwing the ball in the second half. So I like this build. You know, it was very tough not to have Davante Adams today, but Hog Lawrence, the Hog Man, he went a different direction. He chose to go with Aaron Jones, and I do think that playing Jones without Adams is an interesting strategy, but one that the numbers support, right? They have a correlation of roughly negative 29%. So when Jones does well, Adams tends to struggle and vice versa. So a lot of people, I'm sure, played them together. You know, they were the two highest owned or two of the three highest owned players on the slate. But from a correlation standpoint, that may not have been the route to go.
Hog also rostered the Bills D at 55%. Second through ninth place have the Packers defense at 19%, 10 points right now at the moment, a fumble recovery that was nearly taken to the house, also a sack. What are the chances Green Bay's defense can score some more points, or is that number going to dwindle? That would, of course, rely on your confidence in the Panthers offense.
Yeah, it's tough. It's a good game script for the Packers defense to get points, right? They're going to be facing a lot of obvious passing situations, which can lead to sacks, which can lead to turnovers, and can even lead to a pick six. But obvious passing situations also can result in points allowed. So I think the Bills defense should still hold on here, but would it shock me if the Packers jumped, one of these teams over Hog Lawrence? No, it wouldn't shock me.
Okay. Hog Lawrence, 11 lineups, leading the Millie Maker, the 2-game Saturday night classic, up by 2 full points. Let's shift gears to the 800K Saturday night showdown, 200K to first place, 8-way tie for first. Aaron Jones is in the captain spot. Aaron Rodgers, Tunyon, Packers D, Jamal Williams, and then the lone Panther is DJ Moore. We're hearing that Jamal Williams is questionable to return with a quad injury. Ninth place has Mason Crosby in the flex instead of Jamal Williams. So how worried should the first place lineups be?
Very. If Jamal Williams doesn't come back, it seems likely that Mason Crosby will score at least 1 point in the second half. So if Williams is unable to return, unfortunately, these top lineups are pretty much drawing dead. Again, the interesting thing here is no Davante Adams. You know, we talked about Adams pregame. He's been so consistent, so reliable, touchdown in 8 straight games, but only 5 catches for 38 yards so far. So the big question is, can Adams find the end zone in the second half? If he does, it's going to completely shake up the leaderboard. But if he doesn't, these teams that faded him and are currently sitting in first place, they're going to start feeling pretty good about themselves.
Adams, 5 catches, 38 yards on 6 targets so far in this one. Looking over at the sports book, I'm not going to ask you about the 22-point spread here. How about the over-under, though? 48.5. You like the under, or are we getting some more points here?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think
you believe in 22 going to Carolina.
Natural inclination is you think the Packers kind of take their foot off the gas a little bit here, but 21-3 is not like an overwhelming lead. So at least to start the quarter, I think Green Bay is going to continue to play offense like they normally would. The Panthers, unfortunately, have shown very, very few signs of life in this contest. DJ Moore has really been their only bright spot. Mike Davis has a little bit of work in the run game so far, but no Robbie Anderson, very little Curtis Samuel. I mean, Teddy Bridgewater has completed 7 passes in the first half. So they need to really step their game up if you think this game is going to go over. I don't necessarily think it's going to happen.
Yeah, and to credit folks in the Classic as well as the Showdown, DJ Moore is looking like the right Panther to have with the 3 catches, 5 targets, 59 yards. That's the best production they've had. Not much out of Davis, as you mentioned, and Bridgewater has also fumbled the football. Look, this is a bigger picture topic because Green Bay has control up by 18. Aaron Rodgers has thrown a touchdown pass. He ran one in as well. You've been on his side in terms of winning the MVP. He's been outspoken about this. He likes to be back in the conversation. Does tonight's performance in just 30 minutes of play convince you even more he is the favorite to win the award?
I don't know if tonight's performance really has anything to do with how I feel about Rodgers. I just think he's been the best player in the league this season. I mean, you look at the stats. He leads the league in touchdown passes. He leads the league in touchdown rate. Mm-hmm. He's only thrown 4 interceptions. He leads the league in adjusted yards per attempt. He leads the league in quarterback rating. He leads the league in QBR. Like, the man has just dominated this season. And I feel like we were a little too quick to anoint Patrick Mahomes as the hands-down MVP this year. Is Patrick Mahomes the best player in the league? Yes, most definitely. He proved that in the Super Bowl last year. He's having another fantastic season, and the guy is a special player. But just based on the numbers, Aaron Rodgers has been better this year, and he's been doing it with less. So for me, Aaron Rodgers is the MVP.
Well, there you go. That's a pretty damn good pitch, my friend. Couldn't hit that. It was up and in on the hands.
I like it up and in. I'm a lefty, so I'm a dead pull hitter.
Same. Okay. Well, now that we've moved off of the football discussion, the second half is underway. Good luck to all of you with your lineups. Also, check out the sports book. Odds are currently changing as we speak. So get involved if you choose, and we'll be back at the end of the third quarter. All right, we're back. End of 3 quarters. Green Bay now leads by just 11 points. Brendan Glasheen, Matt LaMarca. Hog Lawrence is still holding on for the $1 million prize. DJ Moore at receiver. Bills DST, of course, earlier today, 55%. Aaron Jones at 60%. The takeaway here is, LaMarca, you said this before we went live. Folks that faded Devontae Adams looking smart. He did nothing in that third quarter.
Yeah. And that's, I mean, again, he was the highest owned player at nearly 80%. So by fading him, if he does have a subpar game, you're really competing with just 20% of the field at that point. And that's what has ended up happening. I was skeptical that Adams was going to have a poor game against this Panthers secondary, but that's why they play the games, Glash.
That's right. And the touchdown for the Panthers helped Hog Lawrence because the Buffalo defense had 12 points. Packers defense lost a couple of points. But now shifting over to the showdown, we see D. Johnson, 101, 3 lineups in first place, 90,472 entries. He's winning the $200K first place prize. I mean, Teddy Bridgewater scoring that touchdown was, of course, huge, but it keeps the game script in favor for Aaron Rodgers to keep it going. And I'll also mention Green Bay's defense is in the flex for D. Johnson, but second place has Allen Lazard. So with a closer game, that actually might hurt D. Johnson, and Aaron Rodgers might keep attacking here.
Yeah, I mean, that's the tough thing with these showdown lineups. We kind of talked about it earlier. Just finding lineups that A, have upside, and B, are correlated with each other is tough to do. Like you're very happy that you got the Bridgewater rushing touchdown there, and you love that this game is becoming more competitive because it means that Rodgers might throw some more, but at the same time, you're then taking away from the Packers defensive points. So the correlation to me is it's huge on every slate, but it is vital on these single game showdowns. And we'll see if this ends up holding up. He's going to need some points from the Packers, D, I would think, to keep going. Otherwise, he will probably end up getting jumped. So it's going to be an interesting fourth quarter.
Again, D. Johnson, 101 in first place in the Saturday night showdown, $800K in total prizes. D. Johnson has the Packers defense in the flex, also has Rodney Smith, the backup running back to Mike Davis tonight, DJ Moore, Bridgewater, Rodgers, and then Aaron Jones and the captain. Second place, there's a big tie. Allen Lazard replaces the Green Bay defense. We'll come back at the end of this one to recap both the showdown and the classic Millie Maker right here on Leaderboard Live. Okay, we're here to wrap it up. Packers hold on. It wasn't pretty to wrap it up, but they did it. They win. 24-16, the final score. Panthers made it interesting at the end. Hog Lawrence held on, LaMarca, for first place in the Millie Maker. Good for Hog Lawrence. 11 lineups, won by 6 points. Josh Allen at quarterback, Melvin Gordon, Singletary, the running backs. You had Aaron Jones in the flex, receivers, DJ Moore, Stephon Diggs, Cole Beasley, Noah Fant at tight end, Bills DST. I know we've been talking throughout the night, but your overall thoughts on the build?
Yeah, I'm starting to think, or I'm starting to wonder if it's possible that our guy Hog Lawrence here utilized the late swap feature. He left 1,600 on the table, so he could have pretty easily had Davante Adams at wide receiver and Mike Davis at running back, or in the flex, I should say. But given the way that his early lineup performed, it looks, I think, my humble opinion is he utilized the late swap here, and that ended up being what earned this man a solo first place, assuming everything holds, and $1 million.
So what you're trying to say is there's a reason why Aaron Jones is in the flex for Hog Lawrence, because he wasn't like super convinced on playing him that he put Gordon and Singletary in, and it was like, okay, I got some flexibility in the flex.
You always want to leave your flex open with your latest players. It gives you more swapping leverage. But because DJ Moore was a wide receiver and Jones was a running back, like, it didn't really matter. I think initially this lineup was Davante at wide receiver and Mike Davis in the flex. And with the way that the early slate went, I think he pivoted. And again, I think it was a great decision, obviously worked out for him. But, you know, you look at those ownerships, there is zero chance that he wins first place, either solo or chopped with other people, if he sticks with that original lineup. This one not only got him to the top of the leaderboard, it did it without duplicating anybody in this field, which is pretty remarkable on a 2-game slate.
Davante Adams was 78.94% owned in the Millie Maker, the 2-game classic on this Saturday night, and he was the second highest owned in the showdown at 75.4%. Can you explain to me what might have been running through folks' heads? Like, what were they thinking in terms of, let's fade Adams? Like, what would the argument be to fade Davante Adams tonight?
So the argument is that he's going to be 80% owned. Anybody who's going to be 80% owned, if you fade them and they bust, it's going to more than likely result in you having a good evening. I'm not saying you're guaranteed to win if you do that, but you're going to give yourself a huge leg up on the rest of the field. And it's not like Adams had a terrible night. Right. He finished with 7 catches for 42 yards. So still 11.2, but I mean, again, that's not nearly what you're looking for at his salary. So I think that this was a play that I didn't have the guts to make, fading Davante Adams. That's how good he's been recently, and it didn't seem like a slate where there was enough star power to potentially avoid him. But again, doing so was the difference for the people that won tonight.
In the showdown contest, $800K Saturday night showdown, $200K to first place. We had a 35-way tie for first, and one of those fears we spoke about at the end of the third quarter, would that Packers DST hold on in the flex? It did not. Allen Lazard creeps into the winning lineup, 5 receptions, 56 yards, 10.6 points. You have Smith in the flex at just 8% owned. Rodney Smith, the backup to Mike Davis. Then you have Moore and Bridgewater, Aaron Jones and the captain, Aaron Rodgers, who was very popular to play at 82.5%. What do you make of the showdown build for the winning lineup? These folks were splitting $11,842.85.
Yeah, not a bad little Saturday evening. The big differentiator here was Rodney Smith at just 8% owned, roughly. Everything else was relatively chalky. I mean, Lazard Sub 25% was pretty good too. But Smith at 8% at just $1,200, that ended up being the difference for these people. And obviously Jones in the captain spot was a little bit different as well.
Looking at the NFL playoff picture with the win for Green Bay, it holds on very, very tightly to that number 1 seed in the NFC. There's only one bye this year in the postseason. Saints have to play the Chiefs tomorrow. They'll look to keep pace with the Packers, and Green Bay did beat them head-to-head early in the season, if you remember that. That was way back when. So the Packers have a tiebreaker there as well. You convinced here Green Bay is legit? I know we talked Rodgers MVP, but was this enough to convince you the Packers? Of course, they deserve the 1 seed. They're there. They've done everything they can to do it. But how legit is this team?
Yeah, I mean, the big concern is their defense, and you feel a lot better about that defense after the past couple of weeks. I mean, if you look at tonight, they did a decent job against Carolina. They let them get some garbage yards late, but they forced a turnover. They put some pressure on Teddy Bridgewater. In their previous 2 games, they held their opponents to under 300 yards total, I believe. So it's pretty good. The defense is trending in the right direction. We know that they have some blue chippers. They have Jair Alexander at cornerback. They have Zadarius Smith. Rashawn Gary has started playing much better for this team too. So if the defense can sort of match what the offense does, I have no problem with this team being considered the favorites in the NFC.
Looking forward to Green Bay facing off with the Titans at home next Sunday. So we get Derrick Henry against Aaron Jones. It was a nice bounce-back night for Aaron Jones, too. I know you wanted to talk about him throughout the night in the contest because last week he wasn't great. He was fine, but not living up to his value. But Aaron Jones reminding us tonight that he is indeed one of the top backs in the NFL.
Yeah, and the only people that don't seem to realize it are the Packers coaching staff. There are so many nights when, he doesn't get nearly as many touches as you would hope. He loses work to Jamal Williams. But Jones has always been a very good running back. He can catch passes. He rips off, chunk plays as a runner. He's a very good player. And particularly he has done very well throughout his career when the Packers have been home favorites. So that trend held true tonight. He had another big game as a home favorite. And that's something to just file away for the next time the Packers are in that situation.
27.8 DraftKings points, had 145 on the ground, hit the bonus, had a touchdown, also 3 receptions, 13 yards. Jamal Williams dealt with some injuries tonight, so keep an eye on that for next week. The rebuild is in progress here for the Panthers. There's some promising talent, of course. They dropped to 4-10 on the season. Okay, that is going to do it for us. Thank you so much to all of you for tuning in. Here's the deal for tomorrow. We will have a live sweat, 2 versions of the sweat coming your way tomorrow. We have one starting at 11 a.m. Or is it 11:30? Madison, producer Madison, can you help me with that? Thank you. Appreciate it. Madison is typing and informing me. It might be 11:30. I should know that. 11:30. Thank you, Madison. Appreciate it. 11:30 sweat coming your way tomorrow. So 90 minutes up to the 1 o'clock kickoffs. Jesse will have several DraftKings contributors joining her. Then you'll have Sweet Tea, Reed Fowler, and Jeff Ulrich on Leaderboard Live during the 1 o'clock games. Kenny Ducey joins you guys during the 4 o'clock window. Then, because tomorrow is the Fantasy Football World Championship, Jesse is going to check in for a special version of the sweat. Probably, I would guess, somewhere in that 5:30 to 6:30 window to get you caught up on the leaderboard there and just break down who's doing well. We might know by 4 o'clock who is winning the contest and who has a stranglehold on the thing. So Jesse's going to pop in between Kenny and then us two. We're back tomorrow night for Leaderboard Live. 8 o'clock tomorrow night. I'll be completely honest. I already forget. Oh, it's Cleveland and the Giants.
The G-Man.
Wow. So we're going to have a couple of fun fan bases tomorrow. The Giants and the Browns.
Yeah, not looking great for the Giants though. They don't have their top defender in James Bradbury, and it's also looking like Daniel Jones is not going to play. So going to be some uphill sledding here for the Giants, who are trying desperately to catch the Washington football team for that playoff spot in the NFC East. And just to go back to that Fantasy Football World Championship show, I think it's going to be a really interesting slate dynamic tomorrow because the vast majority of the games are at 1 o'clock. I think it's 8 1 o'clock games and 3 4 o'clock games. But the marquee game, the one that everyone is going to want to have pieces of for fantasy, is that huge matchup between the Saints and the Chiefs. And that game is in the 4 o'clock window. So it could be a situation where there's a lot of players still left to go at 4 o'clock if everybody ends up being, heavy on that Chiefs Saints game, because not only are there some big names there, but they're also expensive. They're going to eat up a lot of the salary cap.
Right. And just take the fantasy implications out of it, just the way these two teams are meeting. Kansas City, Patrick Mahomes, they're getting a little criticism they're like Golden State in basketball. They're just kind of showing up, slapping it out there. Miami, we got this. Denver a couple weeks ago, we got this. Raiders, it was close a couple weeks ago. We got this. They run into a really good team on the road. Drew Brees is back. Michael Thomas is out. So everyone's going to be like, oh, Alvin Kamara. Maybe Taysom Hill will play an impact in this game tomorrow in some way. I think you're right. The way and plus, like we talked about, the Saints are still in the discussion for the 1 seed in the NFC. Should the Packers slip up next week or the week after? So it's truly going to be a really fun game, without a doubt.
And to your point, the Chiefs have not covered the spread in 5 straight games. They are 0-5 against the spread in their last 5. So they're favored by 3 points here on the road in New Orleans. I think that this should be one of the best games of the year. So hopefully it lives up to the expectations.
And real quick, do you really buy into how they didn't prepare for Breeze all week and they prepared for Taysom Hill? Like, how much of that plays a part into your thinking? Sportsbook or DFS?
I mean, I do think that it does matter. I mean, you couldn't ask for two different types of quarterbacks. They're basically polar opposites, but it's not like Drew Brees is an unknown. There's plenty of tape out there on this guy that I think they'll be able to catch up.
Okay. Yeah, that's true. Just people are like, oh, they didn't prepare for him all week. It's like he's been in the league for forever. Yeah. Okay. All right. You made me feel better because if you said the other way around, I would have been like, oh, is it really that big of a deal? But okay. All right. So we're back tomorrow night. We'll react to that one, I'm sure, and then we'll hang out during Browns and Giants to wrap up Sunday in the NFL. Thank you to our great team tonight. Jordan was giving us great nuggets throughout the course of the night, so thank you to Jordan. Andrew on the 1s and 2s, getting the stream going here, and producer Madison, of course.
What a dream team.
Madison makes the schedule.
Seriously, three of my favorites, along with you, Glash. I should always say it's a pleasure to work with you, sir.
Hey, good time. We'll do it again tomorrow night, except Madison won't be here. I think we have producer Drew tomorrow night. So Madison's loss, but she makes the schedule. She could have been on tomorrow night, but that's okay. Thank you all so much for tuning in to both games, and a full day of the Dream Stream starts at 11:30 with the Sweat. You get leaderboard live for the 1 and 4 o'clock window of games. Jesse Cofield is going to pop in for a special appearance around 6 o'clock with a leaderboard update for the Fantasy Football World Championship. And then both Matt LaMarca and I are back tomorrow night for Cleveland and the Giants. See you tomorrow, everybody. Have a great night.